Marx and Keynes, The Limits of the Mixed Economy. Paul Mattick. Introduction. This book was written during a time hailed by the President of the United States as the greatest upsurge of economic well-being in history. Others, in other nations, spoke of an economic miracle, or else claimed that we never had it so good. Professional economists were overjoyed that their dismal science had finally turned out to be the hope of the world. They impressed governments and businessmen alike with their theoretical erudition and its practical applicability. With the unfortunate exception of an inarticulate minority, from the high down to the low there was general agreement that business was excellent and that it would stay that way. There was some concern with the residue of poverty and with the few bottlenecks of unemployment which still marred the otherwise beautiful face of Western prosperity, and there was something more than just concern with the unsolved problem of underdevelopment which prevented the large part of the world from partaking in the general prosperity. But someday the poor nations too would take off and emulate Western success, and the blessings of capitalism would spread over all the globe. Although I have witnessed this period of unprecedented prosperity, I also experienced the Great Depression between the two world wars. At that time, confidence in the resilience of capitalism was at a low ebb and theories abounded regarding its decline and predicting its certain demise. Marxism was once again in the ascendancy, if only as an expression of a growing discrepancy between capitalist ideology and reality. The climate of despair was ended by government interventions in the economy and by World War II. Meanwhile, John Maynard Keynes had evolved his theory, which suggested monetary and fiscal policies capable of assuring full employment in a stagnating capitalist economy. Governments applied the Keynesian suggestions to secure some measure of social and economic stability in their nations. Because these endeavors proved successful, an old slogan was modified to proclaim that we are all Keynesians now. It is my contention that the Keynesian solution to the economic problems that beset the capitalist world can be of only temporary avail, and that the conditions under which it can be effective are in the process of dissolution. For this reason the Marxian critique of political economy, far from having lost its pertinency, gains new relevance through its ability to comprehend and transcend both the old and the new economics. I shall subject Keynesian theory and practice to a Marxian critique, and beyond that, I shall try to elucidate political and economic events and trends with the aid of Marxian analysis. This book is not presented as a consecutive narrative, however, various of its parts have been written on different occasions and at different times. These are necessary parts and all of them relate to the single theme of the mixed economy and to the differences between Keynes and Marx. There is some unavoidable overlapping and even repetition which, I hope, will enhance rather than encumber the book's readability. The Keynesian Revolution. The theories of bourgeois economists down to David Ricardo were developed before there was a real awareness of the class issues that dominate capitalist society. Ricardo, as Marx wrote, made the antagonism of class interests, of wages and profits, of profits and rent, the starting point of his investigations, naively taking this antagonism for a social law of nature. But by this start the science of bourgeois economy had reached the limits beyond which it could not pass. One for a further critical development could lead only to the recognition of the contradictions and limitations of the capitalist system of production. By doing what could not be done by bourgeois economists, Marx felt himself to be the true heir, and the destroyer as well, of bourgeois economy. Though bourgeois economy was indeed unable to advance as Marx had said, it was able to change its appearance. Classical economists had emphasized production and the system as a whole. Their followers emphasized exchange and individual enterprise. Economic theory became increasingly apologetic until the whole problem of the social relations that underlie economic processes was done away with through the rejection of the classical value theory in favor of the subjective value concept of the marginal utility school. Increasing economic difficulties, however, created an interest in the business cycle, in the factors that make for prosperity, crisis, and depression. The neoclassical school, whose best-known proponent was Alfred Marshall, attempted to transform economy into a practical science. It sought ways and means to influence market movements and to increase both the profitability of capital and the general social welfare. In the midst of the Great Depression there appeared John Maynard Keynes' work, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, which was soon hailed as a revolution in economic thought and which led to the formation of a school of Keynesian economics. While persistent orthodox economists opposed this school as either socialistic or illusory, inconsistent socialists attempted to blend Marx with Keynes, accepting Keynes' theories as the Marxism of our time. Marx's skepticism about the future of bourgeois society was now said to indicate only his inability or unwillingness to criticize the classicists constructively. And of Keynes it was said that he made real Alfred Marshall's aspirations for a reformed and improved capitalism. John Maynard Keynes' popularity is of long standing and was created by his book The Economic Consequences of the Peace. Keynes opposed the harshness of the Versailles Treaty because around Germany as a central support the rest of the European economic system grouped itself, and on the prosperity and enterprise of Germany the prosperity of the rest of the continent mainly depended. 2. It was suggested that Keynes' conciliatory reasoning was motivated by his fear of an anti-capitalist revolution in the wake of the war. Others suspected that his constructive proposals with regard to the peace were merely subtle ways of furthering British post-war foreign policies. Though these two concerns undoubtedly played a part in the formulation of his opinion, Keynes' opposition to the treaty was based mainly on economic considerations and was determined by his conviction that the capitalist world could operate rationally. The war itself was to Keynes only an accidental and unhappy interlude in the liberalistic process of capital formation. In 1919, he feared an impairment of capital accumulation because the laboring classes may no longer be willing to forego so largely, and the capitalist classes, no longer confident of the future, may seek to enjoy more fully their liberties of consumption so long as they last, and thus precipitate the hour of their confiscation. 3. The disturbed accumulative habits had to be restored, for at this time Keynes still unreservedly favored the inequality of the distribution of wealth as the best means for a vast amassing of capital. With the war's end he expected a return to international free trade and unlimited investment opportunities. The simplest way to restore normalcy was, of course, to reinstitute pre-war conditions. This implied treating Germany as if there had been no war at all. But after experiencing the period of war socialism in England and on the continent and witnessing the Bolshevik experiment in Russia, Keynes ceased to think that capitalism was restricted to laissez-faire economics. In fact, he now considered laissez-faire a legend, a bit of metaphysical thinking. He was convinced that the capitalist economy could be regulated so as to function better without losing its capitalist character. And if the national economy could be steered into definite, desirable channels, it might also be coordinated with the economic needs of the world. Because schemes of control were conceivable, Keynes was confident that their practical realization merely depended upon the presence of wise men of goodwill. He believed in the supreme value of intellectual leadership, in the wisdom of the chosen few, for and in their ability to influence the economic processes in a socially satisfactory way. In bourgeois economic theory men behave rationally in a market where self-interest meets self-interest, each vying for advantage and each limiting the other. Through all the unhampered individual attempts to maximize want satisfaction, the market establishes price relations which tend toward the most economical allocation of resources. Keynes did not challenge the assertion that the optimum of economic self-interest leads to the maximum of social well-being, but he did find that people seldom know their real interests. The individualistic principle was not enough to recognize true self-interest. Savings and consumption restrictions, for instance, at times suit both the individual and society, but at other times they may impoverish both. To find out just when one or another policy is appropriate requires a social point of view. The notion that the satisfaction of individualistic self-interest demands a consideration of the social system's needs forced Keynes to turn from microeconomics to the macroeconomics of the classicists. This involved a partial return to the labor theory of value, for the terms that describe the single firm and individual price determination are not suited to a theory discussing social aggregates such as total income, consumption, investment, employment, and their economic interdependence. This change on Keynes' part has been considered an implicit fundamental criticism of the existing social order. 5. In reality it attests only to Keynes' great concern for governmental controls both as the only practical means of avoiding the destruction of the existing economic forms in their entirety and as a condition of the successful functioning of individual initiative. 6. In an attempt to cope with growing economic difficulties, economists turned to monetary theory in order to influence the business cycle. Keynes was well suited to serve this trend. A speculator in international currency, Keynes was occupied with money questions and monetary reforms from his first publication Indian Currency and Finance, 1913, down to his last contribution on the International Monetary Fund. The control of the monetary system had become essentially a control of credit by means of the rate of interest. In Keynes' view, excessive inflation as well as excessive deflation, both capable of disturbing the stability of the economy, could be attributed to a disparity between savings and investments. If investments exceeded savings, inflation would occur, and if the reverse were true, deflation would set in. He traced the discrepancy between savings and investments to a lack of regulation of both. As individuals and groups made their separate decisions on savings and investments, there was no guarantee that these decisions would complement each other. Economic well-being depended, then, on a rate of interest that would keep savings in conformity with investments and thus stabilize the general price level. Keynes held that production is limited by the rate of interest because this rate defines the standard for the profitability of investments. The rate of investment depends on entrepreneurs, who make investments according to their expected profitability. These entrepreneurs are supposed to compare their profit expectations with the current interest paid on borrowed money. Thus, lowering the interest rate would increase the inclination to invest. Keynes did not deny that a prolonged depression would re-establish a proper relationship between profit, interest, and wages. But he felt sure that an inflationary course would accomplish the same results with fewer hardships. He looked upon his inflationary proposals not as a contrast to the classical doctrine, but as an answer to the violation of that doctrine which was already accomplished through artificially maintained interest rates. He was convinced that control of the money and credit supply could establish an equilibrium rate of interest which would equate savings and investments and create the psychological conditions for normal capital expansion. There is no need, for the moment, to follow Keynes' numerous proposals on how to alleviate the economic ills by monetary means. His originality did not lie in this field. Here he shared honors with Hawtrey, Harrod, Cassell, Wicksell, Fisher, and a host of long-forgotten money cranks, particularly Proudhon and Silvio Gesell. 7. Proudhon envisioned an economic system of mutualism without exploitation, to be achieved by rendering capital incapable of earning interest. He proposed the establishment of a national bank, which would gratuitously grant credits to all callers in a society of independent producers and workers' syndicates. While Proudhon imagined that the abolition of interest was the surest way towards socialism, Silvio Gesell found nothing wrong with the Manchester system. He was opposed to interest and rent as detriments to the continuous expansion of production. Money, according to Gesell, since it was not only a medium of exchange but also a store of wealth, had the tendency to leave the circulation process, thereby causing stagnation and decline. If the hoarding of money could be prevented, production could go on uninterruptedly. He suggested imposing a carrying charge for money. Taxing all liquid funds would make the holding of money an expensive affair. He assumed that people would invest their money in real capital rather than pay a price for hoarding, and that the increase in investments would lead to an economy of abundance and general well-being. While Keynes did not share Proudhon's utopian longings, he was in full agreement with the attack upon the payment of interest, and he favored the gradual euthanasia of the rentier. And though he found Gesell's theories rather impractical, he regarded them as sound in principle. He, too, thought the laissez-faire doctrine wrong in its assumption that a self-adjusting mechanism balanced the rate of interest and the volume of investment. Although he appreciated Gesell's pioneer work, Keynes thought it unnecessary to apply it. A manipulated rate of interest could control investment well enough to maintain the necessary rate of capital expansion. In distinction from those economists who believed that all economic problems could be solved by monetary means alone, Keynes presented his ideas as a complete theory of a monetary economy integrating monetary and value theory. He called his work a general theory of employment, interest, and money, because in his opinion the postulates of the classical theory are applicable to a special case only and not to the general case, the situation which it assumes being a limiting point of the possible positions of equilibrium. Moreover, the characteristics of the special case assumed by the classical theory happen not to be those of the economic society in which we actually live, with the result that its teaching is misleading and disastrous if we attempt to apply it to the facts of experience. 8. Traditional or standard theory did not account for unemployment, until the general theory, Keynes' own arguments overlooked the problem. To be sure, his treatise on money, 1930, anticipated the later attempt to approach the question of output and employment as a whole. But only in the general theory does he seriously begin to deal with both the distribution and the quantity of employment, and with the forces that determine its changes. Traditional theory was bound to the imaginary conditions of full employment because its proponents felt sure that wage levels would react to the forces of supply and demand and would never be so high for so long a time as to create or maintain unemployment. They were convinced that lower wages would increase employment, and they were confident that unemployment would reduce wages. Keynes shared their conviction but not their confidence. He found that a given propensity to consume and a given rate of investment determine between them a definite level of employment consistent with economic equilibrium. Although this level cannot be greater than full employment, it can be smaller. An equilibrium including full employment may exist, but it would be a special case. Generally, an increase in the level of employment necessitates a change either in the propensity to consume or in the rate of investment. Keynes did not question the assertion that under certain conditions unemployment indicated the existence of real wages that are incompatible with economic equilibrium, and that lowering them would increase employment by raising the profitability of capital and thus the rate of investment. But he found that wages were less flexible than had been generally assumed. Workers had learned to resist wage reductions. And as long as the socialist method of wage cutting by government decree was not, he said, a reality, the available methods of wage cutting were not efficient enough to secure uniform wage reductions for every class of labor. He also noticed that workers' resistance is greater to a cut in money wages than to a lowering of real wages. This is true, of course, if only because it is easier to go on strike than resist rising prices. Keynes saw that this allowed for more subtle ways of wage cutting than those traditionally employed. The subtle way was also the more general and effective way, he felt. A flexible wage policy could be created by a flexible money policy. An increase in the quantity of money would raise prices and reduce real wages if money wages remained stationary or rose more slowly than the general price level. Having regard to human nature and our institutions, he wrote, it can only be a foolish person who would prefer a flexible wage policy to a flexible money policy, unless he can point to advantages from the former which are not available from the latter. 9. Beyond these observations, however, Keynes held that employment in a developed capitalism is determined not by wage bargains between workers and employers but by the existing effective demand, which depends on the propensity to consume and on the rate of capital expansion. Even with perfectly flexible wage rates, unemployment would exist if there were a declining demand. The ruling assumption of Say's law that supply creates its own demand is simply not true. Capitalism is not the self-adjusting system it was supposed to be. While it is true that a reduction in money wages which leaves the existing aggregate demand intact will increase employment, this will not be the case if the aggregate demand declines. From a social point of view, wage reductions make sense only if they lead to an expansion of production which increases effective demand. And the market will not provide wage policies to secure and enlarge effective demand until full employment is reached. To this end, interferences of a monetary and, perhaps, an extra-monetary character are needed. The purpose of these interferences, however, is to make the market's economic equilibrium operate under conditions of full employment. Say's unworkable law of the market is to be made to work by extra-market means. According to Say, All people produce either to consume or to sell, and all sell in order to buy some other commodity to use or to consume. Consequently, supply and demand are bound to balance. If there is too much of a particular commodity, its price will fall. If there is not enough, its price will rise. These price changes, tending to economic equilibrium, exclude the possibility of general overproduction. The market mechanism is here seen as a self-adjusting equilibrium mechanism which need only be left alone to produce the most economical and rational allocation of productive resources and distribution of commodities. As a corollary of the same doctrine, Keynes said, it has been supposed that any individual act of abstaining from consumption necessarily leads to, and amounts to the same thing as, causing the labor and commodities thus released from supplying consumption to be invested in the production of capital wealth. 10. Notwithstanding some theoretical inconsistencies, modern economic thought, according to Keynes, is still deeply steeped in the notion that if people do not spend their money in one way they will spend it in another. 11. Keynes admitted the plausibility of the idea that the costs of output are always covered in the aggregate by the sale proceeds resulting from demand. This idea makes it natural to suppose that the act of an individual, by which he enriches himself without apparently taking anything from anyone else, must also enrich the community as a whole, so that an act of individual saving inevitably leads to a parallel act of investment. 4. It is indubitable that the sum of the net increment of the wealth of individuals must be exactly equal to the aggregate net increment of the wealth of the community. But Keynes concluded that those who think in this way were deceived, nevertheless, by an optical illusion, which makes two essentially different activities appear to be the same. 12. From the assumption that the demand price of output as a whole equals its supply price follow all the other assumptions of neoclassical equilibrium theory, including its theory of employment. This theory allows only for voluntary or frictional unemployment, not for involuntary unemployment. Keynes, however, acknowledged the existence of involuntary unemployment. He described its absence as a state of full employment. It is not very plausible, he wrote, to assert that unemployment in the United States in 1932 was due either to labor obstinately refusing to accept a reduction of money wages or to its obstinately demanding a real wage beyond what the productivity of the economic machine was capable of furnishing. Wide variations are experienced in the volume of employment without any apparent change either in the minimum real demands of labor or in its productivity. 13. For Keynes, the very fact of large-scale and prolonged unemployment indicated that Say's law is not a general economic law but holds true only under the special conditions of equilibrium with full employment. In Keynes' view, the economic system may be in equilibrium under conditions of less than full employment. That is to say, a given level of employment short of full employment may be the most profitable for the entrepreneurs. No force then exists within the equilibrium to raise the level of employment to full employment. This can be brought about only externally, by selecting out of the mutually interdependent economic variables those variables which can be deliberately controlled or managed by central authority in the kind of system in which we actually live. 14. For Keynes, these determinable variables were the propensity to consume and the incentive to invest. Manipulation of these variables was to lead to a state of economic equilibrium with full employment. Once this was established, the static equilibrium analysis would hold good again. Keynes did not question the possibility of such an equilibrium, he doubted only that the system would adjust itself to create it. The theory which failed to fit the practice was countered by a practice to fit the theory. Keynes found it convenient to sympathize with the doctrine that everything is produced by labor, because much unnecessary perplexity can be avoided if we limit ourselves strictly to the two units, money and labor, when we are dealing with the behavior of the economic system as a whole. 15. The basic unit of employment in his system is a working hour of average productivity, as in Marx's system skilled labor is reduced to unskilled labor. A wage unit is the quantity of money received for an hour of work. The aggregates of production, income, and employment represent certain values in terms of wage units, and the latter are assumed to be of constant magnitude. Quantities of employment measured in wage units serve as an index for measuring the changes in the economic system. Expressed in simplest terms, Keynes' model represents a closed system divided into two departments of production, that of consumption goods and that of capital goods. The total money expenditures on consumption goods plus the total expenditures on capital goods constitute total income. When the aggregate demand, the demand for consumption and capital goods, equals total income, which implies that total savings equals total investments, the system is supposed to be in equilibrium. A decline of aggregate demand, implying a discrepancy between savings and investments, reduces total income and produces unemployment. In order to alter this situation, the aggregate demand must be increased to a point where total income implies full employment. Because Ricardo neglected the aggregate demand function, Keynes felt himself anti-Ricardian and pro-Malthusian in raising the issue of effective demand as the fundamental principle of an economy of full employment. But while Malthus was unable to explain clearly how and why effective demand could be deficient, Keynes thought that he had discovered the reason in the psychological propensity to consume. Malthus saw that in capitalism the demand of the workers could not be large enough to enable the capitalists to realize their profits. And since prices included profits, they could not be realized in intra-capitalist exchange. Capital-labor relations contained and created a lack of demand which destroyed the incentive to accumulate capital. Malthus concluded that this demand must come forth from social layers other than labor and capital. In this way he justified the continued existence of the non-productive feudal class. He deemed their consumption necessary for the proper functioning of the economy. However, the great puzzle of effective demand with which Malthus wrestled, vanished from economic literature, 17 until resurrected by Keynes. His theory may thus be regarded as a modern version, elaboration, and possibly refinement of Malthus' theory of accumulation. Consumption, for Keynes, is the obvious end and object of all economic activity. Capital, he wrote, is not a self-subsistent entity existing apart from consumption, therefore every weakening in the propensity to consume regarded as a permanent habit must weaken the demand for capital as well as the demand for consumption. 18 He believed that it is a psychological law that individuals tend to consume progressively smaller portions of their income as this income increases. When aggregate real income is increased, consumption increases too, of course, but not so much as income. It is only in an economically backward society, Keynes wrote, that the propensity to consume is large enough to assure the employment of all hands. This propensity declines in a mature society. Since the propensity to consume declines with the enrichment of society, and since capital formation is the enrichment of society, it follows that to foster the enrichment of society is to support the decline of the propensity to consume. The accumulation of capital must, therefore, come to an end in the declining propensity to consume, which is the key to the decreasing effective demand. Keynes had set out to defeat Say's law of the market on its own ground, that is, on the assumption that production is carried on for the benefit of consumption. And how could he have been more successful than by showing that just because of the fact that production serves consumption, supply does not create its own demand? Keynes views the consumption of the mass of the population, miserable as it may be compared with potential and even actual production, as the community's chosen consumption, which expresses its actual propensity to consume. Yet he thinks that even in the mature society effective demand might be increased by a change in the propensity to consume. He thus admits to a difference between what he considers the community's chosen propensity to consume and the actually existing social consumption needs. This admission implies, of course, that consumption is not the end of economic activity in capitalism. If it were, there would be no problem of effective demand. When employment increases, Keynes wrote, aggregate real income is increased. The psychology of the community is such that when aggregate real income is increased, aggregate consumption is increased, but not by so much as income. Hence employers would make a loss if the whole of the increased employment were to be devoted to satisfying the increased demand for immediate consumption. Thus, to justify any given amount of employment there must be an amount of current investment sufficient to absorb the excess of total output over what the community chooses to consume when employment is at the given level. For unless there is this amount of investment, the receipts of the entrepreneurs will be less than is required to induce them to offer the given amount of employment. 19. This refutes, of course, Keynes' own statement that capital is not a self-subsistent entity, and that consumption is the sole end of production. It is true that, generally, bourgeois economy paid no attention to the question of effective demand. Marxism dealt with it, although, according to Keynes, only furtively, below the surface, in the underworld of economic theory. For Marx, capitalist production is oriented not towards consumption needs but towards the production of capital. Capitalism must produce in order to consume, it is true, but in order to produce it must first see the green light of profitability. Effective demand is composed of a demand for consumption goods and a demand for production goods. The relationship between the two sides of effective demand indicates whether the profitability of capital is rising or falling. Capital accumulation implies a decline of consumption relative to the faster growing capital. In this sense, capital formation does diminish the propensity to consume, yet this is only another way of saying that in capitalism, capital accumulates. A lack of effective demand is just another expression for a lack of capital accumulation and is not an explanation of it. Even in Keynes' view, employment can only increase pari passu with the increase in investments, unless, indeed, there is a change in the propensity to consume. 20. However, Keynes maintained that for the present the only rational and effective remedy for unemployment lay in the further expansion of capital. The problem could also be solved by a reduction of the working time at the expense of investment and consumption, but, like most non-workers, Keynes was sure that the great majority of individuals would prefer increased income to increased leisure. 21. Still, while Keynes was very much impressed by the great social advantages of increasing the stock of capital until it ceases to be scarce, he was willing to concede that the wisest course is to advance on both fronts at once. To promote investments and, at the same time, to promote consumption, not merely to the level which, with the existing propensity to consume, would correspond to the increased investment, but to a higher level still. 22. Under capitalist conditions, however, this higher level still would reduce the profitability of capital, decrease the level of employment, and initiate new demands for the increase of investments as a precondition for an increase of consumption. Traditionally, profit has been regarded as a reward received by capitalists for their activity and, where there was no such activity, as a reward for their willingness to invest rather than consume their savings. Profit also rewarded them for taking risks, or for their social importance in developing roundabout methods of production which, while leading to greater productivity, imply waiting periods for long-term investments. In either case, capitalists, by abstaining from consumption at one time, earn the right to consume more at a later time, unless, of course, they wish to abstain still further. But there have been times when capitalists have refused to take risks, when instead of investing their and other people's money they have held onto it, an attitude which Keynes calls liquidity preference. Because recent history has recorded years of so-called investment strikes, Keynes found it advisable to alter the abstinence theory of profit and interest. He suggested that profit and interest should no longer be regarded as rewards for saving and investing money but as rewards for overcoming the desire not to invest, for opposing liquidity preference, in other words, for the willingness on the part of the capitalist to remain a capitalist. Actually, of course, it makes no difference at all whether one says that profits are rewards for investing capital or rewards for opposing liquidity. Quarrels among economists in this regard revolve around the question of whether liquidity preference causes stagnation or the other way around. When things look black, wrote J. A. Schumpeter, and people expect nothing but losses from any commitment they might contemplate, then, of course, they will refuse to invest their current savings, or they will defer investment in order to profit by further reductions in prices. At the same time, savings will not only be reduced but increased by all those who expect impending losses of income, in their business or through unemployment. But no defense of any oversaving theory can be based upon it because it occurs only as a consequence of a depression and hence cannot itself be explained by it. 23. In Keynes' view, in contrast, liquidity preference precedes stagnation because of the psychologically determined tendency towards hoarding which is associated with the declining propensity to consume. According to Keynes, to state his position once more, an increase of income increases consumption, but by less than income. On the assumption that all investment ultimately serves consumption needs, savings will increase faster than investments. As this occurs, aggregate demand declines and the actual level of employment falls short of the available labor supply. This happens in a mature society because the great size of the already existing stock of capital depresses the marginal efficiency, profitability, of capital and thus depresses expectations about future capital yields. Wealth owners would rather hold their savings in liquid form than invest in enterprises promising little or no reward. The short-run expectations of owners of wealth are, in Keynes' view, based on long-term expectations, which are necessarily gloomy due to the decreasing scarcity of capital. How this long-term trend, decreasing marginal efficiency of capital, affects immediate investment decisions, Keynes does not make clear. He merely asserts that capitalists see in any actual decrease of profitability a still greater future decline, and that this dark outlook causes present-day business to decline even faster. In other words, the short-term outlook determines the long-term outlook and the latter determines behavior in the short run. Relying on this insight, foresight, or instinct, capitalists show that they prefer a bird in the hand to one in the bush by not risking new investments. Short of closing the gap between income and consumption, it follows from Keynes' theory that each time we assure today's equilibrium by increasing investments we are aggravating the difficulty of securing equilibrium tomorrow. 24. But for the near future he thought these difficulties still surmountable and suggested a series of reforms designed to combat liquidity preference and increase effective demand, despite the decreasing propensity to consume. He was confident that a rate of investment which would secure full employment was still a possibility. Even pyramid building, earthquakes, or wars may serve to increase wealth, if the education of our statesmen on the principles of classical economics stands in the way of anything better. 25. Already the First World War had shown that war socialism unquestionably achieved a production of wealth far greater than we knew in peace, for though the goods and services delivered were destined for immediate and fruitless extinction, nonetheless they were wealth. 26. Aside from the accident of war, however, if employment as a function of the expected consumption and the expected investment, was not full employment because expectations were pessimistic, these insufficient expectations could be augmented by an optimistic planning which need not destroy the basic fabric of capitalism. In Keynes' view, full employment did not have to involve warfare, capital destruction, or superfluous production, but could be realized by way of public works of either great or doubtful utility which would increase income without enlarging savings, and thus keep the laborers busy. The actual crises or business cycle fitted only imperfectly into Keynes' theory of effective demand based on the declining propensity to consume, because the business cycle accompanied the most important period of capitalist development, not just its mature stage. It had to be considered largely a thing of the past, and in this capacity it served as a rather hazy illustration of society's maturing process, a process in which, at intervals, the declining propensity to consume could still be immunized by profit expectations of considerable though diminishing force and by the wealth-creating power of numerous wars. Keynes often expressed the belief that capitalism had long since lost its ability to overcome depressions and that stagnation was the normal state of its existence unless government interventions in the investment market interrupted it. Some of Keynes' disciples did not think it an exaggeration to say that inflation and full employment are the normal conditions of a wartime economy and that deflation and unemployment are the normal conditions of a peacetime economy in the present stage of capitalist development. 27. Whatever the objective reasons for depressions, as long as economists consider them unascertainable they have nothing to work on but the psychology of the class they represent. This psychology is explicable out of the real movements of capital production, it cannot in turn explain these movements. Even Keynes felt at times that such a procedure was insufficient and tried, to give his psychological interpretations a material base. Quite in contrast to his general tone of argumentation, he pointed out that the duration of the slump should have a definite relationship to the length of life of durable assets and to the normal rate of growth in a given epoch. At the outset of the slump, he continued, there is probably much capital of which the marginal efficiency has become negligible or even negative. But the interval of time, which will have elapsed before the shortage of capital through use, decay, and obsolescence causes a sufficiently obvious scarcity to increase the marginal efficiency, may be a somewhat stable function of the average durability of capital in a given epoch. 28. The reason for the low marginal efficiency of capital at the outset of, and during, the slump appears to be that an abundance of capital causes a lack of profitability. It follows from this that hastening the use, decay, and obsolescence of capital should increase its scarcity value and, with this, its profitability. One method of achieving capital scarcity is liquidity preference. It implies a lack of new investments, and in the slump situation, new investments would only increase the quantity of capital, which is already too large to have satisfactory yields. So liquidity preference would be one way, among others, such as pyramid building and warfare, to maintain the scarcity of capital and thus its profitability. But, unlike pyramid building and warfare, liquidity preference means unemployment. Keynes opposes it for precisely this reason. In Keynes' view, capital stagnation expresses the capitalist inability or unwillingness to accept a decreasing profitability. The crisis results from an overinvestment prompted by expectations which are destined to disappointment. The crisis occurs not because the community as a whole has no reasonable use for any more investments, but because doubts suddenly arise concerning the reliability of their respective yields, and once doubt begins, it spreads rapidly. During the boom, disillusion falls upon an over-optimistic and much overbought market, and leads to a sharp increase in liquidity preference. This creates the crisis. The overinvestment exists because investments have been associated with profit expectations that prove to be highly unrealistic. Instead of getting a hope for 6%, for instance, investments may yield only 2%, and this disappointment changes an error of optimism into an error of pessimism, with the result that the investments, which would in fact yield 2%, in conditions of full employment, are expected to yield nothing, and the resulting collapse of new investments then leads to a state of unemployment in which investments, which would have yielded 2%, in condition of full employment, in fact yield less than nothing. The ensuing sudden collapse of the marginal efficiency of capital, determined by the uncontrollable and disobedient psychology of the business world, lowers the existing propensity to consume by involving a severe decline in the market value of stock equities. 29. And thus the decline feeds on itself, until it is arrested by an increase of the marginal efficiency of capital within the crisis situation, or by an expansion of capital despite its lower marginal efficiency. To hope for a rise of the marginal efficiency of capital within the crisis situation means to await the return of a sufficient scarcity of capital. In mature capitalism this may well be disastrous. Large-scale unemployment of long duration has severe social consequences. To overcome the depression, it is necessary both to improve the profitability of capital and to expand production beyond the limits of private capital formation. Although Keynes came to see interest rate manipulations as a possibly minor, or even totally ineffective instrument for raising the incentive to invest, he held on to it nevertheless as part of an extensive onslaught on liquidity preference. As we know, he favored a reduction in the rate of interest not only because it plays a peculiar part in setting a limit to the level of employment, since it sets a standard to which the marginal efficiency of a capital asset must attain if it is to accrue, 30, but also because he favored the elimination of the functionless investor in principle, because interest today rewards no genuine sacrifice. 31. As mature capitalism signifies a lower marginal efficiency of capital, the greater risk implied in new investments could be at least partly reduced by eliminating the lender's risk altogether. In view of the precarious state of investment markets, Keynes came finally to the conclusion that the duty of ordering the current volume of investment cannot safely be left in private hands. 32. The goal of all governmental policies was to be full employment, for only in condition of full employment is a low propensity to consume conducive to the growth of capital. 33 And as it is only during a boom that capitalism comes nearest to full employment, the right remedy for the trade cycle, in Keynes' view, is to be found in abolishing slumps and thus keeping us permanently in a quasi-boom. 34 With full employment the criterion, the effectiveness of various government interventions in the market economy could be tested by experiment. Whatever did not lead to full employment was not enough. Marx and Keynes. It is rather difficult to regard the theories of Keynes as a revolution in economic thought. However, the term may be used at will, and the Keynesian theory is called a revolutionary doctrine in the sense that it produces theoretical results entirely different from the body of economic thought existing at the time of its development. Yet since that body of thought was neoclassical equilibrium theory, Keynes' revolt may better be regarded as a partial return to classical theory. And this notwithstanding Keynes' own opposition to classical theory, which in his strange definition, included the whole body of economic thought from Ricardo down to his own contemporaries. Although Keynes regarded himself as an anti-Ricardian, his critics saw, of course, that he tried to arrive at economic truth in the manner of Ricardo and his followers too through his analysis in terms of economic aggregates. His friends concluded that, because of Keynes, the study of economic aggregates has taken its place in the center of economic science, and can never again be pushed to the periphery where pre-Keynesian economists left it. One does not undiscovered America. 3 But Keynes was no Columbus, for the concept of economic aggregates dates back 200 years to Quesnay's Tableau économique, to Ricardo and to Marx. It was Keynes' rejection of Say's law of the market which lent his theory the connotation, revolutionary. Almost 75 years earlier, Marx had pointed out that only an accelerated capital expansion allows for an increase of employment. The dull and comical Prince à la Science, J.B. Say, Marx did not find worth overthrowing, even though his continental admirers have trumpeted him as the man who unearthed the treasure of the metaphysical balance of purchases and sales. For Marx, Say's law of the market was sheer nonsense in view of the growing discrepancy between the profit needs of capital expansion and the rationally considered productive requirements of society, between the social demand in capitalism and the actual social needs, and he pointed out that capital accumulation implies an industrial reserve army of unemployed. There is a necessary connection between Marx and Keynes. Marx anticipated Keynes' criticism of the neoclassical theory through his own criticism of classical theory, and both men recognized the capitalist dilemma in a declining rate of capital formation. But while Keynes diagnosed its cause as a lack of incentive to invest, Marx traced the dilemma to its final base, to the character of production as production of capital. It is rather astonishing, then, to find Keynes relegating Marx to the underworld of economic thought together with Silvio Gesell and Major Douglas. 5 Though he was ready to learn from the underworld, as is demonstrated by his affinity with the ideas of Gesell, Keynes held that the future will learn more from the spirit of Gesell than that of Marx. He thought so, he said, because, unlike Gesell, Marx based his theories on an acceptance of the classical hypothesis, and on an unfettering of competition instead of its abolition. 6. Even a superficial study of capital would have shown Keynes that Marx's theories, which he considered illogical, obsolete, scientifically erroneous, and without interest or application to the modern world, 7 led to conclusions often quite similar to those that constitute the revolutionary content of his own reasoning. He did not study Marx seriously because he identified Marx's theories with those of the classicists. In a letter to G.B. Shaw, Keynes related that he made another shot at old Karl Marx, reading the Marx-Engels correspondence, but he still failed to discover anything but out-of-date controversial zing. He also told Shaw that he himself is writing a book on economic theory which will largely revolutionize, not at once but in the course of the next 10 years, the way the world thinks about economic problems. There will be a great change, and, in particular, the Ricardian foundations of Marxism will be knocked away. 8 By opposing the classical theory, Keynes thought he was opposing Marxism as well. 9 In reality, however, he dealt with neither of these theories, but struck at the neoclassical market theory which no longer had any significant connection with the ideas of Ricardo. Keynes preferred Gesell to Marx because he favored economic policies, particularly in the monetary and fiscal fields, which he thought capable of alleviating the economic ills of capitalism without altering its basic social structure. Marx, though dealing with monetary questions exhaustively, emphasized the extra-monetary aspects of the economy. In his view, money questions could be understood only in the light of the capitalist relations of production, which are relations based on the class distinction between buyers and sellers of labor power. It is not money which by its nature creates this relation, it is rather the existence of this relation which permits of the transformation of a mere money function into a capital function. And only in this latter sense is it of contemporary interest. According to Marx, money is important not as a measure of value and a medium of exchange, but because it is the independent form of the existence of exchange value. In the capitalist circulation process, value assumes at one time the form of money and at another that of other commodities. In the form of money it preserves and expands itself. The market economy and capital accumulation are beset with difficulties which appear as monetary troubles. The buying and selling process itself, by providing money with two different functions, contains a crisis element, as the seller is not forced to buy but may retain his wealth in money form. An existing quantity of money, if not large enough to serve as additional capital, may necessitate a period of hoarding, which may also constitute an element of crisis. A relative lack as well as a relative abundance of capital may lead to economic difficulties which will appear as a crisis of the money system. The need to amass money by hoarding in order to accumulate it as productive capital was largely eliminated by the development of the banking and credit system. The pooling of money resources helped extend industrial and commercial operations. The increasingly more speculative character of capital production enhanced the irrational aspects of capital competition by producing malinvestments and overinvestments. Of course, these activities were not considered speculative in a derogatory sense 11 as it was the presumed function of financial capital to anticipate further development and to create the conditions for an accelerated capital formation. There can exist, however, a strictly monetary crisis due to the relatively independent movement of money in the form of finance capital. Accordingly, Keynes distinguished between finance and industry, favoring the latter and defining the former as the business of the money market, speculation, stock exchange activities, and the financing of production. Although he held that speculators may do no harm as bubbles on a steady stream of enterprise, he found the situation serious when enterprise becomes the bubble on a whirlpool of speculation. 12. This distinction between industry and finance, between productive and parasitical capital is as old as capitalism itself and gave rise to a pseudo-struggle against interest slavery and irresponsible speculators. This strictly intra-capitalist affair is now largely a thing of the past, for the fusion of industry and finance is so complete as to exclude a moral distinction between them. But even previously, not only the financiers but all capitalists saw production merely as a necessary evil of money-making. And though profits arise out of the process of production's attempts were always made to make money without the mediation of the process of production. 13. Particularly during times of idle capital and a slackening rate of investments, capitalists increase their efforts to make money at the expense of other money and title holders by financial manipulations and stock market activities. Speculation may enhance crisis situations by permitting the fictitious over-evaluation of capital, which then cannot satisfy the profit claims bound up with it. 14. But speculative money gains represent so many money losses, unless speculation serves as an instrument of capital concentration it represents only a redistribution of the available exchange value. The concentration of wealth is economically meaningless unless it is accompanied by a reorganization of the capital structure which leads to its further expansion. The division of surplus value, profits, between active and inactive capitalists, of which Keynes made so much, is for Marx only a part of the general competition for the largest possible share of the social surplus value by all capitalists and all those living on the surplus product. he did not doubt that under definite conditions a lowering of interest rates would affect investments positively. For if too much of the realized profits goes into the hands of the money lenders, entrepreneurs will be less apt to expand production. But no generalization regarding the behavior and the importance of the rate of interest can be based on this possibility. High interest rates are not incompatible with high rates of profit. When all is well in the sphere of profit production, a relatively high rate of interest will not hamper capital formation. It may even quicken its pace, if productivity develops fast enough to satisfy both loan capital and productive capital. In fact, the rate of interest may rise or fall with the decline of profits as well as with the rise of profitability, for in either case the demand for money may exceed the supply or vice versa. Interest is for Marx only a portion of the average profit. It results from the fact that capital appears in two roles, as loanable capital in the hands of the lender and as industrial capital in the hands of the entrepreneurs. As capital, however, it functions only once, and only once can it produce profits. Aside from rent, this profit is then divided into profit and interest. The division is often arbitrary and does not affect the basic problems of capital production. Being generally limited by the rate of profit, the rate of interest cannot have the significance assigned to it by monetary theory. With regard to interest rate problems, it was not Keynes but Marx's point of view which found its verification in the crisis situation. A decade of falling interest rates after 1929 did not affect investment decisions seriously. Interest rate manipulation ceased to be regarded as a main instrument for the control of business activities, and in the academic view it seems that the importance of the rate of interest was very much exaggerated in traditional theory, and that Marx was after all not much at fault in neglecting it altogether. 15 Soon it was quite widely acknowledged that investment decisions are seldom based on considerations of the market rate of interest. 16 And that the flow of savings appears to be influenced in modern conditions only to a relatively modest extent by the level of interest rates. 17. Keynes himself was finally forced to concede the economic limitations of interest rate manipulations, and he decided that the collapse in the marginal efficiency of capital may be so complete that no practical reduction in the rate of interest will be enough. 18 To stimulate investments. With markets organized and influenced as they are, he wrote, the market estimation of the marginal efficiency of capital may suffer such enormous fluctuations that it cannot be sufficiently offset by corresponding fluctuations in the rate of interest. 19 From this he concluded that it may be necessary for the government to control and guide investments directly. Prior to Keynes there were only two schools of economics, or, rather, there was only bourgeois economy and its Marxist critique. To be sure, bourgeois economy comprised a variety of viewpoints about the difficulties arising within the system and the means of overcoming them. There were theoretical deviations from the generally held position of laissez-faire. Some of them related to the specific and changing needs of particular capitalist groups within the capitalist system, some discussed the problems created by the differences between the capitalist nations within the world economy. All of them, however, took the given capitalist system of production for granted. They did not attack profit production, private property, or the competitive accumulation of capital. Against such critics laissez-faire theory could hold its own, as long as the market relations seemed to produce some kind of actual economic order. But the great economic and social upheavals of 20th century capitalism destroyed confidence in laissez-faire's validity. Marx's critique of bourgeois society and its economy could no longer be ignored. The overproduction of capital with its declining profitability, lack of investments, overproduction of commodities and growing unemployment, all predicted by Marx, was the undeniable reality and the obvious cause of the political upheavals of the time. To see these events as temporary dislocations that soon would dissolve themselves in an upward turn of capital production did not eliminate the urgent need for state interventions to reduce the depth of the depression and to secure some measure of social stability. Keynes' theory fitted this situation. It acknowledged Marx's economic predictions without acknowledging Marx himself, and represented, in its essentials and in bourgeois terms, a kind of weaker repetition of the Marxian critique, and, its purpose was to arrest capitalism's decline and prevent its possible collapse. Marx's labor theory of value. Whereas Keynes' preoccupation with monetary questions was based on his desire to make the capitalist system work more efficiently, Marx's relative neglect of these issues stemmed from his goal of formulating a theory of capital development. This labor theory of value evolved out of his criticism of classical value theory. In order to yield regulatory results, the market automatism presupposes a principle on which exchange is based, a principle that explains prices and their changes. If a price is given, it may vary in the interplay of supply and demand, but the question of what determines prices remains. For the classicists, price derived from value, and value was determined by the labor incorporated in commodities. This conception does not rule out specific cases in which price has no relation to labor time. Marx found the labor theory of value indispensable for understanding the developmental tendencies of capital production and, in fact, the only rational basis of political economy. The labor theory of value underlies both early bourgeois economic theory and its Marxian critique, and in both cases deals with social production and its distribution between different social classes. Classical economy, according to Marx, culminated in Ricardian economies and was an expression of the rising industrial capitalism within the decaying feudal regime. It represented itself as the theory of the productive classes, as opposed to the non-productive classes, which appropriated their privileges in the form of interest and rent. It did not as yet concern itself with the industrial proletariat and was thus able to see in labor the sole creator and measure of economic value. The labor theory of value became an embarrassment for the capitalist class as soon as the newly arising frictions between bourgeoisie and proletariat replaced and overshadowed those between the feudal and the capitalist regime. If the value of commodities is determined by the quantity of labor time required for their production, and the product of the whole of social labor is divided into rent, profit, and wages, it would seem to follow that the elimination of profit and rent would allow for an equal exchange of commodities in accordance with their labor time. Ricardian economics gave rise to a school of Ricardian socialists, which demanded an exchange system that would assure producers the full value of their labors. Marx did not draw similar conclusions from the labor theory of value. Nonetheless, as Friedrich Engels pointed out, insofar as modern socialism, no matter of what tendency, starts from bourgeois political economy, it almost exclusively links itself to the Ricardian theory of value. It is for this reason that Marx has often been called the last, as well as the greatest of the classical economists. This fulfills the double purpose of granting Marx his undeniable greatness and yet dismissing his theory as outdated, along with all classical theory. Even though Marx accepted and developed Ricardo's value theory, he was not the greatest of the classical economists, but their adversary. He knew that the social labor process itself has nothing to do with either value or price, but only with the time-consuming physical and mental exertions of the laboring population, and that value and price are fetishistic categories for existing social production relations. His criticism of political economy was conceived as part of a social struggle to abolish capitalism together with the economic theories which rationalized its existence. Bourgeois economic theory sees the relations of bourgeois production as natural relations, that is to say, it holds that these are the relations in which wealth is created and productive force developed in conformity with the laws of nature. These relations therefore are themselves natural laws independent of the influence of time. They are eternal laws which must always govern society. Thus there has been history, but there is no longer any. For Marx, however, capitalism was only an historical form of social production. He recognized that underlying this specific form of social development is the general process of social development, comprehended in the materialist conception of history, which expresses itself in a variety of socio-economic formations bound up with different levels of labor productivity. This process has its source in man's struggle for existence in a natural setting that enables and forces him to increase his capacity for work and social organization. Its starting point is lost in prehistory, but in known history the different stages of human and social existence reveal themselves in the changing tools and modes of production. When Marx speaks of the law of value as relating to a deeper reality which underlies the capitalist economy, he refers to the life process of society based on the material process of production. For he was convinced that in all societies, including the hoped for socialist society, a proportioning of social labor in accordance with social needs and reproduction requirements is an inescapable necessity. Every child knows, he wrote to Kugelman, that a nation which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but even for a few weeks, would perish. Every child knows, too, that the masses of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of the distribution of social labor in definite proportions cannot possibly be done away with by a particular form of social production but can only change the mode of its appearance, is self-evident. No natural law can be done away with. What can change in historically different circumstances is only the form in which these proportional distributions of labor assert themselves. And the form, in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself in a state of society where the interconnections of social labor are manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. 5. It has been said that this and similar statements by Marx disprove the generally accepted view that Marx regarded all economic laws as being of an historic relative character. 6. According to Oscar Lang, for example, Marx's position seems to have been that the economic laws of universal validity are so self-evident that there is scarcely need for a specific scientific technique for their study, and economic science ought to concentrate, therefore, upon investigating the particular form these laws assume in a definite institutional framework. 7. But all that Marx has said on this point is that there are natural laws and social necessities which no economic law can violate for very long without destroying society. Natural laws and social necessities are not universal economic laws, even though, when unattended as in capitalism, they may assert themselves as manifestations of that system's economic law of value. In the preface to the second edition of the first volume of Capital, Marx quotes with approval the statement of a Russian reviewer of his work, to the effect that he, Marx, directly denies that the general laws of economic life are one and the same, no matter whether they are applied to the present or the past. Such abstract laws do not exist. On the contrary, every historical period has laws of its own. As soon as society has outlived a given period of development, and is passing over from one given stage to another, it begins to be subject also to other laws. 8. Like any other form of social production, value production, too, in Marx's view, implies an allocation of social labor in accordance with social and natural necessities. For Marx, the law of value represented the only indirect form that social organization of production could take in a commodity-producing society, but it was also, at the same time, a form restricted to such a society. He illustrated his view with actual and imaginary descriptions of similar processes under non-capitalist conditions. The pre-capitalist conditions Marx dealt with need not concern us here. With regard to the imaginary conditions, Marx referred first to Robinson Crusoe, who knew that his labor, whatever its form, was nothing but his own activity to secure his existence. This knowledge compelled him to apportion his time accurately between different kinds of work. Let us picture, Marx wrote, a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are here repeated, but with the difference, that they are social, instead of individual. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organization of the community, and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double role. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportions between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. On the other hand, it also serves as a measure of the portion of the common labor borne by each individual and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers, with regard to both their labor and its products, are in this case perfectly simple and intelligible, and that with regard not only to production but also to distribution. 9. No law of value enters this hypothetical arrangement. It is directly determined by the conscious considerations of the producers. It is also true that Marx wrote that even after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, the determination of value continues to prevail in such a way that the regulation of the labor time and the distribution of the social labor among the various groups of production, also the keeping of accounts in connection with this, becomes more essential than ever. 10. But the term value in this connection is a mere manner of speech, for, obviously, what Marx meant was that the abolition of capitalism does not end the need to allocate labor in accordance with social requirements. In a socialist society, Engels wrote with greater precision, the people will arrange everything very simply without the intervention of the much-famed value. 11. As regards the allocation of social labor, it has also been said that socialism merely makes apparent, and therefore more effective, what in capitalism appears as the regulatory force of the law of value. From this point of view, it is only the mystification of the social organization of labor as a law of value which comes to an end with the end of capitalism. Its demystified results reappear in a consciously regulated economy. According to Rudolf Hilferding, for instance, the theory of value is restricted to the epoch wherein labor and the power which controls labor have not been consciously elevated to the rank of a regulative principle of social metabolism and social predominance, but wherein this principle unconsciously and automatically establishes itself as a material quality of things. It is, because labor is the social bond uniting an atomized society, and not because labor is the matter most technically relevant, that labor is the principle of value and that the law of value is endowed with reality. 12. By defining labor as the principle of value, Hilferding continues, Marx recognized the factor by whose quality and quantity, by whose organization and productive energy, social life is causally controlled. 13. For this reason the value principle is identical with the fundamental idea of the materialist conception of history. 14. Apparently, in Hilferding's view, the law of value fulfills the functions of Adam Smith's invisible hand. But whereas in bourgeois theory it is the exchange process which assures the proper distribution of social labor and the products of this labor, for Hilferding it is labor itself and the necessary distribution of this labor which regulates social life behind the back of the producers. In either case, social necessities assert themselves independently of human activities and force a definite behavior pattern upon them. Social necessity is here seen as a force which, recognized or not, overrules on its own accord all human activities by which it may be contradicted. For Hilferding, social necessity turns into a law of value in capitalism because social relations between persons are attached to things and appear as things, as commodity relations, and not as what they really are, namely, social production relations between persons. By doing away with the fetishism of commodity productions, he believes the law of value would be revealed for what it really is, the necessity to regulate the social labor process in accordance with social needs directly recognized in the needs of persons. And it is only in this sense, according to Hilferding, that the law of value is historical. In socialism, it will be replaced by a social organization of production and distribution based on the principle of labor and its appropriate distribution. This change, however, only makes apparent and direct what hitherto asserted itself indirectly and unconsciously in the form of value relations. According to P.M. Sweezy, another Marxist, it is one of the primary functions of the law of value to make clear that in a commodity-producing society, in spite of the absence of centralized and coordinated decision-making, there is order and not simply chaos. No one decides how productive effort is to be allocated or how much of the various kinds of commodities are to be produced, Yet the problem does get solved, and not in a purely arbitrary and unintelligible fashion. It is the function of the law of value to explain how this happens and what the outcome is. It follows from this, Sweezy says, that insofar as the allocation of productive activity is brought under conscious control, the law of value loses its relevance and importance, its place is taken by the principle of planning. In the economics of a socialist society, the theory of planning should hold the same basic position as the theory of value in the economics of a capitalist society. 15. In Sweezy's view, then, the opposition of value production to planned production is one between unconscious and conscious control of production. The functions of the law of value, i.e. the regulation of exchange ratios among commodities, the quantity of each produced, and the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production, 16 are also the functions of the planning principle, with this difference, however, that the latter is accompanied by knowledge and foresight and the former is not. According to Marx, all economy is finally reducible to the economy of time. 17 But even though the economics of time determine the allocation of labor in both socialism and capitalism, the allocation itself will be different for the two systems. In capitalism it is determined by the production of capital as exchange value, in socialism, production is supposedly a value-free production for use. The allocation of labor in capitalism is therefore not identical with the distribution of labor that prevails in other forms of social production. It is a capitalistically modified form of this necessity to distribute labor in definite proportions. And it is precisely this modification which makes the allocation of labor in capitalism appear as an economic law operating blindly like a natural law. For the nature of the production process determines the allocation of labor within the necessities set up by the economy of time. Although value production, too, rests on social labor and the economics of time, it is not derived from the laboring process itself. Rather, value production derives from the laboring process as the social relations of capitalism modify and change it. What Marx defines as the rational and naturally necessary, and as the life process of society based on the material process of production, is neither an economic category nor an economic law of universal validity, but simply the rock-bottom condition of all social existence and development. Despite Hilferding's assertion, the materialist conception of history is not identical with the labor theory of value. It discusses social development in general, of which capitalism is only a special case. The labor theory of value refers to the specific social relations which operate under capital production. Capital production transforms the laboring process into a value-producing process and the social relations into economic categories. The labor theory of value does refer to the inescapable need, common to all societies, to work and to distribute the social labor in definite proportions. But this general necessity is manifested in a law of value only in capitalism, and only because the market economy cannot divorce the value-producing process from the production processes itself. The law of value does not operate apart from market relations and is not a necessary requirement for the social organization of labor. But the social organization of labor is necessary for social production, and capitalism finds its answer to this need in the law of value. The type of regulation of production brought about by the law of value is also specific to capitalism. The proportional allocation of social labor is necessary in all systems of social production, but it will vary nonetheless with the differences between these systems. Even the most general requirements of social production, which may be valid at all stages of social development, take on a specific historical character when applied in different social systems of production. This is not merely a question of conscious as against unconscious regulation, as Sweezy seems to imply by referring to the displacement of the law of value by the planning principle, for the regulation of production under the planning principle will be quite different from that determined by the law of value. For Marx, even the most general categories, which possess universal validity just because of their abstract nature, are nonetheless historically conditioned and have full validity only for, and within, the historical relations in which they arise. 18 For instance, he pointed out, both the fact and the concept of abstract labor, of labor in general, are rather ancient. Yet abstract labor as an economic category is a modern accomplishment. The physiocrats still considered agricultural labor the only kind of labor that created value. With Adam Smith, however, it is already labor as such, whether applied to manufacture, commerce, or agriculture, which yields the wealth of nations. Wealth is brought forth by all kinds of labor, by labor in general. From this it may appear, Marx wrote, that finally there has been found the abstract expression for the simplest and oldest of social production relations of general validity. In one sense this is true, of course, but in another sense not, for the modern lack of interest regarding specific types of labor presupposes the great and actual variety of the labor activities of modern capitalism, of which none in particular can be adjudged the ruling type of labor. Labor as such, labor in general, this simple abstraction, which is the starting point and the high point of bourgeois economy, appears as a practical truth only as a category of modern society, even though it also expresses an ancient and for all social formations valid relationship. 19. It is because capitalism is the hitherto most developed organization of social production that its economic categories throw light upon past social production relations. Just as the anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape, Marx said, so bourgeois society is a key to the production relations of previous social formations. But not in the sense of bourgeois economic theory which, by disregarding historical differentiations, discovers in all past societies only its own economic categories. The economic categories of bourgeois society may lead to the apprehension of the conditions of existence common to all social formations, but they will not lead to the discovery of economic laws of universal validity. The labor theory of value, i.e. the equation of social wealth in general with social labor in general, which has also yielded insight into the rational and naturally necessary common to all social formations, will continue in the future as it has in the past to have general validity insofar as it is itself an expression of the rational and naturally necessary, but not insofar as it is an expression of the specific capitalist production relations. As a measure of value and an allocator of social labor, the theory of value evolved for, and within, the bourgeois relations of production. It is surplus labor which leads to capital, and thus it is labor time by which social wealth is measured. But the formation of wealth as the accumulation of surplus value is just a particular, historically conditioned form of wealth production, bound up with the specific class and property relations of capitalism. Although wealth as capital can only be increased through the increase of surplus labor as surplus value, this is due not to the process of material wealth production as such, but to the form this process takes within the social relations of capitalism. Capital arises from labor time, and grows the faster the more labor time becomes surplus labor time, but real social wealth depends only on the actual productivity of labor and on the real conditions of production, and is not necessarily tied to appropriated quantities of labor time. For Marx and Engels, economic value is a category that belongs to commodity production and disappears with this mode of production, as it did not exist prior to this mode of production. 20. The ruling economic categories are only abstractions of the social production relations and are truths only while these relations exist. 21. While they exist, however, they determine economic activities. A critique of political economy must therefore start with the analysis of value relations. It is on the market that the products of labor acquire a uniform social status as commodities. This status is distinct from their varied forms of existence as objects of utility. According to Marx, this division of a product into a useful thing and a value does not stem from the labor process as the metabolism between man and nature, but is a social accomplishment. It gains practical importance only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as value has therefore to be taken in account, beforehand, during production. 22. The private labor of each producer is socially equal to that of every other producer only because the mutual exchangeability of all kinds of labor and useful products is an established social fact. And this equalization of the most different kinds of labor can be the result only of an abstraction from their inequalities, or of reducing them to their common denominator, viz., expenditure of human labor power in the abstract. 23. It is precisely the difference in the various kinds of labor which is the necessary condition for the exchange of commodities measured in terms of abstract labor time. The reduction of all kinds of labor, regardless of skill and productivity, to abstract or simple labor is not only a postulate of value theory but is actually and constantly established in the exchange process. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labor, but its value, by equating it to the products of simple and unskilled labor, represents a definite quantity of the latter alone. 24. Furthermore, it is not the individual's productivity which determines the value of any particular commodity but the socially necessary, or average, productivity required for its production, and it is not the individual's particular skill which finds consideration in the exchange process but only the social evaluation of this skill. And this evaluation, by the nature of the thing, can only be quantitative, a multiplication of simple labor expressed in money terms. Capitalism is not a society of independent producers who exchange their products in accordance with the social average labor time incorporated in them. It is a surplus value producing economy engaged in the competitive pursuit of capital. Labor power is a commodity, its value, exchange value, is determined by its production and reproduction requirements measured in terms of labor time. Its use value has the capacity to produce, besides its own exchange value, a surplus value. This type of production is possible because the workers are divorced from the means of production, and are thus forced to sell their labor power to the owners of capital. Obviously, the equal exchange between capital and labor in terms of value is based on the fact that part of the social labor is not exchanged at all, but is simply appropriated by the buyers of labor power. But whether appropriated or exchanged, the whole social product enters the market in the form of commodities. Whatever part of it cannot be sold has no value, even though labor has been expended on it. The unsold part of social labor would be a waste of surplus labor. There simply would be less surplus value than there was surplus labor. To realize all the produced surplus value, it is necessary to produce commodities for which there is a sufficient demand. By trial and error, individual capitalists will adjust their production to the changing social market demand. Labor and labor time is every entrepreneur's preoccupation, even if his eyes focus on market prices as he attempts to maximize his profits. For in order to get these profits, he must first maximize the surplus labor in the production process. He can do so either by lengthening the working time or by increasing the intensity and productivity of labor during a given time. In either case, the worker's exchange value will be at a minimum and surplus value will therefore be at a maximum for a given total expenditure of labor power. What holds for the individual entrepreneur holds also for society as a whole. Out of total production, a minimum of wages will yield a maximum of profits. Value and price. In order to stay in business, every capitalist entrepreneur must strive for the largest possible amount of surplus labor, for only by achieving this maximum can he maximize the profits he can realize through market prices. This profit maximum is only partly determined by his own exertions in maintaining or raising the rate of exploitation. It is co-determined by similar exertions on the part of all other capitalists. To increase the profitability of any particular capital, the profitability of total social capital must be increased, for otherwise there would be no way of realizing the increased appropriation of surplus labor as profits in the market. Since surplus labor in the form of commodities falls outside the capital-labor relationship, it must be exchanged between capitalists themselves in their efforts to preserve their capital by augmenting it. The growth of any particular capital depends on the accumulation of total social capital. This fact sets definite limits to the expansion of all separate capitals. The owner of a growing business becomes aware of these limits where diminishing returns make it unprofitable for him to expand it further. However, capital, like labor power in the abstract, is differentiated only quantitatively. No matter what the type of production, capital will be employed wherever there is a prospect of sufficient yields. If one avenue of expansion closes, others opening up will be invaded. It is the profitability principle which distributes investments over the different spheres and branches of production, thus allocating social labor in accordance with the surplus value requirements of capital accumulation. And it is this competitive flow of capital which gives rise to a tendency to equalize rates of profit on capital. Although the capital market does not differentiate between capital and labor investments, this division does affect the economy. The physical nature of the production process defines the relationship between labor and capital, and thus determines the proportion of investment falling to each factor. There is a difference, to speak in Marxian terms, between the organic compositions of different capitals in different spheres of production. Some production processes require great investments in means of production and relatively small investments in labor, while others need less capital investments and demand more labor. The first relationship Marx called a high and the second a low organic composition of capital. Since labor is the only source of surplus value, or profits, and profits are measured on total investments, i.e. means of production together with labor power, it should follow from the labor theory of value that capitals of different organic compositions, but with equal rates of surplus value, should yield different rates of profit. In reality, there prevails a tendency toward their equalization. Leaving aside such considerations as varying rates of surplus value in different enterprises, originally diverse rates of profit point to the variety in organic compositions of various capitals. Since the differences in the organic composition of capital which industries possess are determined by their production process, they cannot be eliminated. It may be possible to a degree to average the organic composition of capital within a particular industry, but this cannot be done between totally different spheres of production. Thus the averaging of individual rates of profit must take place in circulation. In order to understand this mechanism, it is necessary to consider the social character of capitalist production and the dual nature of the commodity as both a use value and an exchange value. There exists a real need to coordinate production in terms of use values. In capitalism, the market fulfills this function. It can only exchange what has been produced, but what has been produced reflects the social demand of capitalism at any particular stage of its development. Social demand as revealed by the market is not identical with actually existing social needs but only with these needs within the frame of capital production. Still, this capitalistically determined social demand expresses itself as a demand for use values. The rising organic composition of capital in a particular industry implies an increasing demand for its commodities. And it is this social demand for commodities produced by industries of a high organic composition which allows them to realize prices that secure their profitability. Since the low organic composition of other industries does not by itself lend their commodities more social use value than they actually possess, these industries will not be able to realize a greater profit than is compatible with existing social demand as determined by the economic system as a whole. In the course of capital accumulation, almost all industries will increase their investment in capital at a faster rate than their investment in labor power. Capitals of previously low organic composition may turn into capitals of high organic composition and vice versa. Because of the social interdependence of the capitalist mode of production, the growth and change of the total capital structure will affect all individual spheres of production and the relations between various industries. A shift from light to heavy industry, for instance, will alter the relations between the extracting and the industries. So long as the product of any industry is necessary for the functioning of the system as a whole, it will be able to command prices that will make its existence and expansion possible. Because all capitalists try for the highest profitability in a market where demand is predetermined by the production system as a whole, the distribution of surplus value is a social affair. As such, it excludes individual considerations such as the specific organic compositions of independent capitals. The total social surplus value comprises a definite quantity of social labor incorporated in commodities. Not only the surplus labor but the total social product, or the great bulk of it, must go through the circulation process. The impossibility of isolating surplus value from its commodity embodiment and the need to throw almost the whole of social production on the market divorces the realization and the division of surplus value from its production. If there were a value-for-value exchange, enterprises with a high organic composition of capital could not expand for lack of profitability, while those of a low organic composition could not expand for lack of additional markets. Private capital accumulation, however, implies competitive market relations which transform values into prices of production. Of course, the transformation is only a way of saying that although everything in the exchange process occurs in terms of prices, the latter are nevertheless determined by value relations of which the producers are not aware. This determination of price by value cannot be established empirically, it can only be deduced from the fact that all commodities are products of labor, of different quantities of labor, and from the necessarily proportional distribution of the whole of social labor. There is no direct way of discovering a commodity's price in its value, or, by a reverse procedure, of discovering its value in its price. There is no observable transformation of values into prices, and the value concept has meaning only with regard to total social capital. The transformation is brought about by way of competition, by the search for profits and extra profits which constitutes the capitalist contribution and reaction to the increasing productivity of labor. As pointed out above, capital competes for the more profitable lines of business and, where possible, shifts from one type of economic activity to another. It tries to escape from spheres of low profitability and to enter those of high profitability. Under conditions of competitive marketing and investment, any particular capital will realize an approximately average rate of profit. Actually, of course, the rates of profit differ from business to business and from year to year according to the different circumstances, and the general rate exists only as an average of many businesses and a number of years. It is the nature of the rate of profit and of economic laws in general, that none of them has any reality except as approximation, tendency, average, and not as immediate reality. 1. Subjected to the equalization of profit rates in this sense, an enterprise's share of the total social profit will depend on the size of its capital. This is a further inducement for a rapid capital accumulation. The interdependence of capitalist production, that is, the dependence of each producer on the existence of all other producers, as well as their common need to go through the market in order to turn surplus labor into profits, produces a kind of capitalistic communism. 2. According to Marx, originally different rates of profit are equalized by means of competition into a general rate of profit, which is the average of the special rates of profit. The equalization of profits transforms values into prices of production and divides social surplus value equally among the individual capitals in proportion to their sizes. This world of prices is the only world for the capitalists. For them, that part of the value of the commodity which they have to pay for constitutes its cost price, which excludes unpaid labor. Profits appear to them as the excess of the selling price over the cost price. Commodities can thus be sold below their value so long as they are sold above their cost price. It is around the cost price, or price of production, that market prices oscillate. Cost prices are specific but the profit added to them is not. According to Marx, while one commodity receives too little of the surplus value another receives too much, so that the deviations from value shown by the prices of production mutually compensate one another. In short, under capitalist production, the general law of value enforces itself merely as the prevailing tendency, in a very complicated and approximate manner, as a never ascertainable average of ceaseless fluctuations. 3. Marx thought that commodities would exchange on the basis of labor-time values only by accident. That labor-time determines the production process of commodities is obvious. But this cannot find consideration in the exchange process. Already in the first volume of Capital, Marx, still restricted to value analysis, pointed out that a quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, or the deviation of the former from the latter, is inherent in the price form itself. This is no defect, but, on the contrary, admirably adopts the price form to a mode of production whose inherent laws impose themselves only as the mean of apparently lawless irregularities that compensate one another. Moreover, the price form is not only compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, but it may also conceal a qualitative inconsistency, so much so, that although money is nothing but the value form of commodities, prices cease altogether to express values. Objects that in themselves are not commodities, such as conscience, honor, etc., are capable of being offered for sale by their holders, and thus acquiring, through their prices, the form of commodities. Hence an object may have a price without having a value. 4. According to Marx, then, commodities are not and cannot be exchanged in accordance with the socially necessary labor time incorporated in them. Yet Marx insists that no matter what may be the way in which prices are regulated, the law of value dominates the movements of prices, since a reduction or increase of the labor time required for production causes prices of production to fall or to rise. 5. And since the total value of the commodities regulates the total surplus value, and this the level of the average rate of profit, it follows that the law of value regulates the prices of production. 6. Even though individual commodity prices do not correspond to labor time values. Actually, of course, prices exist only individually, and their regulation by the law of value can only be deduced from the fact that, although there is no way of dealing with total social production in capitalism, it is nonetheless a reality which overrides all individual exchange relations. Marx's adherence to the labor theory of value, coupled with his demonstration that commodities cannot be exchanged in accordance with their value, caused both friends and foes to accuse him of self-contradiction. To quote one of the latter, Bohm-Bawerk wrote that either products do actually exchange in the long run in proportion to the labor attaching to them, in which case an equalization of the gains of capital is impossible, or there is an equalization of the gains of capital, in which case it is impossible that products should continue to exchange in proportion to the labor attaching to them. The theory of the average rate of profit and of the prices of production cannot be reconciled with the theory of value. 7. Marx never claimed, however, that in the long run products exchange in accordance with their labor time. He held that the law of value regulates the prices of production and the average rate of profit by determining whether their levels are high or low with respect to total value and surplus value. The law of value dominates the movements of prices by virtue of the varying productivity of labor. There is no need for a reconciliation of the law of value with the prices of production and the average rate of profit. Value does not dominate the actual quantitative exchange ratios of the commodity market. But the overall fall or rise of the prices of production and the average rate of profit is caused by the changing value relations and the changing value content of commodities in the course of the changing productivity of labor and the structural changes in the organic composition of total capital. Because the rational and naturally necessary asserts itself only as a blindly working average, Marx wrote to Kugelmann, the vulgar economist thinks he has made a great discovery when, as against the revelation of the inner interconnection, he proudly claims that in appearance things look different. In fact, he is boasting that he holds fast to appearance and takes it for the last word. Why, then, have any science at all? 8. For Marx, the value concept was the science, or tool, with which he could penetrate and understand the nature and history of capitalism. But though a concept has the essential nature of that concept and cannot prima facie coincide with reality, from which it must first be abstracted, 9. Marx's abstractions only reflect, in the form of thought, the content already reposing in the relation. 10. Even if there were no chapter on value in capital, Marx wrote, the analysis of the real relationships which I gave would contain the proof and demonstration of the real value relations. All that palaver about the necessity of proving the concept of value comes from complete ignorance both of the subject dealt with and of scientific method. 11. In order to understand the capitalist system and its dynamic, it was necessary to lay bare its real social production relations and to analyze its development in its fetishistic determination, i.e. as a value expansion process. This analysis does not require proof that the actually given price relations between specific commodities are traceable to labor time. It merely requires recognition of the obvious fact that, just as in any other economic system, so also in capitalism, social existence and development are unalterably bound up with labor-time relations in the production process. No matter how prices may deviate from values, they must find their explanation as well as their boundaries in labor-time relations and thus, in capitalistic terms, in the law of value. Marx took pains to demonstrate the validity of the law of value for a system which precludes a value exchange. These efforts do not betray any desire on his part to make the law of value operational. He did not expect the law to verify actual exchange relations in terms of prices. Rather, his efforts relate to the theoretical need to test the validity of the law in confrontation with a reality which seemed to contradict it. Finding out whether or not value relations do, in fact, underlay market and price relations required a theory of prices consistent with the theory of value. The transformation of values into prices of production satisfies this theoretical need. The problem of individual price determination was of no real interest to Marx, only value relations mattered, plus the assurance that the difference between value and price as encountered in reality would neither logically, nor actually, invalidate the value concept as the key to the essential fundamental laws of capital production. Convinced that the deviation of price from value does not eliminate the derivation of price from value, even though this derivation can only be established deductively, Marx was not surprised that the established bourgeoisie should find the value theory irrelevant to their own practical problems. Whereas the very existence of an average rate of profit, as brought about by way of competition, turned the question of its formation and its quantitative changes into a problem transcending the market reality and thus the horizon of bourgeois economic interest, it served Marx as a verification of the labor theory of value. He saw very well, of course, that by the transformation of value into prices of production, the basis of the determination of value is itself removed from direct observation, and he found it only natural that the capitalist should lose the meaning of the term of value at this juncture. 12.4. With regard to the average rate of profit, the individual capitalists justly believe that their profits are not derived solely from the labor employed in their individual spheres, and since they saw further that a reduction in the quantity of labor required for production exerts no injurious influence on profits, how, then, could living labor be the exclusive source of profit? 13. While competition averages the various rates of profit, it does not determine the magnitude of the average rate of profit at any given time, nor does it cause the changes which occur in this rate. Competition, according to Marx, can influence the rate of profit only to the extent that it affects the prices of commodities. It can merely make the producers within the same sphere of production sell their commodities at the same price, and make them sell their commodities in different spheres of production at prices which will give them the same profit. In order to balance unequal rates of profit, the profit as an element in the price of commodities must already exist, and competition does not create it. 14. Rather, competition is itself conditioned upon the existence of profit, and the explanation of the average rate of profit presupposes the recognition of its source, which then leads back to value and surplus value. The average rate of profit indicates that prices are determined by the system as a whole. The system as a whole is susceptible to value analysis. Competition leads to the division and accumulative application of surplus value. And this competition implies a deviation of prices from values just because it takes place in a value and surplus value producing society wherein the distribution of social labor and the mutual supplementing and circulation of matter in the products, the subordination under the social activity and the entrance into it, are left to the accidental and mutually nullifying initiative of the individual capitalists. 15. Within the market mechanism, the actual division of the products which comprise the aggregate value of the necessary labor time, as well as the actual division of surplus value among the capitalists and non-productive layers of society, is determined by the real activities of men in the competitive pursuit of their interests within the frame of their socially determined, but changing possibilities. And here there is nothing but the struggle of all against all, self-interest against self-interest, a general and impenetrable scramble for the amassing of wealth, or for mere existence. Market and extra-market activities intertwine, and there is no room for the clear-cut exchange relations of either value on price theory. But even from a purely economic point of view, the variety of degrees of exploitation, differences in the turnover of various capitals, differences between the spheres of production, the existence of monopolies, the effects of rent and interest upon the rate of profit, and so forth, exclude the possibility of recognizing the value base of the commodity price. This base remains visible only in the influence of the fluctuating productivity of labor upon the rise and fall of the prices of production. 16. Marx never intended to descend from the general idea of value, by means of ever closer determinants, to a direct determination the prices of commodities. 17. What he tried to show with respect to the value-price problem is that the absence of value considerations in the market does not invalidate an analysis of capital in value terms. Beyond the statement that price relations presuppose value relations and that in this sense the latter determine and limit the former, no need exists for a Marxian theory of prices. Marx's goal, the formulation of a theory of capital development, necessitated analyzing capital in terms of labor and surplus labor, value and surplus value. The value-price transformation does not stand in opposition to the abstract value scheme, it merely points to its limitations. Marx saw no other way, and no other way has yet been found, to penetrate the bewildering capitalist reality and the ceaseless flux of its development except with the value concept. The controversy around the value-price transformation problem has meanwhile abated. It is no longer doubted that it is possible to construct an economic model in which the labor theory of value is set forth as a system of distribution, but in which commodities do not exchange in proportion to the amount of labor used in their respective production. 18. However, bourgeois economy is not interested in the origin but only in the making of profit. It is interested in the market, not in what sustains and determines its mechanism and changing structure. The deviation of price from value could not do away with the derivation of price from value simply because social production is time spent in the laboring process, and the quantity of products it comprises can never exceed that number which an equivalent quantity of labor time can produce. However, the deviation of price from value, due to the market relations which reflect social necessities within the system of capital production, is not such that value is discernible in price. Aside from being a practical impossibility, it would be a superfluous undertaking, for only in its price form, not in its value form, does the evaluation of commodities in the exchange process reflect the capitalistically modified social needs which determine the capitalist production and expansion process. The disregard of the hidden value content of commodities through the deviation of price from value indicates the extent of socialization possible within the otherwise a social capitalist society. So long as the deviation of price from value secures, in one fashion or another, the necessary and capitalistically determined proportioning of social labor via the competitive market relations, price and market relations are the sole concern of bourgeois theory and practice. Without either ideological or practical applicability in capitalist society, the labor theory of value could survive only in the Marxist critique of bourgeois economy. The law of value as equilibrium mechanism. Marxist criticism of bourgeois society had to encompass more than proof of the exploitation of labor by capital. The idea of surplus value was inherent in the labor theory of value, and socialists prior to Marx had utilized it in their arguments. In order to show once more that profit or surplus value is gained in production and not in exchange, Marx found it advisable to disregard the effects of market competition on value relations. This is possible only in theory, because the production process cannot actually be divorced from the exchange process. Yet, according to Marx, the laws of capitalist production cannot be observed in their pure state, until the effects of supply and demand are suspended, or balanced. This was not meant to suggest that such an equilibrium is actually possible because, in fact, supply and demand never balance. In bourgeois economic theory, prices are determined by supply and demand. On the assumption that supply and demand discrepancies cancel one another in the long run, it appears reasonable to abstract from them and look upon the market as an equilibrium mechanism. Even when it is admitted that extra economic forces affect price relations, the conviction prevails that such interventions, by operating on either the supply or demand side, will finally issue into a state of equilibrium. Bourgeois economic theory does not recognize class exploitation, for the commodities entering the market do not betray the division of labor and surplus labor through the twofold character of labor power as an exchange value and as a use value. It asserts that the market relations assure to each and all the equivalent of their particular contributions to the production process, and that it is precisely the maximization of private self-interest which leads to the optimum of social well-being. The maximization of private self-interest, Marx pointed out, could have quite other effects, if private interests were not already socially determined private interests, whose realization depended on social conditions, and on the means provided by these conditions, as well as on their reproduction requirements. Otherwise, sheer self-interest could just as well slip into the utter chaos of a struggle of all against all. It is the law of value which gives expression to the socially determined nature of private interests, and for that reason explains whatever order there is in capitalism. This order is itself subjected to the evolution of capital production. Marx saw no reason to deny that market competition affects price relations and the allocation of labor and capital. But this does not imply that the various actually existing averaging and balancing processes yield the market equilibrium of bourgeois theory. It merely means that the social character of production subjects individual producers to a series of restrictions beyond their control. This loss of self to uncontrollable market events subordinates the whole of the economy to the dynamics of capital accumulation. To speak of a law of value is to say that the exchange relations in capitalism appear as an independent power controlling the producers instead of being controlled by them. It relates to the simple historical fact that the increasing socialization of production and exchange took place under the auspices of private property relations, so that individual conditions of production came under the social control of market relations. Individual successes or failures on the market lead to shifts in the sphere of production, and these shifts lead to new market situations, which then require individual producers to take still other actions in order to maintain themselves. Success, however, is simply the realization of extracted surplus labor in the form of profits within the price mechanism, as determined by the competitive supply and demand relations which indicate the peculiar social needs under conditions of capital production. Market relations derive their definite shape, at any given time, from the quantity of value and surplus value actually produced. They are essentially conditioned on the mutual relations of the different economic classes and their relative economic positions, that is to say, first on the proportions of the total surplus value to the wages, and secondly, on the proportion of the various parts into which surplus value is divided, profit, interest, rent, taxes, etc. 3. Whatever takes place in the market sphere can take place only within the definite boundaries which events in the sphere of production and the peculiarities of the distribution of the social product establish. This is not to say that supply and demand discrepancies cannot affect the economy independently, they do so constantly. But it does imply recognizing that market relations are essentially derivative, circumscribed as they are by the capacities and limitations of the production process. Because it is impossible in practice to separate the production process from the circulation process, the effects of the increasing productivity of labor upon the basic production relations as value relations appear only in the modified form of price and profit relations determined by the competitive supply and demand mechanism. But the fact that market relations can only be price relations in no way alters the primary fact that the supply and demand relations are circumscribed by social production relations and the character of social production as the accumulation of capital. In Marx's view, it is not the price system which regulates the capitalist economy but, rather, unknown yet capitalistically determined necessities of production acting through the price mechanism. The regulatory competitive price mechanism is itself regulated by the law of value, just as the law of value may, in turn, be overruled by natural and social necessities transcending the capitalist system. Because society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume, the social production process is continuous. In capitalism, the social production process is at the same time a reproduction process on an enlarged scale. The development of capitalist production, Marx said, makes it constantly necessary to keep increasing the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition makes the immanent laws of capitalist production to be felt by each individual capitalist, as external laws. It compels him to keep constantly extending his capital, in order to preserve it, but extend it he cannot, except by means of progressive accumulation. For the need to accumulate determines the activities of all capitalists, and it is through their activities that the social production and reproduction process appears as the self-expansion of capital. The control of the producers by the market is thus simultaneously the control of the producers and the market by the accumulation of capital. Since capital is appropriated surplus values, the qualitative and quantitative nature of the social production process depends on the ability or inability to extract fresh surplus value. Accumulation is the source and goal of capitalist production, but capitalists do not concern themselves either with total social production or with the proportional relationship of its necessary and surplus labor. As regards the reproduction of the working class, the capitalists leave its fulfillment to the laborer's instinct of self-preservation and of propagation. All the capitalist cares for is to reduce the laborer's individual consumption as far as possible to what is strictly necessary. 5. The workers, on their part, may try to raise their wages at the expense of profits without regard for the accumulation requirements of capital production. Both attitudes find unknown yet definite limits in the conditions set by the social production relations as value relations. The market is the stage on which all competitive activities are played out. But this stage itself is set up and bound by the class nature of the social structure. Whatever the market relations, they must fit the social production relations. Surplus value must be adequate to the value of capital for the market play to go on. The criterion for adequacy is accumulation, for without it there may be production but no capitalistic production, i.e. no production of capital. The rate of accumulation, or, what amounts to the same thing, the rate of surplus value or profit, is the ordering element on which the regulatory functions of the market are based. Competition averages commodity prices and profit rates. Obviously, this averaging process presupposes individual differentiations. The sphere of production determines the social supply, and the social demand disregards individual differentiations in the sphere of production. The market demand of the laboring population cannot exceed the equivalent of the wage capital and consists generally of consumption goods. The surplus value to be realized outside the capital-labor exchange is basically split up into profit, interest, and rent. Part of it is reinvested, another part consumed. Surplus value is convertible into capital because the surplus product, whose value it is, already comprises the material elements of new capital. 6. Accumulation, as abstention from consuming the whole of the surplus value, appears to the capitalists as a saving process, and profits as the reward of this abstinence. Actually, of course, the more capital increases by means of successive accumulation, the more does the sum of the total value increase that is divided into consumption fund and accumulation fund. The capitalist can therefore live a more jolly life, and at the same time show more abstinence. And, finally, all the springs of production act with greater elasticity, the more its scale extends with the mass of the capital advanced. 7. Nonetheless, the accumulation fund cannot be any larger than what is left of the surplus value after the consumption demands of the non-laboring population have been met. The smaller the total social consumption relative to the total social product, the larger the residue of surplus value for purposes of accumulation. In bourgeois theory, postponement of current consumption by way of savings is merely the way to a richer future consumption. This postponement, however, is continuous, no matter how much has been saved and reinvested in new means of production. Although consumption does increase in the course of capital expansion, capital accumulation increases faster. There can be no equilibrium between production and consumption, at any particular time or in the long run, because progressive capital expansion means widening the gap between the two. Market equilibrium can exist only in abstract value terms. It exists when the market demand is one that will assure the realization of surplus value by way of capital expansion. The semblance of a supply and demand equilibrium exists only within the process of capital accumulation. It is only in this sense that the law of value maintains the social equilibrium of production in the turmoil of its accidental fluctuations. 8. Even so, in maintaining the social equilibrium of production, the law of value asserts itself just as the law of gravity does when a house falls upon our ears. 9. It asserts itself by way of crises, which restore, not a lost balance between supply and demand in terms of production and consumption, but a temporarily lost but necessary equilibrium between the material production process and the value expansion process. It is not the market mechanism which explains an apparent equilibrium of supply and demand, but the accumulation of capital which allows the market mechanism to appear, at times, as an equilibrium mechanism. Accumulation and the falling rate of profit. Marx was not particularly interested in demonstrating the viability of anarchic capitalism. His concern with the law of value relates to his ultimate aim to lay bare the economic laws of motion of modern society. One of the best points in Capital, Marx wrote to Engels, are 1. The twofold character of labor, according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, all understanding of the facts depends upon this, and, 2. The treatment of surplus value independently of its particular forms of profit, interest, ground rent, etc. 2. The twofold character of labor power is, of course, the equivalent of the social relations of capital production as a production of surplus value. And the independent treatment of surplus value points to this basic social relationship, which lies hidden behind the various categories in which surplus value is split up among its various appropriators. Capitalist production is production of exchange value by way of production of commodities. Its goal is surplus value as additional exchange value. Surplus value is the difference between the exchange value of labor power and its actual productive capacity. It is the time relation between the labor necessary to sustain and reproduce the workers and the labor that falls to the capitalists in the form of surplus products, later realized in profits. From the standpoint of the labor theory of value, the exchange value of a commodity decreases with the increasing productivity of labor. More use value in commodity form finds its expression in the same or less exchange value as the socially necessary labor time incorporated in them declines. The development of the social productivity of labor in capitalism expresses itself on the one hand in the decrease of exchange value relative to the use value of commodities, and on the other hand in an increase of the mass of use values which compensates for the declining exchange value. Viewed capitalistically, a mere increase in productivity is senseless unless it involves an increase of surplus value in terms of exchange value. This requires an increase in the rate of exploitation, in the rate of surplus value, which, in turn, involves a change in the relation between necessary and surplus labor time. It can be accomplished either by lengthening the total working time or by shortening the work period required to cover the exchange value of labor power. One can assume, however, that capital expansion in a closed system will reach a point where the number of workers cannot be increased, where the working time cannot be prolonged, and where that part of the labor time during which the workers produce their own means of existence cannot be any further shortened. At such a point capital accumulation would come to an end. The increases of productivity, of surplus value, and of the accumulation of capital are all one and the same process. They all imply that capital invested in the means of production grows faster than that invested in labor power. In Capital, Marx constructs a value model of capital development in terms of the conceptual entity total capital, with its social aggregates of wages, profits, and investments. Although all directly discernible connections between value and price are lost in the actual exchange process, a consideration of society as a whole shows that all prices together, regardless of their relations to each other, represent total value. This allows for a value analysis of capital development. The concept, society as a whole, like the value concept itself, is justified not only as a necessary theoretical device but as a valid abstraction from reality. In general, social development is based on the growing productive power of social labor. Increasing the productivity of labor means that more can be produced in less time. This is accomplished through the development of means and methods of production or, under capitalist conditions, by the accumulation of capital. The growth of capital changes its organic composition. To give Marx's own definition of the term, the composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. On the side of value, it is determined by the proportion in which it is divided into constant capital or the value of the means of production, and variable capital or value of labor power, the sum total of wages. On the side of material, as it functions in the process of production, all capital is divided into means of production and living labor power. This latter composition is determined by the relations between the mass of the means of production employed, on the one hand, and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. I call the former the value composition, the latter the technical composition of capital. Between the two, there is a strict correlation. To express this, I call the value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and mirrors the changes of the latter, the organic composition of capital. 3. It follows from this definitions that there is a difference between the rise of the value composition of capital and the rise of its material technical composition. For instance, if the capital value employed in spinning is 7/8 constant and 1/8 variable, whilst at the beginning of the 18th century it was 1/2 constant and 1/2 variable, the mass of raw material, instruments of labor, etc., that a certain quantity of spinning labor consumes productively today is many hundred times greater than at the beginning of the 18th century. The reason is simply that, with the increasing productivity of labor, not only does the mass of the means of production consumed by it increase, but their value compared with their mass diminishes. Their value therefore rises absolutely, but not in proportion to their mass. The increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is, therefore, much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production into which the constant, and the mass of the labor power into which the variable, capital is converted. The former difference increases with the latter, but in a smaller degree. 4. The organic composition of capital reflects this particular relationship between value and material composition. The gradual change in the organic composition of capital occurs more or less in all spheres and branches of production. The average of individual compositions yields the composition of the total capital in any particular branch of production, and the average of the averages in all branches of production yields the composition of the total social capital. It is with this final average that Marx is concerned when he deals with the general law of capital accumulation. To repeat, the rise of the organic composition of capital implies that the mass of the means of productions and production itself, rise faster than the value composition of capital, which follows, by the law of value, from the decrease of exchange value caused by the increasing productivity of labor. By assuming a constant rate of surplus value, the rising organic composition of capital leads to a gradual fall of the rate of profit, since it is only the variable part of capital which yields surplus value while the rate of profit is measured on total investments, i.e. constant and variable combined. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is compensated through the increasing productivity of labor which results from the higher organic composition of capital. Capital accumulation, according to Marx, expresses itself on the one hand in a tendency to a progressive fall of the rate of profit, and on the other hand in a progressive increase of the absolute mass of the appropriated surplus value or profit, so that on the whole a relative decrease of variable capital and profits is accompanied by an absolute increase of both. This twofold effect can express itself only in the growth of the total capital at a ratio more rapid than that expressed in the fall of the rate of profit. 5. Capital may accumulate and maintain a given rate of profit when the value of the variable capital and the value of the constant capital grow at the same pace. This would, however, imply capital formation without an increase in the productivity of labor, which contradicts the real development of capitalism, particularly its vast technological advancement. The absence of capital accumulation may not cause a fall in the rate of profit. But a non-accumulating capitalism is only a temporary possibility, it is a capitalism in crisis. For capitalist production is conceivable only in terms of accumulation. Generally, capital formation always displaces labor and to that extent reduces the rate of profit while simultaneously increasing both the rate and the mass of surplus value. As long as the rate of surplus value can be sufficiently increased, the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is only latent. To demonstrate a declining rate of profit, one may assume a stationary rate of surplus value in an otherwise expanding capitalist system. But a situation in which exploitation cannot be increased enough to offset the tendential fall of the rate of profit is not foreseeable. Marx himself pointed out that the abstract scheme of capital development was not enough to provide any predictions about the actual world. All crises in capitalism must be explained out of the given empirical conditions, out of the real movement of capitalist production, competition, and credit. 6. The value analysis of capital development postulates the possibility of crises by a mere consideration of the general nature of capital, without regard to the additional and real relations that form the conditions of the real production process. 7. Nevertheless, the law of the falling rate of profit was for Marx the most important law of political economy. 8. Simple though the law of the falling rate of profit appears to be, the classical economists had tried in vain to discover it. 9. They had not succeeded because they had been tinkering with the distinction between constant and variable capital without ever defining it accurately. 10. Ricardo, for instance, equated profit with surplus value. 11. But he did not observe its relation to total capital. Thus he failed to recognize the falling rate of profit as an immanent law of capital accumulation. Although incapable of predicting the end of capitalism in any specific sense, the recognition of the falling rate of profit as the immanent law of capital expansion destroyed the illusion that capitalism could ever reach the state of tranquility its apologists held out as the hope of the future. It implies that all the concrete contradictions encountered in reality cannot be considered accidental or remediable shortcomings. These difficulties, singly and as a developmental pattern, are due to a trend inherent in capital production itself. When capitalism's interconnections are grasped, Marx wrote, all theoretical belief in the permanent necessity of existing conditions breaks down before their practical collapse. 12. In its early stages, capital formation seemed to be merely a quantitative increase in capital. Through the rising organic composition of capital, it became a qualitative change. Newly added capital attracts fewer and fewer laborers in proportion to its magnitude, and the reproduced capital, which partakes of the changing capital composition, repels more and more of the laborers formerly employed by it. Still, accumulation implies an increase in the laboring population, since part of the surplus value must be retransformed into additional variable capital. To do this requires an accelerated rate of capital expansion. According to Marx, it is not merely that an accelerated accumulation of total capital, accelerated in constantly growing progression, is needed to absorb an additional number of workers, or even, on account of the constant metamorphosis of old capital, to keep employed those already functioning. In its turn, this increasing accumulation and centralization becomes a source of new changes in the composition of capital, of a more accelerated diminution of its variable, as compared with its constant constituent. 13. However, the extension of capital production brings new capital of low organic composition into the market economy. Thus the relative decline of the variable capital is mitigated by its absolute growth. Technological development reduces the capital value of the means of production and thereby slows up the growing discrepancy between constant and variable capital. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is compensated for by these and other counter-tendencies. The question is, however, whether this is always possible. As previously noted, there are two ways of increasing the rate of surplus value for a given capital: lengthening the working day, or shortening that part of the working day during which the workers produce the equivalent of their exchange value. This holds true also for the imaginary society as a whole, i.e. the world treated as one nation in which capitalist production prevails everywhere, in order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances. 14. In this model of capital production, the rate of surplus value may be increased, by increasing the total labor time or by decreasing that part of the total labor time which is the equivalent of variable capital. But there are definite limits beyond which the absolute labor time cannot be extended, and the necessary labor time, the labor time falling to the workers, cannot be reduced. This is as true for the total mass of social labor as it is for the individual worker. However, the limits which apply in the case of the individual worker are observable, while those which limit society as a whole, or any existing society, are not. To speak in extremes, the absolute working time during any one day cannot exceed 24 hours, and the necessary labor time cannot be reduced to zero. The extraction of surplus value has both natural and social boundaries. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is a theoretical conclusion derived by applying the labor theory of value to the capital formation process. As a result of the increasing productivity of labor, we will recall, the value of commodities declines with the reduction of the labor time required for their production. But more commodities are now produced during the time previously needed for fewer of them. Spread over a greater mass of use values, exchange value is also enlarged, though to a lesser degree, and capital accumulates. A similar process affects the profitability of capital. Although the rate of profit declines with the rising organic composition of capital, the mass of surplus value increases with the mass of the accumulated capital. For any definite amount of capital, the rate of profit will be lower. But since the total mass of capital is larger, there is more surplus value, and capital realizes the same, or even a higher, profitability. In Marx's words, the same causes which bring about an absolute decrease of surplus value and profit on a given capital, and consequently in the percentage of the rate of profit, produce an increase of the absolute mass of surplus value and profit appropriated by the total capital. 15. This is so, because while any aliquot part, any 100 of the social capital, any 100 of average social composition, is a given magnitude, for which a fall in the rate of profit implies a fall in the absolute magnitude of profit just because the capital which serves as a standard of measurement is a constant magnitude, the magnitude of the social capital, on the other hand, as well as that of the capital in the hands of the individual capitalists, varies inversely with the decrease of its variable portion. 16. Despite the fall in the rate of profit, there may be an absolute increase of the number of laborers employed by capital, an absolute increase of the mass of surplus value absorbed, and consequently an absolute increase in the mass of the produced profit. And this increase may be progressive. And it may not only be so. On the basis of capitalist production, it must be so, aside from temporary fluctuations. 17. The development of the social productivity of labor implies an increased production of use values, including the means of production, and consequently requires additional labor. This labor depends not on the value, but on the mass of these means of production, including the means of subsistence, because the laborer in the production process is not operating with the exchange value, but with the use value of the means of production. 18. Accumulation is therefore accompanied by a growth of the mass of the available and appropriated surplus labor, and consequently by a growth of the absolute mass of profit appropriated by the social capital. 19. All that is necessary is that the multiplier indicating the growth of the total capital must be equal to the divisor indicating the fall of the rate of profit. 20. In other words, capital must grow at a faster rate than the rate of profit falls. In order that the variable portion of the total capital may not only remain the same, but may also increase absolutely, although its percentage in the total capital falls, the total capital must grow at a higher rate than the percentage of the variable capital falls. 21. Thus the accumulation process itself nullifies the fall of the rate of profit. If the accumulation is large enough, the greater mass of capital of a higher organic composition will yield the same or a greater profit than that brought forth by a smaller total capital of lower organic composition. Seen in the light of the labor theory of value, accumulation in terms of exchange value is held in check by the falling rate of profits, while the simultaneous growth of use value, in the form of additional capital, increases the mass of profit and therewith increases the actual profitability of capital. Nevertheless, accumulation, according to Marx, is characterized by, first, the increase of surplus labor, that is, the reduction of the necessary labor time required for the reproduction of labor power; secondly, the decrease of the labor power, the number of workers, employed in general for the purpose of setting in motion a given capital. 22. These occurrences are mutually conditioned by one another and affect the rate of profit in opposite ways. While the rate of surplus value rises in one direction, the number of laborers falls in the opposite direction. To the extent that the development of the productive powers reduces the paid portion of the employed labor, it raises the surplus value by raising its rate, but to the extent that it reduces the total mass of labor employed by a certain capital, it reduces the factor of numbers with which the rate of surplus value is multiplied in order to calculate its mass. 2 laborers each working 12 hours daily, cannot produce the same mass of surplus value as 24 laborers each working only 2 hours, even if they could live on air and did not have to work for themselves at all. 23. Because the relation between wage labor and capital determines the entire character of the capitalist mode of production. 24. The fall of the rate of profit can be checked by accumulation but cannot be entirely prevented. The compensation for the relative reduction in the number of workers by means of an intensified exploitation cannot go on forever but must eventually find its absolute limit in the increasingly greater mass of the reproducible capital and its expansion requirements. Whatever the mass of labor power in the real capitalist world, in relation to the progressively faster growing constant capital, it must become a relatively diminishing quantity of surplus value producing labor power. Carried to its logical end, a continuously accelerating capital expansion will change the relative decline of the rate of profit into an absolute decline because of a lack of surplus value with respect to the swollen mass of capital. When this happens, reality will correspond to Marx's model of capital expansion. The business cycle. Marx's value model of capital development is a methodological device to grasp its inner interconnections, which cannot be observed in immediate reality. To have a theory of capital development at all, the force of abstraction has to transcend the semblance of competition. The abstract value scheme reveals that, apart from competition as the driving force of capital formation, profit production already finds a limiting element in the capital-labor relationship. In order to forestall a decline of profitability, accumulation must never rest. More and more surplus value must be extracted. For this purpose, production must be steadily revolutionized, and markets must be continually extended. The twofold character of commodity production as the production of exchange value and use value determines that the process of accumulation, and the variations in surplus value which follow from it, will become increasingly more detrimental to the functioning of the capitalist system. The twofold character of the commodity, as a use value and as an exchange value, and their movements in opposite directions in the course of the developing productivity of labor reappears on the larger social scale of capital accumulation as a conflict between the expansion of production and the expansion of surplus value. The conflict is resolved by an accelerated capital accumulation. According to Marx, however, the resulting growth of capital is not a smooth process. Capital has the tendency to develop the productive forces absolutely, regardless of value and surplus value contained in it, even though the goal of production is the preservation of the value of the existing capital and its self-expansion to the highest limit. When the expansion of production outruns its profitability, the accumulation process comes to a halt. The interruption of the accumulation process constitutes the capitalist crisis. It appears as an overproduction of capital, which, for Marx, never signifies anything else but overproduction of means of production and necessities of life, which may serve as capital, that is, serve for the exploitation of labor at a given degree of exploitation, for a fall in the intensity of exploitation below a certain point calls forth disturbances, crises, destruction of capital. 2. In terms of Marx's abstract value analysis of capital accumulation, this would correspond to a situation in which the reduced labor power is no longer able to reproduce and enlarge the total mass of capital. The actual accumulation process resembles the abstract value scheme of capital development. But what in theory is the final outcome of an uninterrupted development appears in reality as a recurrent cycle. Each cycle, so to speak, is a condensed replica of the long-run trend of capital expansion. The capitalist crisis is an overproduction of capital only with respect to a given degree of exploitation. If the latter is sufficiently increased, accumulation can proceed, for it was halted only because the accumulated capital proved too large in relation to the rate of profit it was able to bring forth. Because it is only by way of accumulation that the capitalists can preserve and enlarge their capital, they do so without regard to, and without the ability to regard, the necessary profitability of the total social capital, on which the profitability of all private capitals finally depends. When the rate of profit does not grow along with the mass of capital, the latter's increasing organic composition is not offset by a greater mass of surplus value, and the decreasing profitability of capital will halt its further expansion. Marx's descriptions of economic processes are not always the most precise, which allows for contradictory interpretations. However, as the whole of Marxian theory rests upon value theory, the validity of any particular interpretation may be judged by its fitness with regard to the law of value. Marx's statement, for instance, that capital has the tendency to develop the productive forces absolutely, regardless of the value and surplus value contained in it, may easily be interpreted as meaning that it is the expansion of the material production process itself which causes a lack of profitability. In that case, however, the fact that capitalism can overcome crisis would be incomprehensible, for it does so precisely by developing the social productive forces still further. If the productive forces outrun the value requirements of accumulation, they do so only in the sense that the expansion or contraction is determined by the appropriation of unpaid labor, and by the proportion of this unpaid labor to materialized labor in general, or, to speak the language of the capitalists, is determined by profit and by the proportion of this profit to the employed capital, by a definite rate of profit, instead of being determined by the relations of production to social wants, to the wants of socially developed human beings. The capitalist mode of production, for this reason, meets the barriers at a certain scale of production which would be inadequate under different conditions. It must come to a standstill at a point determined by the production and realization of profit, not by the satisfaction of social wants. 3. The relationship between the appropriated unpaid labor and the mass of capital can be improved only by increasing the mass of unpaid labor. This increase, in turn, leads to a further increase in the mass of capital. From the point of view of profitability, then, the crisis of overproduction represents a situation in which the existing capital is simultaneously too small and too large. It is too large in relation to the existing surplus value, and it is not large enough to overcome the dearth of surplus value. Capital accumulation is thus both the cause of crisis and the instrument that overcomes it. The crisis sets in because the expansion of production has lost its necessary correlation with the profitability of capital, so that, from the point of view of the latter, capital has been overproduced. This lack of correlation between production and profitability can also be expressed as a discrepancy between material and value production due to the twofold character of capital production as the production of use value and of exchange value. Although subordinated to the relentless drive for exchange value, the use value aspect of capital, as the material production process, continues to play a relatively independent part in capital production. The continued existence of capitalism shows, however, that the internal contradiction between use and exchange value does not alter the dominance and control of material production by value considerations. That this dominance becomes increasingly more precarious is historically illustrated by the increasing severity and frequency of crises and, finally, by the advent of the rather permanent crisis conditions that are now oddly celebrated as the taming of the business cycle via conscious interferences in the market mechanism. The effect of the use-value aspect of capital production upon the accumulation of capital comes to the fore, for instance, in the determination of the mass of additional capital required for a successful capital expansion. Only a definite amount of new capital, as determined by the amount of physical capital already in existence, will suffice for an accelerated capital expansion. This definite mass refers to total social surplus value in relation to the total social capital. If this definite mass of surplus value cannot be produced under the existing conditions, there can be no profitable capital expansion. There may then exist an abundance of investable funds which is not large enough to serve the needs of a profitable accumulation. In the real capitalist world it cannot be known, of course, whether the mass of surplus value is adequate for the purpose of capital expansion. The relationship between the mass of existing capital and the mass of surplus value needed to assure its reproduction on a larger scale can only be discerned indirectly, through market and price relations which signify either an expanding or a contracting economy. This indirect discernment is inaccurate because factors not caused by a discrepancy between material production and value production may account for a downward business trend. 4. In reality, the conversion of surplus value into profit is determined as much by the process of circulation as it is by the process of production. 4. Discrepancies in the supply and demand relations may hinder the realization of surplus value even though, under different market conditions, the actually produced surplus value may have proved adequate for the requirements of capital formation. Be this as it may, the point is that even on the assumption that no realization problem exists, it is possible that a discrepancy between material production and value production will arise which will have to be overcome before accumulation can go on. On the assumption that no difficulties arise in the circulation process, a sufficient mass of surplus value would lead to the simultaneous expansion of material and value production, and an insufficient mass of surplus value would not. The arrest of the accumulation process is, of course, the capitalist crisis, which manifests itself in a sudden decline of profitability. Once in crisis, capitalism can only resume its expansion through changes in the sphere of production which increase the surplus value relative to the value of the existing capital. Such changes require a starting point different from that which constituted the endpoint of the previous phase of capital expansion, for this endpoint proved to be a crisis point. In other words, the new upswing presupposes both the crisis and the destruction and devaluation of capital which it brings. The crisis leaves the use-value side of capital largely unaffected, except when the material means of production are actually destroyed, as in times of war. But it affects the value of the total constant capital through the destruction of capital values during the crisis and ensuing period of depression. The same quantity of use value now represents a smaller exchange value, and the surplus value, determined by the unaltered use value of capital, relates itself to a smaller total value of capital. With regard to its material side, the organic composition of capital remains the same, but as regards its value side, it has been lowered. This adjustment raises the profitability of the surviving capitals. Capital stagnation cannot have physical causes, for the existing material forces of production, as both means of production and labor power, are not altered by the crisis. Nor can it find its cause in a material overproduction of the means of production, for in this respect the world is obviously undercapitalized, not enough means of production exist to satisfy even the minimal needs of the world's population. The turn from prosperity to depression can only be explained as a shift in value relations, that is, as a shift from a sufficient to an insufficient profitability of capital. As profits are only another name for surplus value, or surplus labor, the crisis cycle finds its explanation in the loss and restoration of an adequate rate of exploitation. As there was apparently no lack of surplus value during the phase of accumulation preceding the depression, the accumulation process itself, by altering the organic composition of capital, must have led to a relative dearth of surplus value and produced the crisis. The resumption of the accumulation process indicates that ways have been found to increase the production of surplus value in a measure great enough to neutralize the effects of the rising organic composition of capital on the rate of profit. The rising organic composition of capital, the law of the progressive increase of the constant capital in proportion to the variable, Marx found confirmed at every step by the comparative analysis of the prices of commodities, whether we compare different economic epochs or different nations in the same epoch. 5. The height of the organic composition of capital at any particular time says nothing, of course, about the further prospects of capital production. Capital can accumulate with a high as well as a low organic composition of capital, so long as its rate of exploitation is correspondingly accelerated. Overaccumulation of capital relative to the exploitability of labor reduces the rate of accumulation or stops it altogether, yet the resulting crisis conditions provide opportunities for the reorganization of the total capital structure, which allows for a new phase of capital expansion. The devaluation of capital relates a given mass of surplus value to a smaller total capital. And the capital concentration which it aids plays the surplus value into the hands of relatively fewer entrepreneurs. Less productive capital disappears to make room for more productive capital, and the sharper competition between remaining capital hastens the search for capital-saving and labor-saving innovations, until the increase of surplus value makes expansion possible once more. This increase must be large enough, however, to enlarge total capital beyond the highest point of expansion it previously reached. Although no actual crisis is predictable as to the time of its arrival and the extent of its devastation, the state of crisis can be awaited as the certain result of an enhanced accumulation process unable to maintain its necessary profitability. Because the decline of profitability, associated with a scale of production signifying an overproduction of capital, becomes apparent in the market sphere, it appears as a mere market problem, as a temporary disequilibrium of supply and demand. No capitalist can admit more, for to trace the crisis to the underlying value relations of capital production means to accept responsibility for the crisis as an economic expression of the exploitative capital-labor relations. The realization of surplus value. According to Marx, the contradictions inherent in the movements of capitalist society impress themselves upon the practical bourgeois most strikingly in the changes of the periodic cycle through which modern industry runs, and whose crowning point is the universal crisis. 1. Throughout the 19th century, crisis followed crisis in intervals of roughly 10 years. The periodicity of crises, according to Marx, stems simply from capitalism's ability to overcome the overproduction of capital through changes in conditions of production which increase the mass of surplus value relative to the existing capital. The definite crisis cycle of the last century is, however, an empirical fact not directly related to Marxian theory. It is true that Marx tried to connect the definite periodicity of the crises with the turnover of capital. But he did not insist on the validity of this explanation. In my case, his theory does not depend on any particular periodicity of crises. It only maintains that crises are bound to arise as an expression of a temporary overproduction of capital and as the medium for the resumption of the accumulation process. In Marx's abstract value scheme, an absolute overproduction or overaccumulation of capital sets in as soon as a further enlargement of the total capital would yield a mass of surplus value smaller than that previously realized. Although the conditions which the value scheme of development assumes do not exist in the real world of capital production, it is nevertheless clear that individual capitals, and capitalism as a whole, exist in situations which set limits to their growth. If these limits are transcended, crisis sets in. This leads to activities that remove these borders by reorganizing the total capital structure. Yet this reorganization sets up conditions which contain specific limits of their own. At any given time, the actual borders of capital expansion are determined by general social conditions, which include the level of technology, the size of the already accumulated capital, the availability of wage labor, the possible degree of exploitation, the extent of the market, political relations, recognized natural resources, and so forth. It is not the market alone but the whole social situation in all its ramifications which allows for, or set limits to, the accumulation of capital. Because it is not possible to calculate when the expansion of one or all capitals reaches its limits in actual social conditions, limiting conditions have to be assumed in order to reveal the meaning of the process here involved. The capitalist economy is an entity of production and exchange. The great bulk of the commodities produced must be sold, for if commodities cannot be sold, the capital and surplus value they contain cannot be realized, and the increased exploitation that produced them may not be able to prevent reduced profits. The discrepancy between the creation of surplus value and its realization appears as a glut on the market, as an overproduction of commodities. Seen from the angle of productive development rather than from that of its results, the overproduction of commodities is an overproduction of capital. For Marx, the overproduction of capital always implies the overproduction of commodities, but the distinction between them is still important. For the overproduction of capital and commodities, instead of leading to a curtailment of productivity, only accelerates the latter, thereby indicating that the discrepancy between the production of surplus value and its realization arises because of a decline in the rate of accumulation. With a sufficient rate of capital expansion there would be no overproduction, and as soon as the accumulation process is resumed, the market becomes once more what is considered normal, despite the even larger quantity of commodities now offered for sale. What is involved here, then, is not an overproduction of commodities in relation either to the absolute consuming power of society or to the relative consuming power of capitalism, but an overproduction of commodities in relation to the capitalistically limited demand under the particular conditions of relative capital stagnation. Overproduction of capital is always the endpoint of a period of successful capital formation wherein the extension of production parallels the expansion of the existing capital. To prevent this point from arriving, the conditions of production must be altered. These change, of course, in the very process of accumulation. There is, however, no reason to assume that the conditions of production will always change so as to accommodate the need for capital expansion, the less so because the former are the general social conditions of production and the latter a particular need bound only to the exploitative capital-labor relationship. And though it is true that social demand, by affecting the distribution of social surplus value via the competitive establishment of an average rate of profit, sets or removes limits to particular capitals, this social demand does not represent the realities of social conditions but is itself largely determined by the production of capital. At any rate, a crisis is an interruption of the accumulation process. Whatever specific crisis theories have been brought forth since Marx, these things are generally acknowledged, that a rate of expansion sufficient to forestall stagnation and decline depends on the profitability of capital, that it becomes increasingly more difficult to maintain such a profitability in view of the size of capital already reached, that economic stagnation can be ended only by an improvement in profitability. These constitute the content of all business cycle theory. All crises have been preceded by a speculatively enhanced expansion of production and credit. This does not mean, however, that overproduction results from speculation and the extension of credit, for the extension of the credit system is only the form which hides the overproduction of capital. Overproduction is already inherent in competitive capital accumulation because of the twofold character of value production and the single-minded drive for exchange value. The expansion and contraction of credit is a mere symptom of the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. The decline of profitability contracts the credit structure just as the increase of profitability enlarges it. Similarly, while it is true that competition enhances capital expansion regardless of the profitability of total capital, this is so only because the tendency for the rate of profit to fall exists in the production process, independent of the competitive mechanism. Aside from windfalls of colonial robbery, early capital formation proceeded at a relatively even pace because of the still placid course of technological development and because of social barriers to the creation of a vast industrial proletariat. The non-capitalist aspects of the economy were still strong enough to give the total social process of development the general appearance of production for consumption. The same backwardness accounts, of course, for the horrors of early capitalism and the extraordinary greed for surplus value that found its expression in the pauperization of the working population. It also explains the classical economists' pessimism about the capitalist future, and their own, inadequate, concern with the problem of the falling rate of profit. For only with the rise of modern industry, the opening of the world market and the preponderance of capital-labor relations in production, did capital expansion itself become the major determining factor of social development. Until then, human physical necessities under less complex social conditions gave the early capitalist development an element of order not its own. Although predetermined by the division of labor into necessary labor and surplus labor, social demand in early capitalism was in large measure a demand for the means of consumption. Hence the idea that the market equilibrium of supply and demand is determined by the social requirements of production for consumption. As capitalism became the dominant mode of production and the tempo of accumulation increased, social demand became in always greater measure a demand for capital. Supply and demand in the traditional sense ceased to determine the production process. The production of capital, as capital, determined the size and nature of the market demand. Commodity production creates its own market insofar as it is able to convert surplus value into new capital. The market demand is a demand for consumption goods and capital goods. Accumulation can only be the accumulation of capital goods, for what is consumed is not accumulated but simply gone. It is the growth of capital in its physical form which allows for the realization of surplus value outside the capital-labor exchange relations. So long as there exists an adequate and continuous demand for capital goods, there is no reason why commodities entering the market should not be sold. According to Marx, a market equilibrium in terms of prices implies an equilibrium in terms of values and presupposes the full realization of surplus value. For a given time period, total social labor is accounted for only when the unconsumable part of surplus value is converted from commodities into fresh capital. Only then is the circulation process in harmony with the production process. Without this accumulation, prices will fall not only because of the increased productivity of labor but also because the supply of commodities will exceed the demand. On the other hand, if the demand for capital exceeds the supply, prices will rise despite the increasing productivity of labor. Prices rise or fall with variations in the productivity of labor and in supply and demand. These latter variations, however, depend on the rate of capital expansion, and this rate depends in turn on the productivity, profitability, of labor relative to the existing mass of capital. In other words, price changes due to supply and demand relations derive from the value and surplus value relations which determine the rate of accumulation. Whatever the price movements that accompany the accumulation process and whatever their particular fluctuations in times of crisis, at no time do they tend toward an equation of supply and demand which gears social production to social consumption. Price changes always relate themselves to the expansion or contraction of capital accumulation. A low rate of capital expansion will appear as an excessive market supply of commodities and depress prices. A high rate of accumulation will reverse the market situation and raise commodity prices. There can be surplus labor production without capital accumulation. In that case, surplus value would comprise no more than the consumption fund of the non-working population. But capital production excludes the state of simple reproduction. Coerced by competition, the individual capitalists must accumulate, if only to preserve the capital already their own. Capital is used up in the production process as a cost of production item, and is recovered in the circulation process as part of the price of commodities. Generally, any particular capital which does not increase its productivity by expanding will disappear, for capital can only realize its surplus value on the market, and the market averages prices according to the changing productivity of labor. An entrepreneur may invest in new and more productive capital equipment even when his profit on current production makes this a questionable undertaking, because the additional investment may promise a greater competitive ability and enable him to enlarge his market at the expense of other capitalists. All additional investments are so many attempts to partake of an expected larger market demand, or to get a larger share of an existing stable, or even declining, demand at the expense of other enterprisers. A larger market presupposes a larger production, even though a larger production may not find an adequate market demand. In the attempt to safeguard capital by augmenting it, the capitalists accelerate the accumulation process. There is no certainty that the expansion of production will extend the market in equal measure. However, this very acceleration is itself a market extension in that it increases the demand for the means of production. If, in consequence, the market demand increases generally and affects all spheres and branches of production, a period of prosperity ensues and will appear as an equilibrium of supply and demand. On the assumption that capital accumulation has this effect, the only possible reason why it should suddenly be halted is a lack of surplus value, and this lack must have arisen within and despite the accumulation process. In reality, of course, it seems to be the other way around. It appears that the surplus value is unrealizable due to an abundance of use values, commodities. And to the individual capitalist it is indeed lack of demand which hinders the sale of his commodities and which induces him not to increase production by additional investments. But this apparent dependency of accumulation on market demand merely reveals the individual capitalist's reactions to the social dearth of surplus value, or surplus labor, i.e. to the insufficiency of the laborer's use value, their working capacity, that falls to the capitalists in exchange for the laborer's exchange value, wages, or, what is the same, to the decrease of the exploitability of labor in comparison with the profit requirements of a progressive capital accumulation. Hidden in the sphere of production, this situation is not contradicted by a glut in the commodity market. It must always be kept in mind that capitalist production is for profit and capital. The production of commodities as concrete use values is merely the medium for the production of capital as abstract exchange value. It must also be remembered that, with respect to profitability, the decline of the exchange value element of commodity production is immunized by the increasing productivity of use value production. Likewise, the decline in profitability that a definite amount of capital experiences finds its compensation in the growth of the total capital. In this manner, an increase in the quantity of unpaid labor, expressed as a greater mass of commodities, sets aside the tendential fall of the rate of profit. Thus, the actual glut on the commodity market must be caused by the fact that labor is not productive enough to satisfy the profit needs of capital accumulation. Because not enough has been produced, capital cannot expand at a rate which would allow for the full realization of what has been produced. The relative scarcity of surplus labor in the production process appears as an absolute abundance of commodities in the circulation process and as the overproduction of capital. This is made evident by the fact that periods of overproduction are always terminated by an increase, not a decrease, in production and in the means of production made possible by improving the conditions of exploitation. Although the expansion of capital depends on the realization of surplus value in circulation and sporadically comes to a halt through market limitations, capital accumulation is not a realization problem. It is that too, of course, but the realization problem derives from the fact that capital production is a value expansion process. Even assuming the non-existence of the realization problem, Marx saw the accumulation process as historically limited because it destroyed its own source of existence and secret of development through the fall of the rate of profit in the course of the rising organic composition of capital. This process, to be sure, can also be described in the less abstract form of surplus value realization. The results would be the same, however. The sphere of circulation grows with the growth of capital. But the capital expansion process is also a capital concentration and centralization process. This hampers the spatial extension of capital production, for capitalists become increasingly unable and unwilling to capitalize world production. The increasing difficulty of maintaining a rate of profit sufficient for the expansion of existing capital diminishes the desire to extend capital into non- or underdeveloped regions. Instead, these regions are largely maintained as cheap raw material bases in exchange for commodities produced in capitalistically developed territories. Accumulation did imply the constant extension of capitalist production through the transformation of more primitive modes of production into commodity production. This is one way of arresting the rise of the organic composition of capital and of stabilizing the rate of profit. But accumulation also brings centralization and concentration, which depress the formation of new capital, and thus gradually diminish the beneficial effects new capital can have on the average rate of profit. According to Marx, the concept of capital contains the tendency to create the world market but capitalist development simultaneously hinders the capitalist development of world production by its imminent tendency to monopolize the capital accumulation process. This is not to say that capitalism is responsible for the existence of underdeveloped countries. But it is to say that a full industrialization of world production cannot be accomplished through the accumulation of private capital. The growth and monopolization of private wealth hampers and distorts the formation of social wealth. To be sure, there is nothing in the capitalist system which prevents it from searching for profits all over the globe, and there is no place capital will not enter if it is profitable to do so. Yet the concentration of wealth based on private property divides the world into capital-rich and capital-poor regions, just as it polarizes each particular nation into capitalists and wage workers. Capitalism found it more profitable to restrict industrial development to its own part of the world. Once this monopolistic position was reached and consolidated, it could not be given up without seriously disturbing the whole fabric of Western capitalism. To preserve the non-industrial nations as markets for their manufacturing industries was then the commercial policy of all developed nations, and it was politically enforced in countries under their control. Nature itself, it was asserted, destined some countries to be producers of industrial commodities and others to be producers of primary products. More than a natural fact, this division was also an economic convenience, as elucidated by the theory of comparative costs, i.e. the notion that it was more economical to produce primary products in primary producing countries and more economical to produce industrial commodities in industrial nations. In this way, supposedly, everyone gained by the international division of labor, that is, by the division of the world into industrial and non-industrial nations. Actually, however, the exchange between these countries was always advantageous to the developed ones and disadvantageous to the underdeveloped. This is one way in which capital concretely hinders the unfolding of the forces of production. But while this procedure hastens the expansion of the monopolized capital for some time, it later becomes an additional cause of capital's stagnation. And this is so because in relation to the rising accumulation requirements of the existing concentrated capitals, less and less surplus value can be extracted out of the productively stagnating underdeveloped territories. For their own part, these territories cannot capitalize production in competition with the already highly monopolized capitals, and the rise of new independent capitals is possible only in relative isolation from the capitalist world market. Designed and built up with a view towards expanding world market, the productive capacity of capitalistically advanced nations exceeds the scope of their national markets. As this is more or less true for all industrial countries, their combined production exceeds the scope of the world market, unless a general rapid capital formation expands the world market as fast as it does production. Although this is seldom the case, it is not impossible. Marx's model of capital accumulation assumes that this is possible and therefore restricts the tendential fall of the rate of profit to events in the sphere of production. In reality, of course, the widening productivity gap between the capitalistically developed and underdeveloped regions impairs the realization of surplus value through the latter's increasing impoverishment. By fostering only the exploitation of primary goods production, by transferring profits made in these areas to the industrially advanced nations, and by imposing terms of trade favoring the developed capitalist countries, the advanced nations reduce the underdeveloped areas' ability to buy manufactured goods. The poorer the underdeveloped nations become, the less a market they offer for the products of the industrially advanced countries, and the less able they are to capitalize themselves and thus to increase the general demand. This lacking demand is actually a lack of surplus value in territories unable to buy. What appears as a realization problem in advanced capitalist systems is a production problem in less developed nations. The total effect, however, is a shortage of surplus value, which hinders the advance of the general accumulation process. Whether one looks at the production of surplus value, or its realization, when seen from the position of total capital, the real problem of capitalism is a shortage, not an abundance of surplus value. Only by looking at a particular capitalist nation in isolation, or by separating the developed capitalist world from the world as a whole, does an actual lack of surplus value appear as an overproduction of commodities. Similarly, it is only from the standpoint of the individual producer in any capitalist nation that an actual shortage of socially produced surplus value appears as a declining market demand. But in the world at large and in each nation separately, there is overproduction only because the level of exploitation is insufficient. For this reason, overproduction is overcome by an increase in exploitation, provided, of course, that the increase is large enough to expand and extend capital and thereby increase the market demand. Capitalism in crisis. Because of the fetishistic character of capital production, the capitalist system in all its phases and in all its details may in a way be considered to be in a permanent condition of crisis. Depression is a precondition for prosperity. Prosperity comes to an end in a new depression. They are, so to speak, two sides of the same coin. Since capitalists operate as individual concerns in a social production of worldwide scope, and are not able to comprehend the real possibilities and limitations of the system as a whole, overexpansion in some spheres of production, or in some nations, may lead to overexpansion in other industries and nations and may finally affect the world at large. Both the force of competition and the desire to profit by a boom turn an upward trend in business into a self-propelling expansion which can drive investments to a point where the profits demanded of them are no longer forthcoming. Overproduction of capital demands a fairly well-developed capitalism. It is not a real issue in the early stages but becomes an increasingly greater problem as capital accumulates. In a certain sense, each crisis is more severe than the one preceding it because of the growing interdependence of production and of social life generally. In another sense, each successive crisis faces greater opportunities because the breadth of structural changes required for capitalism's further expansion becomes ever greater. Past a certain point, however, capital expansions need to extend geographically runs into the national barriers within which capitalism developed. The nations in crisis attempt to bridge these difficulties at the expense of other nations. Economic opportunities shift from one country to another, from one continent to another, and the economy now requires not only the rationalization of industry but a general reorganization of the economic, social, and political structure of world economy. The crisis lays bare the discrepancy between material and value production. Its approach is signaled by a slackening rate of accumulation, an overproduction of commodities, and an increase in unemployment. So the way out of the depression is effected by closing the gap between expansion and profitability, by new investments and the normalizing of the commodity and labor markets. A crisis does not just start, it starts in specific industries, even though it is caused by the total situation. Like the crisis, the upswing, too, starts in specific industries and cumulatively affects the whole of the economy. Because capital accumulation is the enlarged reproduction of the means of production, the upswing and decline, although general, are first and foremost noticeable in the manufacture of production goods. The crisis does not, however, reflect the real situation. Just as the upswing exaggerates profit expectations, so the crisis exaggerates declining profitability. To speak in Keynes' subjective terms, the unrealistic optimism of prosperity leads to the unrealistic pessimism of depression. In either direction, the competitive process tends to extremes. It hastens both the overproduction of capital and the reorganization of the capital structure. A depression may sneak into existence by a gradual slowing down of economic activity, or it may be initiated by a dramatic crash with sudden bank failures and the collapse of the stock market. The crisis itself is merely the point at which the reversal of business conditions is publicly recognized. Whatever the circumstances surrounding the reversal of the economic trend, it is accompanied by an overproduction of commodities. Even the last phases of the boom preceding the crisis are, viewed in retrospect, already unprofitable, but recognition of this fact has to await the verdict of the market. Commitments made on the assumption of a continuous upward trend cannot be met. The conversion of capital from commodity to money form becomes increasingly more difficult. The crisis of production is at the same time a financial crisis. The need for liquid funds and the attempt to avoid losses intensify the fall of securities and commodity prices. Competition becomes cutthroat competition, and for some businesses prices are forced down to the point of ruin. Capital values are rapidly depreciated, fortunes are lost, incomes are wiped out. Social demand declines further as the number of unemployed grows. The commodity glut is checked only by the still faster decline of production. The crisis extends into all spheres and branches of production. Its general form reveals the social interdependence of the capitalist mode of production despite the private property relations which control it. After a period of panic, however, the capitalist economy reorients itself towards a new stability under changed conditions. The ensuing stagnation or depression, while destroying many businesses, improves the profitability of the survivors by presenting them with larger markets. A more concentrated capital now commands a larger sphere of business operations. It defends and consolidates its newly won position, cutting labor costs by investing anew in technological innovations. To a greater or lesser degree, competition forces all surviving capitals to do the same, and a new wave of investments, altering the relationship between profit and wages, initiates a new period of capital production. The problems of capitalism, coming to the fore on the market, find their solution in the sphere of production, though the solution is not complete until it also affects market relations. Not only the conditions of capital production but also its circulation improve and ease the realization of surplus value. As the upward trend gains momentum, demand increases and the oversupply of commodities diminishes. Prices begin to rise under conditions of a greater volume of business, for the concentration process affects the sphere of circulation, too. To be sure, wages also begin to rise and the average rate of productivity of labor declines because of the greater number of workers employed, including less productive workers laid off during the Depression. But as long as profitability can be raised through new methods and means of production faster than it falls due to the improvement of labor conditions, the rate of accumulation remains unaffected. Despite intermittent periods of depression, each upswing brings capital production to a higher point and wider extension than its previous level of development. There are fewer capitalists relative to the increased capital but more in absolute numbers. There are fewer workers employed relative to the accumulated capital but more in absolute numbers. Capital develops in a manner that may be described as 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. This type of locomotion does not hinder the general advance, it only slows it. When capitalist development is seen and steady process, quite apart from the hectic fluctuations of expansion and contraction, the rate of capital accumulation is quite moderate and gives no indication of the many upheavals and social struggles it involves. To speak, then, of the capitalist crisis or the business cycle is merely to refer to the specific manner in which capital accumulates under competitive market conditions where the interrelations of capitalist production as a whole are left to enforce themselves by way of crisis. Any mechanism in capitalism which regulates anything at all must first regulate the relations between production and profitability. With the self-expansion of capital as the determining developmental factor, the law of value asserts itself less and less in terms of price changes in everyday market activity. It requires, instead, an all-embracing economic crisis. The equilibrium tendencies of the competitive market come to the fore not in their actualization but in the expansion and concentration of capital. And just because it requires a crisis to re-establish the type of proportionality necessary for a further capital formation, the various crisis elements accumulate undetected and unchallenged in each expansion period. For Marx, each period of crisis and depression is a manifestation of the workings of the law of value, a healing process on which the continued life of capital depends. The equilibrium forces of the market operate within a mechanism which equates the rate of accumulation with the rate of profit and to this end demands recurrent crises. The type of market equilibrium of which bourgeois economy speaks cannot be brought about. The only equilibrium possible is a dynamic equilibrium which implies a successful accumulation of capital and, therewith, a steady increase of the disequilibrium between social demand and actual social needs, between the profit-determined expansion of production and the expansion and organization required for the satisfaction of social needs. The capitalist crisis validates the general theory of capital accumulation, as it is here that Marx's abstract value analysis of capital production finds its observable verification. The rise of the organic composition of capital is an incontestable development. The fall of the rate of profit as a consequence of the rising organic composition of capital is, however, experienced only in periods of crisis and capital stagnation, as expanding capitalism compensates for the fall of the rate of profit by a rise in the mass of profits on the larger total capital. No specific data exist for the organic composition of total capital. According to the state of industrialization, it is high in some nations and low in others. Even for a particular nation, the organic composition of capital can only be vaguely calculated from insufficient, unsuitable, and largely unreliable data, which yield not much more than the obvious, namely, that the increasing productivity of labor manifests itself in the continuous expansion of capital. 100 years after the writing of Capital, it must still be said that not even for a single country, America in this instance, can past performances with respect to capital formation and financing be studied in adequate detail, because of lack of data. However, what data exist do verify Marx's expectations as to the course of capital development. As regards capital formation in America, Simon Kuznets relates that during the period 1869 to 1955 there was a marked growth of capital per person and per number of the labor force. Net capital stock per head rose, over the period as a whole, to about 4 times its initial level, at a rate of about 17% per decade. To be sure, capital formation per head of population and even per head of labor force is not related to the rise of the organic composition of capital in the Marxian sense. It shows nonetheless that capital increased constantly and, for the period under consideration, rose 4 times faster than population. Kuznets summarizes the growth in the volume of capital formation in terms of dollar values in constant, 1929, prices. He distinguishes between gross and net capital formation, the latter being the actual additions to the existing capital after the deductions of the consumed fixed capital are made. The annual value of gross capital formation rose from $3.5 billion in 1869 to 1888 to $19 billion in 1929 to 1955, and to $30 billion in 1946 to 1955. This long-term rise over some 3/4 of a century was thus about 9 times the original level. Capital consumption, depreciation, charges also rose rapidly, from an annual level of about $1.5 billion in 1869 to 1888 to over $14 billion in 1929 to 1955 and slightly over $19 billion in 1946 to 1955. The rise here was, therefore, to about 13 times the initial level. Net capital formation also grew appreciably, from $2 billion per year in 1869 to 1888 to $4.7 billion in 1929-1955, and to about $10.5 billion in 1946 to 1955. The rise was over 5 times the initial level. 3. Data somewhat more relevant to the organic composition of capital exist for selected industries. For instance, for America's 100 largest firms, employing 5 million persons and having combined assets of $126 billion, the average amount of assets per worker grew from $12,200 in 1949 to $20,900 in 1959 and to $24,000 in 1962. For there were wide variations between different industries, as the following table shows 5. With all their imperfections, including their failure to distinguish between capitalistically productive and unproductive labor in the amalgam head of labor, KEYNES figures suggest nonetheless that capital formation does proceed in accordance with the value character of capital production, which requires a faster increase of the constant than of the variable part of capital. Leaving periods of depression aside, the overall rate of capital formation indicates a sufficient rate of profit by the very fact of the accumulated capital. Only a decline of the rate of accumulation causes the latent tendency of the rate of profit to fall to manifest itself. This can also be expressed in reverse: a decline of profitability comes to the fore as a reduced rate of capital formation which, in turn, arrests the rise of the organic composition of capital. Now, one of Marx's counter-tendencies to the fall of the rate of profit is precisely a slowing down of the rise of the organic composition of capital through cheapening the elements of constant capital. It is made possible by technological changes increasing the productivity of labor so that relatively less surplus value is converted into additional capital. While labor-saving devices foster the more rapid increase of capital investments relative to wages, capital-saving devices diminish to some extent the widening gap between the money invested in labor and that invested in capital. This could not be otherwise because the increasing productivity of labor also affects the production of the means of production. Capital-saving and labor-saving innovations are actually one and the same, meaning that, relative to the quantities of commodities produced, less and less labor is employed in all branches of production and thus also in the manufacture of capital goods. To accumulate capital, the mass of capital must increase despite and because of the cheapening of the means of production. The cheapening of constant capital is thus a counter-tendency to the fall of the rate of profit only insofar as it allows for a more rapid capital accumulation. This is already made obvious by the fact that crises and depressions accompanied capitalist development under conditions of a low as well as a high organic composition of capital. Since only conditions of rapid capital formation bring forth a social demand large enough to employ all, or nearly all, productive resources, capital must accumulate irrespective of the state of its organic composition. Because capital is not only a production relation but also a value relation, the mass of capital in any one cycle of production must be larger in value terms than it was in a previous cycle. Returning to KEYNES' observations, we learn that during last 3 decades the organic composition of American capital has not risen as it did previously. Over some 60 years, prior to 1920, capital stock per worker grew at high rates. From then on, however, capital stock per worker declines drastically. It is true, KEYNES writes period beginning in 1929 includes the Great Depression. On the other hand, it includes also the expansion years of World War II and a decade of a particularly high level of capital formation following the conclusion of the war. If we view the average in 1929 to 1955 as an approximation of long-term secular levels, we can hardly escape the conclusion that substantial changes have occurred in the factors that determine capital formation. 6. The lowering of the rate of capital formation in the United States, in KEYNES' view, appears to be the result of a growing rate of capital depreciation and capital-saving inventions. Whereas in the period from 1869 to 1888 it took $1.70 of gross capital formation to provide $1 of net capital formation, in the decade between 1946 to 1955, it took almost $3 of gross capital formation to do so. Gross capital formation itself, relative to gross national product, in constant prices, declined from 22.6% in 1869 to 1888 to 21.5% in 1909 to 1928 and to 17.6% in 1946-1955. With gross capital formation declining in proportion to gross national product, and with the rate of capital consumption to gross capital formation rising appreciably, the ratio of net capital formation to national income, or national net product, shows a distinct downward trend. Its share declined from 14.6% in 1869 to 1888 to 11.2% in 1909 to 1928 and to 7.0% in 1946-1955. 7. The rise of capital consumption, with its depressing effect upon net capital formation, is explained not by a quicker physical deterioration of capital but by the quickening of its competitive obsolescence. On the other hand, the more productive capital replacements tend to be of a capital-saving type, combining higher efficiency with a lower supply of capital per worker. The growing wealth of America expresses itself as a growing wealth of marketable commodities rather than of capital investments. Whereas in times past the net effect of technological changes was an increase in both output and capital, in more recent times real production per capita has grown with a declining rate of capital formation. Not infrequently, then, it is said that capitalism is in crisis because it produces too much surplus value for its ultimate realization in the progressive accumulation of capital. 8 qualitative changes in the technology have supposedly brought forth the possibility of producing additional surplus value without corresponding additions to the invested capital, and the chief form of realization, that of its conversion into capital, becomes therewith impaired. 9. The result is that the national product grows faster than does capital. This is not, however, a novel situation. According to Marx, as we have seen, production and the productivity of labor always grow faster than the value of capital. At all times and by all means, capitalists try to trim capital costs and labor costs in their search for the greatest amount of profit possible. Throughout every economic depression, moreover, surplus value in the form of unsaleable commodities cannot be converted into additional capital, and gluts the market as an apparent abundance of surplus value. To go back once again to fundamentals, the rising organic composition of capital does not reduce the actual rate of profit on capital so long as capital accumulates faster than the rate of profit falls. If capital accumulates without a corresponding rise in the organic composition of capital, that is, if new capital of low organic composition constantly enters the market economy through the spread of the capitalist mode of production and thereby lowers the average composition of capital, the mass of surplus value and the rate of profit will rise. Capital-saving innovations which lower the organic composition of capital should have the same effect. Indeed, according to Gilman, in 20th century capitalism they have led to a superabundance of surplus value. In Gilman's view, the surplus value cannot be realized as new capital, and also cannot be realized in the form of consumption because of capitalism's antagonistic system of distribution. Capitalism's difficulties are here shifted from the sphere of production into the sphere of distribution. Not production but realization of surplus value accounts for the capitalist crisis. This is a flat rejection of Marx's theory of capital accumulation and, by implication, of the labor theory of value itself. Furthermore, this shift has nothing to do with the social conditions peculiar to 20th century capitalism, because the production problem of capital could at all times be read as a realization problem. Even in the 19th century, Malthus, for instance, saw the crux of the capitalist dilemma in the realization problem. And at the turn of the century, the Marxist Rosa Luxemburg saw in the difficulties of surplus value realization the objective reasons for crises and wars and for capitalism's eventual demise. All this has little to do with Marx, who saw that the actual world of capitalism was at once a production and a circulation process, to be sure, but who held nevertheless that nothing circulates unless it is first produced, and for that reason gave priority to the problems of the production process. If the production of surplus value is adequate to assure an accelerated capital expansion, there is little reason to assume that capitalism will falter in the sphere of circulation. Because of the tendential fall of the rate of profit, there can never be an abundance of surplus value in relation to the accumulation needs of capitalism. Of course, due to market disproportionalities, particular industries may experience a realization problem. However, these same disproportionalities will overcome the problem by reallocating labor and capital in accordance with the principle of profitability. A general overproduction of capital and commodities, affecting all spheres and branches of production at once, cannot be explained by market disproportionalities. It impairs the realization of surplus value for total capital, affecting individual capitals to varying degrees, and this general impairment cannot be resolved by a mere reallocation of the existing labor and capital. In theory, according to Marx, a sufficient increase of surplus value will change a period of capital stagnation into one of expansion. The relative stagnation of the American economy, for instance, could be considered a prolonged crisis situation which, in fact, it is. There is nothing in Marxian theory which excludes the resumption of an enhanced capital expansion, though the actual situation in which American capitalism finds itself may preclude such an event. Capital stagnation is a crisis situation. Within this crisis situation, attempts are made to increase the profitability of capital. If these attempts do not result in accelerated accumulation, this does not indicate that there is too much surplus value for purposes of capitalization, rather it indicates that for this end the surplus value is not sufficient, whatever it may be. If this particular situation continues for long, it would point to the insolubility of crisis conditions, for a continuous increase of production without capital accumulation is no longer true capitalist production. An increasing part of surplus labor would lose its value character and to that extent decrease the profitability of capital. In that case, one could speak of a permanent crisis of capital production, which is to say that the crisis mechanism fails to restore the conditions for an expanding capitalist economy. Marx did not concern himself with the individual firm or country save in so far as a description of either would throw light upon the character of the capitalist system as such. He used England for demonstrative purposes, and pointed out that the country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future ten, but this image relates only to the capitalist conditions of production and exchange, and does not exclude variations between nations in other respects. British capitalism substantiated Marx's general theory of capital accumulation, but this theory, once evolved, was independent of any particular country. Just as the fortunes of individual capitals vary in the general competitive accumulation process, so do the fortunes of individual nations. But for the world as a whole, the capitalist accumulation process remains determined by the increase or decrease of surplus value relative to the growing mass of total capital. Stagnation of capital in one nation may allow for a more rapid accumulation in another. But it is the unknown quantity of total capital and its relation to total surplus value which determine the fortunes of capitalism as a whole. This implies that some nations will experience a general shortage of surplus value in the particular form of a shortage of investment funds, while other nations may experience the same situation as an abundance of unrealizable surplus value, but the peculiarities of the distribution of surplus value do not affect its quantitative relations to total capital. In any case, unrealizable surplus value ceases to be surplus value, so that the lack of profitability becomes a general phenomenon. It is not that a disproportionality of the market supply and demand issues in the simultaneous inability to sell and buy. An actual shortage of surplus value creates this disproportionality. If capitalism as a whole could develop faster than it actually does, surplus value would possibly be convertible into additional capital. Yet even if the unsaleable part of the surplus labor could be fully realized in additional capital, the rate of profit would nevertheless fall with the rising organic composition of capital, which would lead once more to overproduction and the transformation of a production problem into a realization problem. From a Marxian point of view, the various existing theories of crises which categorize the problem as either underconsumption or the overproduction of commodities, the one implying the other and both involving the realization problem, only describe the externals of the capitalist crisis mechanism. The periodic overproduction of the means of production and of commodities prevents the realization of surplus value is, in Marx's view, only an overproduction of means of production that cannot serve as capital, that is, cannot serve for the exploitation of labor at a given degree of exploitation. And though the overproduction of commodities is an obvious fact, Marx's theory is not a theory of underconsumption. According to Marx, capitalist production is, and must always be, at variance with the consuming power it brings forth, in periods of prosperity as well as in periods of depression. It is not a consuming power growing in proportion to production which explains the increasing social demand for consumption goods in the upswing period of capital development, it is merely the greater number of workers now employed. In periods of expansion, prices rise faster than wages and reduce individual workers' incomes while enlarging the income of the class, or increase individual incomes only insofar as they are based on steady and prolonged work. Furthermore, it is not the rising consumption of the non-working population which narrows the gap between social production and social consumption, since the increasing surplus value is now largely reinvested. It is the rapidly increasing demand for production goods which explains the increasing demand for consumption goods and allocates social labor accordingly. At the beginning of a depression, prices fall faster than wages, and the individual worker's lot improves while that of his class, which embraces the unemployed, worsens. With the development of a new stability within the depression, the situation changes and even the employed workers' wages decrease in terms of buying power. But this is already an aspect of a new upward trend. Similarly, at the height of prosperity, wage increases which keep pace with, or even outrun, the rise in prices, are largely a sign of the approaching crisis. In short, the business cycle is not caused by variations in social consuming power, particularly not in that of the workers, rather the cycle determines these variations. Aside from these considerations, however, the ultimate cause of all real crises remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses as compared to the tendency of capitalist production to develop the productive forces in such a way that only the absolute power of consumption of the entire society would be their limit. 11. In view of actual productive capacity and the restricted consuming power of the broad masses, the observable cause of crisis is the obvious inability to consume what has been produced. That this is a condition of capitalist existence does not alter the fact that it is also a contradiction between production and consumption. In the real crisis, apart from the hidden crisis mechanism of capital production, the mass of unsaleable commodities faces a steadily declining buying power and a productive capacity designed for an increasing demand. In capitalist theory, this means that demand does not equal supply in terms of prices, which will lead to market changes in price relations that will eventually close the gap. For Marx, however, the gap can only be temporarily closed by an enhanced capital accumulation, which then enlarges the permanent gap between production and consumption. In his view, the crisis cannot be eliminated by a reduction of production, or by an increase of consumption, or by the coordination of both. To do the last would be equivalent to ending the capitalist system itself. Neither underconsumption nor overproductions are self-explanatory. They can be understood only in the context of capital production. The expropriation of capital. Capitalist production must progress, for standing still means retrogression. It cannot cease accumulating without disrupting the whole social fabric on which it rests. Any static analysis of its relationships is purely fictitious, and is excusable only as a possible medium for grasping its real dynamics. In order to secure a continuous production of surplus value adequate to the constant need to accumulate capital, which is the capitalistically necessary precondition for a more or less satisfactory social production in real terms, such as sustains social existence, capitalism must unceasingly revolutionize the sphere of production in its search for ever more surplus value, and must consistently expand its markets in order to transform surplus value into additional capital. Yet the realization of surplus value depends not simply on a larger market, but on one which allows for the expansion of capital in the form of new means of production, for the realization of surplus value as capital. Accumulation proceeds by way of competition. This is not to say that capitalism depends on competition. Just the same, competition is its true mode of motion. So long as capital is still weak, Marx wrote, it supports itself by leaning on the crutches of past, or disappearing, modes of production. As soon as it begins to feel itself strong, it throws away these crutches and moves about in accordance with its own laws of motion. But as soon as it begins to feel itself as a hindrance to further development and is recognized as such, it adapts forms of behavior through the harnessing of competition which seemingly indicate its absolute rule but actually point to its decay and dissolution. In other words, a healthy capitalism is a strictly competitive capitalism, and the imperfections of competition in the early and late stages of its development must be regarded as the ailments of an infantile and of a senile capitalism. For a capitalism which restricts competition cannot find its indirect regulation in the price and market movements which derive from the value relations in the production process. Marx was concerned with the competitively expanding private property capitalism of his time, which either advances by way of accumulation or suffers crisis and depression. When he speaks of the self-expansion of capital, of accumulation for the sake of accumulation, he speaks of the compulsive and never-resting drive for exchange value. This drive, while making capitalism the hitherto most productive social system of production, also accounts for all its social and economic difficulties and, finally, for its tendency to freeze the social forces of production when and wherever their further development collides with the specific capitalist relations of production. The principle of accumulation accounts for both the rise and the decline of capitalism. The contradictions of capital formation, all traceable to the value character of capital production, both foster and retard the general development of the productive powers of society. But at some point in the accumulation process the development of the social productive power turns into an obstacle to capital, or, what is the same, the capitalist relations of production become obstacles to the further development of the productive power of social labor. At this point, capital and wage labor stand in the same relation to the development of social production and social wealth as did, previously, the guild system, serfdom, and slavery. The fetters of capital production must now be shed. Contradictions, crises, social convulsions point to the incompatibility of the social productive development with the capitalist relations of production. In the violent destruction of capital, not by external circumstances, but as a condition of its self-preservation, it becomes evident that capitalism's time is done and that it must be replaced by a higher state of social production. 2. By contemplating the effect of the increasing productivity of labor upon the capitalist relations as economic value relations, Marx was able to predict the major trend of capital expansion, even though these predictions relate to no more than the broad historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. 3. His highly abstract model of capital expansion can explain only why capital moves by way of expansion and contraction, and why this kind of locomotion finds increasingly more obstacles put in its way by the always growing mass of capital, its concentration and centralization, its rising organic composition, and the latter's detrimental effect upon its profitability. But these findings are logical conclusions drawn from a model bound to a limited set of economic assumptions, which, though basic to the capitalist system, do not exhaust the concrete capitalist world. Although there is no real understanding of given reality without a theory of development, such a theory tells only where to look in the attempt to comprehend the unfolding real world of capital production. The logical end consequence of capital development as a value expansion process need not become a practical reality, yet, at any particular time, the theory provides a point of orientation for a narrower, more concrete analysis of the actual movements of capital production. If capitalism could get out of its own skin, so to speak, and suddenly become something other than itself, then, of course, the value analysis of capital expansion would be quite superfluous. As it is, however, any particular mode of production rests on definite social production relations which remain unaltered no matter how much the mode of production may be modified. So long as social relations are economic value relations and determine the general development as such, capitalist accumulation will have the historical tendency detected by Marx. Marx's value theory of capital development is at once a general theory of accumulation and a special crisis theory, that is to say, neither the one nor the other can be dealt with separately. Assuming an uninterrupted capital expansion in a closed system, the general theory reveals the fall of the rate of profit as a consequence of the rising organic composition of capital. However, this general tendency comes to the fore only in periods of crisis, with the overproduction of capital. Only through these actual occurrences does the general theory gain its practical importance. The real limitations of the capitalist system are not given by the abstract tendential fall of the rate of profit as elucidated in the value model, but reveal themselves in the concrete conditions of the crisis of overaccumulation. The only relevant crisis point in the general theory of capital accumulation is that point at which surplus value can no longer be sufficiently increased to overcome the tendential fall of the rate of profit by permitting an accelerated capital expansion. In the real world, there is no way whatsoever to determine when such a point will be reached. The actual capital accumulation process can be slowed down and is, in fact, constantly slowed down by non-productive, i.e. non-profitable, capital expenditures, by the outright destruction of capital, as in times of war, and by political interventions in the economy. The average rate of capital expansion, calculated over a period of time, is quite moderate and does not seem to justify the expectation that capital will find its end in the tendential fall of the rate of profit as depicted in Marx's model of capital accumulation. The distinction between the model and reality must always be kept in mind. However, it is not the average rate of accumulation over long periods of time which determines social activities, but the actual state of capital production at any given time, during periods of prosperity or periods of depression. Marx's general theory of accumulation makes clear that the real barrier to capitalist production is capital itself. It is the fact that capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and the closing point, as the motive and aim of production, that production is merely production for capital, and not vice versa, the means of production mere means for an ever-expanding system of the life process for the benefit of the society of producers. For yet because capital production has this character, it can for a time overcome the barriers it sets in its own way. It is not until this mode of production actually and permanently becomes a hindrance to a further unfolding of the social productive powers that its imminent barriers appear as absolute barriers in the concrete world of capital production. Although the general law of accumulation points to the historical limits of capitalism, there is no way of telling when these limits will be reached, that is, what particular conditions in the fluctuations of capital production will constitute that crisis point which the system will not be able to overcome. But since capitalism is beset with crises of always greater destructiveness, the social convulsions released by any crisis could, with luck, lead to social actions that could end the capitalist system. With the rise of capitalism there also arose the new class of industrial workers. If these workers become conscious of their class position and of the historical obsolescence of capitalism, it is not inconceivable that they would elect to abolish their own conditions of exploitation and deprivation by ending the capitalist system through political means. This not only was conceivable but in some measure actually occurred, finding its expression in the rise of an anti-capitalist labor movement. There was also the historical evidence that previously existing class relations, based on other modes of production, had actually been ended by political means, and there was no reason to assume that this pattern of historical development had come to a close with capitalism. In brief, Marx did not await an automatic or economic collapse of capitalism. Whether any particular crisis situation would prove to be capitalism's final crisis was determinable only by the probing force of revolutionary actions. We are not here concerned with the question of whether Marx relied too much upon historical precedent as regards social development, or proved to be over-optimistic or even the victim of illusion in his expectation of the rise of a revolutionary proletariat, which seems to be the case in view of the actual unfolding political conditions of 20th-century capitalism. What concerns us here is merely the limited predictive power of a value analysis of capital development. Marx was aware of this shortcoming, as is indicated by his refusal to predict the end of capitalism in other than general historical terms. But however limited his theory may be, due to its high level of abstraction, it is the only theory of capital accumulation which has found verification in the actual course of capitalism's development. Whether we consider the rising organic composition of capital, the tangentially falling rate of profit as actualized in the capitalist crisis, the increasing severity of crises, the production of an industrial reserve army, the unrelieved misery of the great bulk of the world's population despite increasing wealth as capital, the elimination of competition through competition, or concentration, centralization, and monopolization of capital, we cannot fail to notice the pattern of development. projected by Marx. Capital monopolization, concentration, and centralization are generally recognized and widely publicized facts. To quote just one example, at the present time approximately 50% of American manufacturing, that is, everything other than financial and transportation, is held by 150 corporations, reckoned, at least, by assets value. If finance and transportation are included, the total increases. If a rather large group is taken, the statistics would probably show that about 2/3 of the economically productive assets of the United States, excluding agriculture, are owned by a group of not more than 500 corporations. This is actual asset ownership. In terms of power, without regard to asset positions, not only do 500 corporations control 2/3 of the non-farm economy, but within each of the 500 a still smaller group has the ultimate decision-making power. This is the highest concentration of economic power in recorded history. Since the United States carries on not quite half of the manufacturing production of the entire world today, these 500 groupings represent a concentration of power over economics beyond anything we have yet seen. 5. However, Marx's general law of capitalist accumulation derives its real importance not so much from the transformations of the capitalist system in the course of accumulation as from the effect of these changes upon the lot of the laboring population. To reiterate, competition forces all enterprises to enlarge their capital, and to enlarge it faster than the labor it employs. As the larger capital beats the smaller, the minimum amount of capital required to engage in business increases. While the growth of the total social capital implies the emergence and growth of many individual capitals, it also increases the concentration of accumulated capital. Competition is thus a centralization process, transforming many small into fewer, larger capitals. As it requires no more than a change in the distribution of the available capital, it takes place whether capital accumulates or not, in periods of prosperity as well as in periods of depression. Concentration is greatly enhanced by the credit system, which becomes a formidable weapon in the competitive struggle, and finally transforms itself into an immense social mechanism for the centralization of capital. 6. According to Marx, centralization supplements the work of capital expansion. Accumulation alone, i.e., the gradual propagation of capital by reproduction passing from a circular into a spiral form, is a very slow process as compared with centralization, which needs but alter the quantitative grouping of the integral parts of the social capital. 7. The centralization process in any particular line of industry would reach its extreme limit, if all the individual capitals invested in it would have been amalgamated into one single capital. This limit would not be reached in any particular society until the entire social capital would be united, either in the hands of one single capitalist, or in those of one single corporation. 8. Meanwhile, however, the centralization tendency adds to the exploitation of labor the expropriation of capital by capital, pointing to its final destruction. The whole process is summed up by Marx in the well-known statement that the expropriation of capital follows directly from the immanent laws of capitalist production. One capitalist always kills many, Marx wrote, hand in hand with this centralization, or this expropriation of many capitalists by a few, develops, on an ever-extending scale, the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor, only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the means of production of combined, socialized labor, the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and with this, the international character of the capitalist regime. Along with the constantly diminishing number of magnates of capital, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows up the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with it, and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The expropriators are expropriated. 9. We are here only concerned with the underlying general tendencies of value production and capital accumulation. Capital accumulation increases the number of both capitalists and workers absolutely, while reducing their number relative to the growing mass of capital. With a decreasing rate of accumulation, this relative decline tends toward an absolute decline. Workers cease to produce surplus value and capitalists cease to appropriate it, thereby ceasing to be capitalists. The decrease in the number of capitalists merely increases the number of proletarians, employed and unemployed. Thus, the accumulation and centralization of capital polarizes society into a diminishing number of owners of capital and a growing number of propertyless people who can exist only through the sale of their labor power, or not at all. The twofold character of capitalist production, expressed in the single commodity in its double nature as both exchange and use value, and in society at large in the contradiction between material and capital production, reappears and determines capital development in its various manifestations and in its manner of motion by way of expansion and contraction. The life conditions of the propertyless masses are dependent on the movements of capital as determined by its profitability, and the more capital accumulates, the more precarious their dependence becomes. While the accumulation of capital increases the proletariat, it also decreases the demand for labor relative to the growing capital. It produces a surplus population of laborers, both as a result and as a condition of capital accumulation, since the changing needs of capital expansion require now a larger, now a smaller, mass of exploitable labor power. The whole form of the movement of modern industry depends upon the constant transformation of a part of the laboring population into unemployed or half-employed. 10. The accumulation of capital is thus simultaneously an accumulation of misery. According to Marx, the greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and, therefore, also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater the industrial reserve army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital, develop also the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the industrial reserve army increases therefore with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army, the greater is the mass of the consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to its torment of labor. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layer of the working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. 11. The increasing misery accompanying the accumulation process is here seen as a general tendency which underlies the actual movements of labor and capital, but which may be modified in the same sense in which the accumulation process itself is modified by the specific nature of its contraction and expansion at any particular time. Marx does not expect that increasing misery will always be an empirical reality, just as the fall of the rate of profit is not always an observable fact. In the same way in which a sufficient capital expansion will compensate the fall of the rate of profit through an increase in the mass of capital, so the tendency of misery to increase will be suspended in periods of capital expansion which increase the demand for labor and raise the price of labor through the reduction or elimination of the industrial reserve army. To be a socially significant fact, the increasing misery must be accompanied by an actual and steady decline in the demand for labor. It can become an ever-present social reality only under conditions of crisis, depression, and capital stagnation. However, the absence of widespread and increasing misery during periods of capital expansion is also only a temporary condition and can never gain permanence under conditions of capital production. With the increasing frequency of crises, the lengthening of periods of depression, the increasing difficulty of accelerating capital accumulation, taking good times and bad times together, increasing misery will be revealed both as a social fact and as the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Increasing misery follows from the law of value only insofar as the accumulation of capital decreases the demand for labor relative to the growing mass of capital and thereby produces an industrial reserve army. Employment fluctuates with the expansion and contraction of capital production. A steadily decreasing rate of accumulation, as a permanent condition, would increase the industrial reserve army constantly, and, therewith, the mass of pauperized people living on the offal of society. But as long as an accelerated capital expansion is actually possible, the industrial reserve army lives up to its name and provides the accumulation process with the required exploitable human material. To expect an absolute impoverishment of an always greater portion of the proletariat is to expect a steadily declining rate of accumulation. Marx did expect this to be the final outcome of the accumulation process, even though the time of its actual arrival was unpredictable. Marx's value theory of capital accumulation assumes that employed labor power always receives its full exchange value, i.e., its production and reproduction costs. On the basis of this assumption, there is no increasing misery but merely the misery of wage labor. But there is displacement of labor and consequently the production of misery, because labor power is only saleable so far as it preserves the means of production in their capacity as capital, reproduces its own capital, and yields in unpaid labor a source of additional capital. 12. All other labor power, without either use value or exchange value, ceases to be part of the social production process and, consequently, of society itself. But even on the assumption that those who work receive the value of their labor power, accumulation finds its logical end in the falling rate of profit. In theory, the value of labor power is determined by its production and reproduction costs. But these labor costs themselves are variable within definite limits. The price of labor power may be higher or lower than its value. With a large surplus population, for instance, there may be no need to reproduce the whole of the working population, and for some workers at least wages may be lowered without consideration for their reproduction needs. Under different conditions, the wages of many workers may exceed the value of their labor power, particularly when the demand for labor exhausts the industrial reserve army. Wages may be raised by way of wage struggles, or fluctuations in wages due to supply and demand, may be offset by the monopolization of certain types of labor or by political interventions in the labor market. Under competitive conditions, however, and considering the working class as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army, and these again correspond to the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. 13. Whatever the circumstances, a rise of wages, or the diminution of unpaid labor, can never reach the point at which it would threaten the system itself. Accumulation is the independent, not the dependent, variable, the rate of wages, the dependent, not the independent, variable. 14. The wages of the working population may not decrease, or may even increase, in the course of accumulation, but this will not end the misery for the expendable part of the population. According to Marx, the actual value of labor power, moreover, is not identical with the physical minimum of existence. It differs according to climate and conditions of social development. It depends not merely upon the physical but also upon the historically developed social needs, which become second nature. But in every country and at a given period the regulating average wage is a given magnitude. 15. This average wage, no matter what kind of living standard it may imply, constitutes the necessary labor, or the value of labor power. The capitalists may see no need, or may not find a way, to lower it. And if the productivity of labor is high enough and yields sufficient surplus value to satisfy the requirements of accumulation, it does not matter what the quantity or quality of the commodities that express the equivalent of the value of labor power, or constitute the social average wage rate. It is only that such a situation, i.e., one of high profits and high wages, requires a high productivity of labor and, therefore, a high organic composition of capital and a rapid rate of accumulation. but just as wages reach their highest point shortly before the onset of a particular crisis, so Marx expected that the general trend of capital accumulation, though accompanied by rising wages, was bound to reach a point where the available surplus value would not suffice to sustain the customary profits and further capital expansion. At this point, accumulation could only proceed at the expense of necessary labor, through a reduction of wages below their historically established value. The continuing accumulation process would then be quite literally an increasing misery of the proletariat. At this point we must remember that capital was written 100 years ago. Under the social and technological conditions then prevailing, a projection of capital development based on the labor theory of value could easily lead to an underestimation of the resilience of capitalism through an overestimation of its difficulties. The lot of the working class was at that time deplorable, and under conditions of cutthroat competition the extraordinary greed for surplus value accelerated capital expansion from one crisis into another, with only a slow improvement in the general social conditions of existence. The future of capitalism did not look too bright. In any case, Marx desired its early demise. Although Marx's theory does not really require the rise of conditions such as those depicted in his foreshortened view of development, there is no point in denying that he did expect that the actual accumulation process would increase the social misery far more rapidly and extensively than was actually the case. However, capitalism's ability to better instead of worsening the living conditions of the large bulk of the industrial proletariat in the advanced capitalist nations would have forced Marx, had he experienced it, to revise only his time-conditioned subjective estimation of the concrete aspects of capital expansion, not his general theory of accumulation. This theory is not committed to a specified time span. So long as capital moves along as predicted by Marx, the social consequences of this development cannot be set aside. Marx's theory of development offers various counter-tendencies which interrupt capital's self-destructive course as determined by its inherent contradictions. The counter-tendencies substantiate the general trend, for they are merely reactions to it. They are historically conditioned, as is the whole of capitalism, but they of greater consequence at one time than at another. Their effect upon the general development of capitalism cannot be estimated in advance, their actual force can only be observed and adjudged with reference to the actual course of capital accumulation. Marx mentioned only a few such counter-tendencies: raising the intensity of exploitation, depressing wages below their value, cheapening the elements of constant capital, relative overpopulation, increase of stock capital, and foreign trade. All these counter-tendencies fall outside the general law of accumulation as established for a closed system operating strictly in accordance with the value principle. In the same sense, the capitalist crisis is a counter-tendency, or for that matter any concrete phenomenon which either raises the surplus value for the operating capitals or reduces the value of the operating capitals relative to the available surplus value. It is thus not possible to appraise the capitalist system with respect to its durability or fragility, except by having recourse to actual occurrences and their specific weights upon the general scheme of capital expansion, or, vice versa, by looking upon the latter from the position of the real capitalist world. Although capital accumulation implies an increase in the productivity of labor, the actual extent of this increase is not foreseeable, as it depends on both the evolution of technology and its recurrent revolutions, with their specific effects upon the accumulation process. The effect of the widening world market upon the production and realization of surplus value, and therewith upon the tempo and viability of capital expansion, must be gauged not merely by the spread of commodity production but also by the capitalistic international division of labor and the exploitation of extra-capitalist territories. While Marx saw the destructive aspects of industrial crises, which arrested the growing discrepancy between profitability and accumulation, he could not envision the destruction of capital on a scale such as was achieved during the two world wars. Nor did he envision the possible end of capitalism in an atomic holocaust. Marx also did not concern himself sufficiently with the possible internal modifications of the capitalist structure through persistent state interventions, because he was interested in the abolition of capital itself, and not in its modification. Furthermore, he was fully convinced that no reform of capitalism could alter its essential capital-labor relationship or the value character of its social production. Any reformed capitalism was therefore bound to suffer the same fate that he predicted for the conventional laissez-faire system of his own time. Saving capitalism. Despite its highly abstract character, Marx's capital analysis has proved to have great predictive power. The actual course of capital accumulation followed its general outline of development. Indeed, the course of capital development as predicted by Marx has never been denied. Other explanations merely state the reason for this trend differently. Keynes offers one of these explanations. He explains the long-run trend of capital production differently, but his description of the trend itself and of observable crisis conditions differs from Marx's only in the terminology employed. It boils down to the simple statement that investments depend on profitability, current and expected, and that investment tend to decline with a declining profitability. In contradistinction to latter-day Keynesians, Keynes himself discerned a direction and a goal for capitalism. He described the end towards which capital formation was tending as the loss of its scarcity value, and he thought this goal attainable within 1 or 2 generations. "I feel sure," he wrote, "that the demand for capital is strictly limited in the sense that it would not be difficult to increase the stock of capital up to a point where its marginal efficiency had fallen to a very low figure. This would not mean that the use of capital instruments would cost almost nothing, but only that the return from them would have to cover little more than their exhaustion by wastage and obsolescence together with some margin to cover risk and the exercise of skill and judgment, in short, as in the case of short-lived goods, just cover their labor costs of production plus an allowance for risk and the costs of skill and supervision." 1. Keynes did not like to think of capital as being productive. He held that the only reason why an asset offers a prospect of yielding during its life services having an aggregate value greater than its initial supply price is because it is scarce, and it is scarce because of the competition of the rate of interest on money. If capital becomes less scarce, the excess yield will diminish, without it, having become less productive, at least in the physical sense. 2. Keynes' reluctance to speak of capital as productive and his expectation and acceptance of a declining profitability in the course of the diminishing scarcity of capital could hardly please unsophisticated capitalists. It has even disturbed some of his disciples. 3. The notion of profit as a yield from scarcity is, however, only another form of the doctrine of the productivity of capital. Neither concept provides an explanation of the origin of profit, nor both serve as apologies for the fact of exploitation. According to Marx, the demand for capital is a demand for profits. And this demand for the exploitation of labor increases constantly, increasing the faster the more rapidly capital accumulates. From this point of view, Keynes' statement that the demand for capital reaches its limits with the increase of the stock of capital to a point where its marginal efficiency has fallen to a very low figure, makes no sense. For the increasing supply of capital is not identical with a falling demand for capital, i.e., for profits. To assume that the demand for capital is limited by the increasing stock of capital is to assume that capitalism is not capitalism but a system of production employing the profit motive solely for the purpose of increasing the means of production so as to bring profit production to an end. In reality, of course, the means of production are increased in order to raise or maintain a given profitability. Assuming with Keynes that capital abundance abolishes excess yields such as interest, it follows that this abundance also reduces investments. What at first was the capitalist dilemma, the lack of investments, becomes the great blessing of capital abundance. In Keynes' view, this merely means that the demand for capital has reached its limits. A period of mere reproduction replaces one of accumulation. In short, that system of production with which economic theory concerned itself from Marx to Keynes has ended. In order, then, to lead his theory to its logical conclusions, Keynes boldly accepts the implications of the marginal theory for the long-run trend of capital production, and forces his theory beyond the boundaries of capitalism. That this vision of a productive apparatus large enough to satisfy social needs to the extent that no further significant capital expansion seems desirable lies beyond the horizon of capitalism is borne out by Keynes' own statement that if capital becomes less scarce, the excess yields will diminish without it having become less productive, at least in the physical sense. The physical side of capitalism, however, is just that aspect of this mode of production which contradicts its motivation, the drive for exchange value, profit, and accumulation. Whether capital is scarce or abundant, in Marx's view, capital production must be profitable in order to be carried on. A persistent decline of profitability implies a slowing rate of accumulation, a crisis condition which can be overcome only through the resumption of an accelerated rate of capital expansion. The disappearance of excess yields, whatever that may mean, spells not the end of capital scarcity but the end of capitalism. The relatively stationary state of capital abundance projected by Keynes, where the demand for capital does not exceed the production requirements of waste and obsolescence and where the profits square with the consumption needs of entrepreneurial skill and supervision, cannot be reached within the frame of private capital formation. The capitalist reproduction process is always an accumulation process. This does not exclude periods of simple reproduction, or even of temporary decline, but a stationary and simultaneously prospering capitalism did not enter Marx's vision. Although Keynes considered it his practical judgment and not a theoretical imperative that even in mature capitalism the emphasis should be on capital formation instead of on consumption, he saw the reversed emphasis as a possibility for the not-too-distant future. And because of this possibility, he thought it a sheer lack of intelligence to presume that it required radical solutions to end the disparity between the actual and the potential performance of the economy. Socialism, which in his definition, meant state ownership of the means of production, he thought quite superfluous, for ownership itself is of no importance once it is possible to control the rate of investment. He was convinced that a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investments will prove the only means of securing an approximation of full employment, but this need not exclude all manners of compromise and of devices by which public authority will cooperate with private initiative. For only experience would show, he thought, how far the common will, embodied in the state, ought to be directed to increasing and supplementing the inducement to invest, and how far it is safe to stimulate the average propensity to consume. 5. Dogmatic proponents of the private enterprise system not only view Keynesianism as the theory of the transformation of a free into a partly controlled capitalism, but look upon this transformation as the beginning of the end of capitalism itself. They see a radical return to a marker-determined economy, at whatever social cost, as the only way of escaping the emerging new serfdom of the totalitarian society. They may be right, but totalitarianism was the last thing that Keynes was willing to support. Though he admired the Nazi state for having devised a means of producing and maintaining full employment, he thought that the same thing could be achieved under existing British institutions, since he saw no necessary connection between a society's economic policy and its political structure. As regards the Russian system, he did not think that it contains, or is likely to contain, any piece of useful economic technique which we could not apply, if we chose, with equal or greater success in a society which retained all the marks of British bourgeois ideals. 6. All that Russia contributed to economics is a demonstration that centralistic control can bring about a balanced growth of the economy. This did not depend on Bolshevism, but on centralistic controls, which could be made even more effective under the auspices of the more advanced economic techniques of the Western world. Keynesianism, in its liberalistic interpretation, reflects the degree of laissez-faire still possible in mature capitalism. It represents a type of hybrid system, in which the essentials of capitalism, consumers' sovereignty, freedom to invest, and liberty to choose occupations, can be preserved. 7. For Keynes the choice between a controlled and a free economy no longer existed, there was only the choice between different sets of controllers. As one of Keynes' disciples expressed this, fascism is the form that our capitalist society will acquire, unless we are successful in bringing about Keynesian reforms or a socialist economy. 8. Keynes realized, of course, that an appeal to reason was not enough to make all capitalists fit themselves cheerfully into the new situation, and he considered it the duty of government to save the reluctant ones from their own folly. He thought that the government's usurpation of the regulatory function would not affect the entrepreneurial role. In his view, there was nothing wrong in the sphere of production, but communal savings were better collected and invested by the government than by private capital. Centralizing control of the amount of economic activity in the hands of the government was the only way to overcome capitalist inertia. Bourgeois economic theory saw in the economy's lack of conscious organization a specific form of order, the automatic byproduct of market exchange, a law of value which regulated the economic aspects of life. And, indeed, for periods of time, relatively stable market situations induced economic behavior to follow conventional patterns, and the law of the market seemed to produce a definite kind of order. During periods of steadily advancing capital formation, the market mechanism functioned without serious difficulties. Periods of crisis were overcome with relative ease, and as the profits of the capitalists were largely reinvested, their number small compared to the laboring population, turned their possibly luxurious life into an economically uninteresting fact. From a capitalist point of view, the situation could well appear to be directed by an ordering, though invisible, hand. War and long-term depression ended this idyllic belief and led to increased government control of the economy. And what at first appeared to be a special situation, an emergency, became the general situation, so that the partial subordination of private to national and governmental interests took on a rather permanent character. With this, the economists' functions began to change. They could now suggest practical policies and speculate about the effects of various government interventions upon one or another or all of the aspects of the economy. However, social experiments are rather hasty answers to the pressing political problems which themselves determine the kind of actions taken. The form of their execution may vary in the test of experience, but the problems that arise in capitalism and the solutions for these problems are generally clear and obvious. This is why no economic policy has thus far been suggested which did not make its debut before the theory behind it was formulated. All the monetary and fiscal policies suggested by Keynes had already been employed at different times by various governments to safeguard themselves and the society over which they presided. By bringing the changed capitalist practice of his day into the frame of economic theory, Keynes supported the expanding governmental control both practically and ideologically. Under laissez-faire conditions, capitalists feel no need to accept responsibility for the social consequences of their activities, and they have no way of discerning whether they affect the whole of society negatively or positively. To them, applied economics signifies no more than the desire to buy cheap and sell dear. The actions of workers, too, are conditioned by their desire to sell their labor power at the highest possible price. For them, applied economics exhausts itself in the wage struggle. Nevertheless, the struggle between capital and labor performs regulatory functions by determining the degree of exploitation and thus affecting the rate of capital expansion. The fetishistic self-adjustability of the economy is here partly lost to the simple, open struggle between men and men. With the extension and intensification of this struggle, the economically manipulated part of the economy grows. But as the manipulation serves particular interests, the increasing organization implied therein only enlarges social disorganization. And this growing disorganization can be immunized only by a still faster rate of accumulation, so that a weakening of the market fetishism on the one hand strengthens the fetishistic attitudes with regard to accumulation on the other. From the point of view of capitalist society as a whole, market distribution is always a class distribution of commodities. Labor and surplus labor, whatever its productivity, are finally reducible to lengths of time. So much time in terms of products, or products in terms of time, falls to the individual worker or to the individual capitalist, so much to social capital or to the working class as a whole. What falls to the individual worker need not be enough to reproduce his labor power, what falls to the individual capitalist need not be enough to sustain him in his social position. What falls to the working population, however, must be enough to reproduce it, and what falls to the capitalist class must be enough to reproduce the social structure. As regards the social reproduction process, a certain quantity of social labor that enters the market in commodity form enters it, so to speak, unnecessarily, since the market can only complicate the inescapable and proportionally definite requirements of the reproduction process. Because the reproduction process controls the production process, it is only surplus labor time, incorporated in commodities beyond the need of simple reproduction, which is not predetermined by the material requirements of a social production that secures the maintenance of a once established level of production under given, definite social relationships. In the course of capital concentration, more surplus value comes to be divided among relatively fewer enterprises, a process by which the market loses some of its functions. When the market mechanism ceases to square supply and demand by way of capital expansion, it complicates the formation of an average rate of profit, which is needed to secure the simultaneous existence of all necessary industries regardless of their individual profit rates. The average rate of profit, as will be recalled, implies the pooling of surplus value so as to satisfy the physical needs of social production which assert themselves by way of social demand. Capital stagnation, expressed as it is in a defective demand, hinders an increasing number of capital entities from partaking of the social pool of surplus value in sufficient measure. If their continued existence is a social necessity, they must be maintained by government subsidies. And if the number of unemployed constitutes a danger to social stability, they, too, must be fed out of the declining pool of surplus value. Control of surplus value becomes essential for the security of capitalism, and the distribution of profits becomes a governmental concern. From a theoretical point of view, it is a matter of indifference whether the necessary division of value and surplus value and the necessary distribution of the latter occur on a free market or on a market manipulated by government authority. In practice, of course, it makes all the difference to those capitalists who stand to lose by the proper functioning of the system as a whole. For government concern with profit distribution interferes with the profitability of specific enterprises. Extra profits may be taxed away and some businesses may be ruined while others are aided by governmental favoritism. So long as it is not clear which capital entities will be favorably affected by governmental control, all tend to object to controls as such. But as soon as it is evident that governmental controls mean security and expansion for some capital entities at the expense of others, the capitalist front against governmental controls is broken. Although there is no necessary connection between Keynes' theoretical reasoning and the applied economics of today, the mixed economy is a fact and demands justification in economic terms. Government interventions in the depressed economy were at first merely supposed to act as pump primers for renewing the flow of private economic activity. Public work expenditures and welfare payments were supposed to create new income which would, in turn, generate additional economic activity. The idea was formalized in the so-called multiplier effect introduced by R.F. Kahn. Estimates were made as to the repercussions to be expected from an increase in effective demand due to government financing. They varied from a doubling to a five-fold increase in the initial investment in the form of new income. These assumptions, however, elude factual verification. In theory, which discounts the indiscernible counteracting influences of capitalism's private sector, they appear convincing. Actually, these estimates are based on too many ifs to say anything definite about the effects of governmental spending. It was then freely admitted that the notion of the multiplier is no magic formula which will enable us to predict with any degree of accuracy just what the influence of public investment will be. By assigning different weights to various factors, one might conclude either that public investment will have tremendous income-creating effect or that it will have, on balance, a negative effect on employment and income. 9. However, as government depression policy did increase employment to some extent, it may be said that the Keynesian theory proved itself in a general way wherever it was employed and to the degree in which it was applied. The American New Deal is a case in point, even though Keynes himself expressed dissatisfaction with Roosevelt's vacillating policies. Bourgeois supporters of Keynesian economics hope to see them so developed and applied as to involve only a slight and safe and useful departure from strict laissez-faire, or use of governmental power to influence total spending and demand in the economy and keep it in better balance with the total, potential output of all goods and services. 10. In this view, it is the function of government to secure the existence and welfare of private enterprise. Aside from the overall effect of governmental money and fiscal policies, depressed industries are to be helped along with special credit facilities. Public works are to be constructed with an eye to the needs of private capital, roads for the automobile industry, airports for the aircraft industry, and so forth. Along with preferential treatment for new investments, there should also go an increase in the propensity to consume by way of social security legislation as an instrument of economic stability. A mixed economy presupposes that a substantial portion of its total productive capacity is owned and controlled by private capital. Since government funds proper can come only from taxation or from possible profits out of government-owned industries, additional funds must be borrowed from private capital. Debt financing is supposed to bring forth a general increase in effective demand. This is not effective demand in a capitalist sense, for the capitalist market has no demand for public works, welfare, and armaments. It has of course a demand for the various intermediary commodities used in government-induced production. But this demand would be non-existent were it not for government purchases. The costs of government-induced production, as well as the profits accruing to private capitalist suppliers, are paid out of taxes or borrowed money, i.e., out of funds from capitalism's private sector. This simply means that the government avails itself of means of production that belong to private capital and supports workers from privately owned resources. The borrowed funds are only monetary expressions of the government's power to set unemployed resources to work. The rising national debt indicates that this power has only temporarily been granted and for a price, i.e., interest paid to the bondholders. While the end product of capital production is an enlarged capital, the end product of government-fostered production is only an enlarged production. The productive apparatus which government-induced production calls into being can function only on the government's behalf. Though it is nominally in the hands of private capital, it can be fully used only at government command. And from the point of view of private enterprise, any production which the government commands, whether in the form of public works, welfare, or armaments, falls in the sphere of consumption. In effect, then, government-fostered production reverses the usual procedure of capital accumulation. Instead of expanding production at the expense of consumption, in a process where consumption increases more slowly than capital accumulates, it expands production with the help of consumption, though it is consumption in the form of public works and armaments. Up to now, government-induced expansion of production in the mixed economy has led to full employment only by increasing the effective demand for products not directly consumable, whose value cannot be realized through the capitalist circulation process. Insofar as this has been accomplished by way of deficit financing, it has led to a steady increase in the national debt. Monetary inflation diminished and often repudiated the debt at the expense of private capital. But even under non-inflationary conditions, the interest paid on the national debt and its final redemption has to come out of private production. As the funds spent by government yield no profits, they also cannot yield interest. Of course, since the nation as a whole stands behind the national debt, it is possible that interest will be paid and bonds redeemed if the national income rises faster than the national debt. All this means is that sufficient new wealth must be created by new and additional production to take care of old obligations. Keynesianism in reverse. Keynesian interventions in the economy were at first rather ineffective. Keynes explained this by saying that the medicine he recommended was too niggardly applied. The unemployment problem remained unsolved until the approaching Second World War forced the various governments to do for the purpose of waging war what they had been unwilling or unable to do during the preceding depression. With the beginning of war production, however, Keynes was finally convinced that his theory would find confirmation, for now it would be seen what level of consumption is needed to bring a free, modern community, within the sight of the optimum employment of its resources. 1. War policies, however, were quite independent of the developing Keynesian ideology. They did not differ from those employed in the First World War, nor did they differ between various nations, not all of which adhered to the Keynesian revolution. Already in the First World War it proved possible to devote almost half of the total resources of the community to fighting, and the molding of industry into the shape for war needs, was helped forward by direct government coercion of industry. To all the innovations associated with the commandeered economy of the Second World War, such as forced savings, controls on money, credit, prices and labor, priorities, rationing, government borrowings, and so forth, had been employed in the first conflict despite the orthodox approach to economics which prevailed at that time. While rather unsuccessful in increasing the propensity to consume during the Long Depression, Keynesian theory was celebrated as a brilliant success in cutting it down during the war by way of compulsory savings. Though not able to increase investments toward full employment, it led to labor shortages by the destruction of capital. To put a theory in reverse can only mean to put it out of commission, yet, strangely enough, the sacrifice of the theory was seen as a sign of the flexibility and the fruitfulness for practical actions of the kind of thinking that went into the general theory of employment, interest, and money. There is nothing in Keynes' plan for preventing inflation in war, it has been said, that contradicts his explanation of unemployment in peace. The plan for war finance suggests the need for compulsory savings, whereas the emphasis in the general theory is upon the social disadvantages of thrift. The reversal of circumstances from peace to war calls for a reversal of emphasis. 3. But this can hardly be considered a reversal of emphasis. After all, Keynesian theory was based on the concept of a mature capitalism unable on its own account to bring forth investments large enough to assure full employment. The purpose and meaning of Keynes' theory was, to provide a way to have full employment in the absence of war or prosperity, and to overcome depression not in the orthodox fashions of waging war or passively awaiting the destructive results of the crisis, but through the new and rational method of government-induced demand. It is more accurate to say that Keynes suspended his theory for the duration. In fact, his celebrated plan for financing the war was merely a suggestion to do dictatorially what was done at first by persuasion. Because of the stickiness of wages, Keynes at one time opposed deflationary policies, he now opposed price inflation for the same reason. In both cases he was not intent on changing an existing practice, but wanted only to make it more effective by making it more palatable. Just as he once thought that a decrease in real wages would be more acceptable when carried out under stationary or increasing money wages, so he now thought that it makes all the difference in the world to each individual personally whether the excess of his income over his consumption is taken from him by tax or loan. To him personally government stock is an addition to his wealth, to his security, and to his comfort in facing the future. It gives him a claim over the future resources of the community. Someone will have to meet his claim. But this someone is not necessarily himself, and, even if it were, it may suit him better and involve less sacrifice to part in installments with his personal resources and to possess meanwhile a title to wealth which he can realize in case of need for. It is clear that wealth used up during the war cannot be drawn upon in the future. A claim over future resources merely means additional future work. Enough work must be done in the future to produce the commodity equivalent for the then existing wage rates plus the commodity equivalent of war savings. It is true, of course, that people only cash their war bonds gradually, which spreads the surplus labor necessary to redeem them over a longer time. But this does not alter the fact that any increased consumption stemming from the purchase of war bonds can come only out of new production. The individual's claim over future resources is an illusion he maintains by not looking at society as a whole. If someone else will have to meet his claim at some time, then, of course, at some other time, he will have to meet somebody else's claim. Keynes was at one time convinced that the individual must be taught to see the problem of society as a whole. But for the sake of victory he suspended that conviction, and now hoped that the workers, at least, would retain all those illusions which helped reconcile them to the increased exploitation necessitated by war. Keynes thought of the future in still another respect while making his proposals for financing the war. He feared that the post-war situation would look much like the pre-war, with a lack of effective demand and its consequent unemployment. In distinction to the pre-war situation, however, there would be a backlog of postponed effective demand, which could serve to bolster industrial activity by increasing the propensity to consume. Though suspended during the war, his theory would hold good as soon as normalcy had been restored. The war itself only proved to Keynes that any economic system could have full employment if it so wished. It did not occur to him that under present conditions war and preparation for war may be the only way to full employment. It occurred to others, however, and some of his disciples viewed war as a great new industry whose colossal demands stimulate economic activity in every nook and cranny of the economic system, even though the expected yields which raise the marginal efficiency of government investments are mainly in terms of social and military advantages rather than pecuniary profits. 5. Generally, however, the Keynesian spirit was better represented by those who emphasized the socialistic aspects of government control. Near the end of the Second World War, for instance, William Beveridge proposed a program of full employment based on the socialization of demand without the socialization of production. 6. Built on Keynesian principles and choosing fiscal means for its realization, such a program was to carry the full employment policy of war into the conditions of peace. The fear that there might be a return of persistent widespread unemployment in the wake of the war proved to be exaggerated. In the defeated nations it once more became a problem for a time, but if a distinction is made between economics and politics, this was not a strictly economic problem. Unemployment here was clearly caused by the devastation and dislocations of war and was maintained for some time by occupation policies that restricted economic activities. For the victorious powers, however, large-scale unemployment did not recur in the immediate post-war era because of the need to consolidate national gains, to renew used-up means of production, to try to regain lost markets, and to prepare for the eventuality of a Third World War. These economies remained in part war economies and thus retained a high level of employment. As the distinction between wartime production and peacetime production ceased to exist, there was no need to adapt the Beveridge or any other plan for the full utilization of national resources. Whereas a decade of depression and government intervention had failed to create the conditions of a prosperous capital accumulation, the actual capital expansion after the war kept the government in business. Full use of productive resources, where and when it came about, was accomplished by extending government-induced non-profitable production. Part of this increase resulted from public welfare and foreign aid measures, most of it was generated by military expenditures. At various times attempts were made to operate with balanced budgets and to gain surpluses for debt retirements. But ensuing business recessions reversed these policies quickly. It was by way of inflation, debt accumulation, government-induced production, war preparation and actual warfare that the dominant capitalist nations reached an approximation of full employment. This experience strengthened Keynesianism and led to the widespread belief that a government-maintained quasi-boom could be indefinitely continued. Keynes' untimely death in 1946 deprived him of the opportunity to witness the validation of his theories in government-manipulated post-war economies. That this had been achieved largely by way of war and preparation for war was to be regretted, yet logically it should have been possible just as well under conditions of peace. Indeed, it had been Keynes' interest in international peace and general social welfare which had led him to advocate a government-regulated investment policy in the first place. Such a policy, Keynes felt, would remove the pressing economic motives for war, since no country would need to force its wares any longer on another, or to repulse the offering of its neighbors. International trade could cease to be what it is, namely, a desperate expedient to maintain employment at home by forcing sales on foreign markets and restricting purchases, which, if successful, will merely shift the problem of unemployment to the neighbor which is worst in the struggle. Instead it would become a willing and unimpeded exchange of goods and services in condition of mutual advantage. 8. While still adhering to neoclassical doctrine, Keynes had been undogmatic enough to advocate protectionism whenever British interests made this advisable. During the Great Depression he went beyond this to rediscover an element of scientific truth in mercantilist doctrine, 9 in the mercantilist's disregard for the world at large. At that time, it was the gold standard which, in Keynes' view, was largely responsible for the prevalence of unemployment, for under its rule, there was no orthodox means open to the authorities for countering unemployment at home except by struggling for an export surplus and an import of the monetary metal at the expense of their neighbors. 10. Keynes favored economic policies unimpeded by international preoccupations and directed to attaining an optimum level of domestic employment. In his view, it was the simultaneous pursuit of these policies by all countries together which is capable of restoring economic health and strength internationally, whether we measure it by the level of domestic employment or by the volume of international trade. 11. Recognizing the limitations and dangers of such a policy, Keynes tried to overcome them by taking part of the national economy out of the process of international competition. If all countries would do likewise, there could be full employment everywhere. With or without the gold standard, a full employment policy implies different things for different nations and for the different classes within these nations. Its success or failure depends on the nation's relative strength in terms of natural resources, on its position within the given international division of labor, and on the degree to which it is dependent on a certain level of international trade. For some nations full employment is a lesser consideration than the extent and terms of international trade. They cannot exist, let alone achieve full employment, save by an extraordinary preoccupation with the international economy. However, Keynes regretted international preoccupations only insofar as they were based on the gold standard, which did not have the equilibrating power it was supposed to possess. He wanted to replace it with agreements reached by conscious considerations of international economic needs. Just as Keynes thought it possible to devise state interventions in the national economy which did not come in conflict with private enterprise, so he thought that international bodies could regulate the world economy without violating the special interests of any particular country. Additional data and instrumentalities of control would be required, of course, but Keynes saw no insurmountable difficulties in applying his suggestions for the domestic economy to the world. In the midst of the Second World War, and in anticipation of the coming peace, Keynes proposed the establishment of an international currency and credit system designed to remove the reason for war by alleviating international depressions and guaranteeing the necessary international trade. An international clearing union and a new international form of money called banker were to serve as instruments for the revival of a multilateral trade and payments system which would stress the positive and avoid the negative aspects of the defunct gold standard. In an emasculated form it became, in Bretton Woods, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Monetary Fund. Although the desirability of and the necessity for international economic cooperation have been generally recognized, little has actually been done in this respect. After World War II, Keynes himself began to realize the enormous difficulties in the way of making the capitalist system work more efficiently. No one can be certain of anything in this age of flux and change, he wrote now, decaying standards of life at a time when our command over the production of material satisfaction is the greatest ever, and a diminishing scope for individual decisions at a time when more than before we should be able to afford these satisfactions, are sufficient to indicate an underlying contradiction in every department of our economy. No plan will work for certain in such an epoch. 12. He hastened to add that if all plans should fail, we and everyone else will try something different. We should act on the optimistic hypothesis until it has been proved wrong. The optimism Keynes suggests was to nourish itself on no more than the permanent truth of classical theory, on the undercurrent of a law of value, which, like a natural force or Adam Smith's invisible hand, will restore the disturbed economic order. But Keynes still held that there was no need to wait passively for the natural forces to take their course. The process could be eased and hastened along by rational implementations in support of the naturally given equilibrium tendencies. In view of the war's vast devastation of both Europe and Asia, the revival of the disturbed world economy became, in the Keynesian view, America's responsibility. The Americans would have to discover ways of life, which, compared with the ways of life of the less fortunate regions of the world, must tend toward and not away from external equilibrium. 13. What this would imply in practical terms. Keynes was spared the necessity of relating. His disciples, however, approached the problem either in strictly business terms or as a question of philanthropy. Because private foreign loans and investments were not sufficient to revive and develop extra-American economies, government loans and grants would have to fill the gap. If the United States enters into international cooperation on international monetary and financial arrangements, it was said, and if the foreign loans are invested in productive and useful projects, then it is reasonable to suppose that over a long-run period the interests and amortization charges can be paid. They will be relatively small in proportion to total international transactions and can quite easily be managed in a reasonably stable and prosperous world. 14. More radical Keynesians suggested some form of peacetime lend-lease, with a periodic cancellation of international credit balances, for surplus output should never be considered a problem as long as people in any part of the world are underfed and living in subnormal conditions, until, as Keynes has been quoted as saying, the last Hottentot owns a Rolls-Royce car. 14. From a Keynesian point of view, foreign aid by way of grants, like public works and armaments, may be regarded an instrument for domestic full employment. At any rate, it is easier to get rid of surplus commodities than surplus populations. As wages are costs of production, the profitability of private enterprise would suffer if surplus products were distributed as higher wages. The wage system itself precludes any significant free distribution, for under this system, people work only if they must. In any case, a large part of surplus production consists of products which cannot be directly consumed at all. Eliminating overproduction through foreign aid thus appears almost irresistible, for it seems to leave the socio-economic conditions at home undisturbed. But sharing the wealth with other nations will not benefit domestic business. While it helps some enterprises which could not function properly without a steady demand, foreign aid has to be paid for out of the whole of domestic production. And the disposal of surpluses by way of foreign aid, like their distribution via the wage system, is limited for both the giving and the receiving countries. Insofar as it involves free distribution, or disposal at unrealistic prices, it cuts down the effective demand still enjoyed by private producers, if not in the aid-dispensing country then in other nations. Though unavoidable, it thus does not always suit private interests in the aid-receiving nations. Shortages yield extra profits and the distribution of free, or low-priced, commodities does affect internal price relations to some extent. Trade instead of aid is then preferred by both aid-dispensing and aid-receiving nations in which private property relations dominate. Aid, particularly in the form of loans, is regarded a necessary medium for the creation of future trade relations and future profitable capital investments. The external equilibrium to be achieved is thus still market equilibrium. The transformation of capitalism. Evaluating the work of Keynes, economists came to distinguish the problems he opened up from the particular solutions he suggested. These solutions might all be altered or discarded and replaced, it was said, and his work would still be revolutionary in the opening up of problems and the admission of the possibility of some solution different from the one that had previously been accepted and had foreclosed fresh inquiry. 1. In this, Keynes succeeded where previous heretics had failed, partly because he came at a time that was ripe to receive his ideas. 2. Although Keynes' theory of stagnation gave modern expression to some indigenous elements stressed in Marx's breakdown theory, such as chronic underconsumption, general overproduction, and the secularly declining rate of profit, the important practical difference between them, though, is that Keynes sought the remedy in the modification of laissez-faire capitalism through deliberate state action. Whereas Marx dogmatically dismissed any and all such state actions as inevitably and invariably benefiting only the capitalist class instead of the economy as a whole. 3. Possibly it was for this reason that Keynes was adopted by some economists in recoil from what may have seemed like possible Marxian implications in the Great Depression. Marxists they could not become, even though Marx anticipated Keynes, because of Marxism's misanthropic bent with regard to Western culture, which does not represent a very good career line for economists of the West. 4. It is the state-organized or Keynesian aspect of present-day capitalism which, by serving as a belated but unavoidable critique of the capitalism of old, simultaneously serves as a refutation of Marxism. Even if it is admitted that the laws of motion which Marx's model of capitalism revealed may still be visible in American capitalism, it is maintained that these laws are now faced with a set of remedies which spring from social attitudes quite beyond his imagination. 5. Not only Americans but Europeans too refer to a changed capitalism. Although we still commonly speak of England and France as capitalist countries, it is said, they are no longer capitalist in the sense understood by Marx and his contemporaries. 6. In this view, it was Keynes who assisted the capitalist metamorphosis and who made the greatest single contribution to the techniques of democratic transition. In so doing he helped to show the peoples of the West a way forward which did not lead across the bourne of total class war, a bourne from which the wage earners of the West recoil, now that they have seen its raging waters. 7. Keynesianism is thus celebrated not only as the savior of capital but as the savior of labor as well. It is of course true that contemporary capitalism differs from the capitalism analyzed by Marx. He did not foresee all the actual changes. Capitalism's transformation was not only the economic but also the social and political result of international competitive capital accumulation which, by issuing into 2 world wars and revolutions, led to a rapidly increasing, or even total, state control of national economies. This course of events, however, even if Marx had expected it, would not have affected his economic theory, for these events relate to political reactions to economic crisis situations. Aware of the basic contradictions of capital production and convinced that its expansion and extension could only enlarge and sharpen them, Marx was interested not so much in speculating about the possible staying powers of capitalism as in developing a revolutionary force to put an end to it. The celebrated failure of Marxism is a failure not of economic theory, but rather of the social and political expectations based on it. Of course, it is also a failure of economic theory insofar as its application to reality led to an underestimation of capitalism's susceptibility to change. However, no reasonable person would demand that Marx should foresee actual social and economic development in all its concrete manifestations. And to the extent that socio-economic development is predictable with some degree of certainty, Marx did rather well, as is demonstrated by the rise of Keynesianism. In the Keynesian formulation, Marx's findings are silently accepted and simultaneously remedied by conscious interventions in the market mechanism. Marx was not a social reformer interested in the amelioration and perpetuation of existing production relations. For him capitalism had no future because its transformation was already an observable phenomenon. Its expansion was at the same its decay when regarded from a revolutionary instead of from a conservative point of view. With regard to theory, he saw his function not so much as providing the rationale for the ever-changing political actions of his time as in discerning the general trend of capital development at the very start of its international ascendancy. Future events may be anticipated only on the basis of present knowledge, and predictions are possible only on the assumption that a known pattern of past development will also hold for the future. It may not, yet existing knowledge warrants some expectations and thus allows for actions whose results will confirm or refute these expectations. In view of the past pattern of historical development and on the basis of his own experience, Marx was certainly convinced that the development of capitalism, by giving rise to a revolutionary proletariat, would lead to its abolition. He did not contemplate the possibility of a second life for capitalism by way of governmental activities. Nor could he imagine that Marxism itself could be transformed into an ideology serving state capitalism, which accelerates the concentration and centralization tendencies inherent in competitive capital accumulation by political means. Marx's political expectations have not as yet been realized. The very existence of a modified capitalism and the absence of a revolutionary working class seem to disprove his political theories. The turn of the century witnessed 2 parallel trends: the progressive objective socialization of bourgeois society and the progressive subjective bourgeoisification of the labor movement. When it proved possible to better workers' conditions within the confines of capitalism, the once radical labor movement turned into an institution providing additional support for the social status quo. Out of the experiences of the labor movement itself arose the idea that it was possible to transform capitalism into some kind of socialism gradually, by way of reforms. Although less sophisticated, Fabianism and Marxian revisionism anticipated the Keynesian theory. Now it is this theory which serves as the ideology of the reformist labor movement. In more senses than one, it was said, the political importance of Keynes' book is that at every point, without a single exception, it is in full agreement with labor policy in this country England, and what is even more significant, expresses in proper economic form what has been implicit in the labor movement's attitude all along. 8. Although running counter to Marx's revolutionary expectations, all this is in conformity with his idea that existing socio-economic conditions determine the ruling ideology. Although Marx did not concern himself with possible modifications of the capitalist system by way of government controls, his economic theory does not deny the feasibility of such endeavors. It is of course possible to intervene in economic processes by political means. War itself illustrates this as well as Marx's theory of social revolution. What was important to Marx was the analysis of capital development on the assumption that there were no interventions in the fetishistic accumulation process. Only thus was it possible to detect capitalism's inherent contradictions and limitations. Marx's theory does not deny the fact that full employment can and may be created either by government-induced investments or by an increase in the propensity to consume. It simply does not discuss such maneuvers. They are, of course, possibilities, provided that neither policy seriously infringes upon the prevailing social class relations. Of this Keynes was also fully aware. Apart from the necessity of central controls to bring about an adjustment between the propensity to consume and the inducement to invest, he wrote, there is no more reason to socialize life than there was before. 9. Favoring the prevailing social relations, he saw no reason to suppose that the existing system seriously misemploys the factors of production. The system had failed only in determining the volume, not the direction, of actual employment. 10. By affecting only the volume of production, Keynesian interventions in the economy necessarily adjust production and consumption in favor of investments. Such adjustments cannot end the paradox of poverty in the midst of plenty, and are not designed to do so. It is precisely for this reason that they are operational, as they are still in line with the general tendency of capitalist production to accumulate capital for the sake of accumulation. In contrast with Keynes, Marx saw in capitalism an irrational social mode of production. But as there are no economic processes independent of human activities, he called the capitalist irrationality fetishistic behavior. It is the fetishistic self-expansion of capital which determines both the volume and the direction of production. Social control of the economy would imply the conscious determination of both the volume and the direction of production. This would, however, constitute a radical change in existing social relations, based as they are on the subjugation of the working population by way of value production. By insisting that only the volume, not the direction, of production should be subject to government planning, Keynes indicated that he was not concerned with altering the existing class relations but only with removing its dangerous proclivities in times of crisis. Interventions in the economy have been forced on capitalist governments by circumstances beyond their control. These interventions do not point to a reformative tendency in capitalism. What they do reveal is that the system finds it more and more difficult to solve capitalist problems by strictly capitalistic means. In a consistent capitalist ideology, the new economics spell not success, but failure. To be sure, government interventions may postpone or mitigate a crisis, but the need for such intervention only bears witness to the depth of the crisis situation. With the power to sidetrack depression goes the power to control the boom, and the business cycle may now appear as the expansion and contraction of government-induced production. Since a slackening rate of private capital expansion may be compensated for by government-induced production, the latter may be pared down when private investment increases. Government-induced production may even bolster the rate of economic growth. Conditions of prosperity more impressive than those brought forth under laissez-faire conditions may arise, and neither capital nor government show any interest in changing the state of affairs so long as it lasts. At any rate, recent economic history has demonstrated the possibility of a prosperous development of the mixed economies. An unbridled private capital accumulation by way of competition presupposes what has been called a free world market and the free movement of labor and capital between all nations as well as within each of them. Although there never were such conditions, some semblance of them existed in capitalism's laissez-faire stage. This stage was then celebrated as the capitalist condition per se. In reality, however, it was the case merely of a temporary monopolization of industrial production and of the world market by a few nations, allowing them a vast and rapid accumulation of capital. Their monopolistic positions were often broken by extra market means, such as state subsidies, national protection, and warfare. Because it is not capital in the abstract which competes for the markets of the world, but definite national capitals, their economic rivalries take on the form of struggles for political power. Strictly economic competition was only nationally possible, and even here it was never pure. Capital accumulation expands the world market and determines its character. But the accumulation process is interrupted or slowed down by insufficient profitability. This lack of profitability has concrete reasons, and with capitalism a world market system, the concrete reasons will be determined by the structure of the world economy as well as by that of each capitalist nation. The anarchy and national character of capital production prevents the detection of any definite set of concrete reasons for the conditions of capital stagnation. What appears as the reason for the depression is only the result of empirically undetectable causes. The individual capitalist experiences the depression as a decline in the demand for his commodities. The individual nation feels it as a decline of production caused by a lack of markets, and defends itself against foreign competition by trying to secure and enlarge its own market at the expense of other nations. The rise of big business in any particular nation is an expression of a successful reproduction of its capital structure. To achieve an international reorganization, although this is also necessary for continuous capital formation, is far more difficult. Big business, outgrowing the frame of the national economy, expanded in all capitalist countries and led to the export of capital and to all manner of international trustification and cartelization. But the internationalization thus achieved was less a true internationalization of the market-determined capitalist concentration and centralization process than an attempt to cope with the internationalization of the capitalist production and exchange process without giving up its earlier developed national form. It also expressed the difficulty of bringing accumulation for the sake of accumulation into conformity with the consistently more stable social institutions that developed within the separate national states. No really effective way has been found to repeat on an international scale the competitive accumulation and concentration process that took place in each country individually. Because the self-expansion of capital disregards the particular needs of national states, governments have seldom been in favor of a strict laissez-faire policy in their international economic relations. The automatic self-expansion was strongly opposed by all social layers whose interests were vested in the national state as an entity relatively independent of the general development of capital. Not satisfied with the monopolistic internationalization of big business, which tended to arrest rather than promote general capital expansion, governments, representing national capitals, expressed their own internationalism in a policy of national expansion. The internationalism of capitalism thus comes to the fore as an imperialistic nationalism. This presupposed a certain unity between government and capital, brought about by way of collaboration, compromise, or force, which delimited and finally terminated the earlier forms of individualistic competition. To fulfill their new, or rather added, functions, governments entered the arena of international competition with most or all of the national power at their disposal. The earlier system, a state-supported economic competition that might carry through into war, was replaced by a warlike competition, or actual warfare, supported by the national economy. As long as crises and depressions were effective enough to alter the conditions of production and the structure of capital and thus bring about a resumption of capital expansion, a state of overaccumulation at one level of capital production led to a state of overaccumulation on a higher level of capital production. Under 19th century conditions it was relatively easy to overcome overaccumulation by means of crisis that more or less affected all capital entities on an international scale. But at the turn of the century a point had been reached where the destruction of capital through crisis and competition was no longer sufficient to change the total capital structure towards a greater profitability. The business cycle as an instrument of accumulation had apparently come to an end, or rather, the business cycle became a cycle of world wars. Although this situation may be explained politically, it was also a consequence of the capitalist accumulation process. Capital was now accumulated in growing measure in the form of armaments. The armaments race led to an expansion of industry not because it was profitable in the regular sense of the term, but because an increasing part of profits could now be realized through government purchases. To be sure, the extra economic recourse to war production was not adopted solely to avoid a business decline, it found its rationalization in political and ideological objectives as well. Wars are not unique to capitalism, but the objectives for which capitalist wars are fought are. Aside from all imaginary reasons, the main objective, made patent by the policies of the victorious powers, is the destruction of the competitor nation or bloc of nations. In its results, then, war is a form of international competition. It is not so much a question of competition by extra economic means as an unmasking of economic competition for a bloody and primitive struggle between men and men. The resumption of the accumulation process in the wake of a strictly economic crisis increases the general scale of production. War, too, results in the revival and increase of economic activity. In either case capital emerges more concentrated and more centralized. And this both in spite and because of the destruction of capital. In a world of internationally competing capital entities, this implies changes in economic and therewith political power positions. While this is true throughout the capital accumulation process, it is accelerated in times of war and thus becomes quite obvious. Despite the losses of some nations, the gains of others are large enough to initiate a new period of capital expansion soon to excel, in terms of world production, the pre-war level of economic activity. The general process of capital accumulation, which occurred within a world economy dominated by Great Britain, slowly shifted the locus of economic power. Long before the outbreak of World War I, Germany and the United States had taken over Britain's power position. While this was one of the reasons for war, the war itself shifted the controlling economic power from Europe to America. The relative stagnation of European capital prior to the First World War was mitigated by a government-fostered armaments race, while America's slowing rate of capital expansion was reversed with the outbreak of war. Her recovery of 1915 was generated by the demand for war supplies emanating from European governments. Expansion of production was derived in part from taxation and in part from the sale of securities to individuals and banking interests, so that the process of American recovery was generated by an outpouring of purchasing power by way of government treasuries. It did not begin with an expansion of ordinary consumption demand or an increase in the production of private capital goods. 11. Although the increase in production was set in motion by the policies of governments engaged in or profiting by war, total world production rose to unprecedented heights. For the warring nations of Europe the post-war period was a time not of real prosperity, but of a slow return to, and an insufficient enlargement of, their pre-war level of production. This was, moreover, at the price of an increasing indebtedness to America and an intensified exploitation of the workers, manifesting itself in lowered living standards. But America prospered, and in 1929 her wealth was 2.5 times as great as in 1914. Measured by world production, economic activity had increased and capital had accumulated. Its seat of strength had shifted from Europe to America. Like previous depression periods, the war had touched off a new expansion of capital and had concentrated it in the strongest capitalist nation. This is further illustrated by America's foreign financial relations. While in 1914 American investors held foreign securities amounting to less than $1 billion, in 1924 such private holdings amounted to almost 4.6 billions, or roughly to 5.4 billions, if short-term credits are included. In addition, the government of the United States held foreign government obligations aggregating $11.8 billion. Thus, within the space of 10 years, the foreign securities acquired by the government and the people of the United States were more than 15 times as great as the amount that had accumulated during the preceding 130 years of the nation's existence. 12. Though American production grew and her national wealth increased, that portion utilized directly for the reproduction process of wealth continued to decline. 13. In other words, there was a slackening of the rate of accumulation. The percentage of productive capital in relation to non-productive wealth became less instead of more. This was no longer the type of capital production which characterized the 19th century. The expansion of production initiated by war and carried over into peace was not enough to lead to a general expansion of capital production under the conditions of the market-determined economy. After a decade of limited prosperity, restricted largely to the United States, a new collapse of the market system led to new state interventions. These, however, succeeded only in stabilizing depression conditions. The full utilization and further expansion of productive resources had to await another war. 14. War production was then, in its effects, not really waste production but a medium for the resumption of the accumulation process. In this sense, it was not only a subsidy to armaments producers but a condition for a better profitability of post-war capitalism. This is an additional reason why, generally, capitalists will object to useful public works and welfare spending but not to the extension of defense expenditures. Aside from ideological considerations, experience shows that the possibility of war is intrinsic to capital accumulation and that wars must be won to hasten the expansion process. The First World War and its aftermath required an enormous extension of governmental controls over the whole of the economy, the so-called war socialism. After the war, some countries returned quickly to what was considered the normal state of capital production, characterized by a minimum of government control. Other nations could not achieve normalcy, but carried decisive governmental controls from war into peace in order to cope with their internal difficulties and with the changed world situation. The Bolshevik regime adopted the conditions of war socialism, in a more consistent form, as the model for reconstructing the Russian economy and for transforming private into state-controlled capital production. Government controls were extended during and after the Second World War, first to wage war more efficiently, and later to maintain social stability in the post-war world. Although the Second World War, like the First, led to a world production higher than the pre-war level, this increase was not enough to sustain more than the American post-war boom. In the beginning of 1950, unemployment became once more a dominant issue. With the sole exception of Great Britain, in all Western nations and particularly in the United States the Keynesian anti-slump suggestions were revived. The United Nations organization saw the need for drawing up a master plan for combating unemployment through worldwide actions. But all the deliberations in this respect came to nothing. They always returned to the general demand that the creditor nations, i.e., the United States, extend further credits to the debtor nations. By 1949, however, America found herself in a business depression which had immediate repercussions all over the world. The fall of 5% in the American national product caused an 80% fall in American imports, and, for a time, in the summer of 1949, threatened to cancel all the progress made in the first year of Marshall Plan aid. 15. The Korean War altered the situation once more. The conditions created by the Second World War and the resumption of armaments production for the Korean War do not explain all aspects of the American post-war boom. However, the depression which preceded the Korean War and its end by way of the war were obviously connected with the decline and the resumption of government spending. Prior to the Korean War, and despite $20 billion worth of American aid to Europe, government expenditures in America dropped considerably from their wartime height. Bank holdings of government securities diminished by $25 billion. With the reversal of the post-war disarmament trend caused by the new war, economic activity increased not only in America but throughout the Western world. But despite an increasing rate of government defense spending under the ensuing Cold War conditions, there was no full employment. Only under conditions of actual large-scale warfare, then, in which nearly half of the gross national product served the needs of war, was there a full use of productive resources. Conditions after World War II made it clear that the war had failed to provide the impetus for a market-determined private capital accumulation on a scale sufficient to allow for the retraction of government-induced demand. Any decrease in government spending led to a contraction of economic activity which could be altered only by the resumption of government spending. The best that could be hoped for was a stable relationship between private production and government spending. But even this presupposed a definite rate of economic growth to keep the economy competitive and to prevent the steady growth of unemployment. It has been possible in some measure to stabilize government expenditures, but, in the long run, this stabilization itself depends on an increasing rate of capital formation. Without such a rate, government expenditures must increase to compensate for a lack of fixed capital formation. Between 1947 and 1953, for instance, in the United States, real output increased 4.6% a year, whereas the rise averaged only 2.9% annually from 1953 to 1963. 16. The following gives the percentage distribution of components of gross national product at business cycle peaks, in current dollars, from 1948 to 1963. 17. While capitalist governments will try with all the means at their disposal to foster private capital accumulation, lack of success will force these same governments to increase their own part in the economy and therewith to increase the difficulties in the way of private capital expansion. At times both policies are tried, or are suggested, namely, to improve the earnings of capital by way of tax reductions, and simultaneously increase government expenditures through deficit financing. But as the deficit must be covered by private production, this amounts to no more than giving with one hand what the other hand takes, even though the process is stretched out over a long period of time. There is now general agreement that the conditions of 19th-century capitalism, the relatively unhampered and market-determined accumulation of private capital, cannot be recaptured. It is no longer a matter of serious controversy whether government should play a positive role in helping to maintain a high level of economic activity. What we debate nowadays is not the need for controlling business cycles, but rather the nature of government action, its timing, and its extent. 18. Particularly its extent, for if the growth of government control changed the laissez-faire into the mixed economy, its further extension is bound to change the latter into something else. While the process that led to the mixed economy is now recognized as irreversible, it is held that the mixed economy itself is permanent, in order to secure that degree of private initiative and private capital production still possible within it. The traditional form of capital production was once also held to be unalterable, and changed nonetheless. The changes were brought about by political interventions in the apparently self-sufficient market mechanism. They ranged from reform to revolution, from protectionism to imperialism, and they created new social institutions and new vested interests which affected both the character and the direction of capital development. These new institutions and the interests vested in them assure the irreversibility of the process that created them. It seems unlikely, for instance, that the institutional changes brought about by the Russian Revolution and the Russian victory in World War II will be undone. But neither is it feasible to undo the usurpation of economic controls by government bodies in the nominally private capitalism of the West. Quite aside from whether or not it should prove economically possible to reduce the public sector of the economy, the interests vested in the public sector will not abdicate on their own, but will use their institutional power to perpetuate themselves. All that can be expected in this respect is the attempt to arrest the growth of the public sector by speeding up the expansion of private capital. A strictly capitalist private enterprise economy has never existed. The private property economy was always accompanied by a public sector, whose relative importance varied according to the specific historical conditions of developing capitalist nations. But the public sector was not regarded as autonomous, it was considered an unavoidable expense for assuring the proper functioning of the market economy. This was so even where the public sector included, besides the military capital, the transportation system, utilities, and other special industries. All in all, whether more or less extensive, the public sector has always accounted for a part of the national economy. With respect to public enterprises, no two countries are exactly alike, even though the general trend towards increasing government control is visible in all. The United States was, and is, the country least affected by the nationalization of industries. The difference between America and Europe in this respect occasioned the notion that few European economies, perhaps none, can be called capitalistic in the sense given to that word in the United States and Canada, where non-capitalist elements play only a secondary role. 19. But even in America, the direct utilization of human and material resources by government has grown persistently. Between 1900 and 1949, for instance, while private employment in the United States doubled, the combined employment of state and local government quadrupled, while federal employment increased 12-fold. 1 out of 24 workers was on some government payroll in 1900, the proportion rose to 1 out of 15 in 1920, 1 out of 11 in 1940, 1 out of 8 in 1949. In 1920, 1 out of every $14 of capital assets, excluding military equipment, was government property. In 1946 the proportion became 1 out of 4. 20. The trend towards bigger government continues still. Whereas in 1929 less than $1 in 10 of national production owed its origin to government purchasing, today about $1 in 5 of all goods and services produced is sold to some branch of government. 21. The growing role of government in the economy is too obvious to be enlarged upon. It is visible not only in the direct employment of labor and capital, but also in the growth of the armed forces, in foreign financial relations, in trade and exchange arrangements, in the public debt, and in the fact that about half of the economists in the United States are on the federal payroll. 22. Whereas in theory, no matter what the actual practice, government control in authoritarian countries serves the whole of society and not a particular class, in most Western nations, and particularly in the United States, government control is subordinated even in theory to the specific property relations of capitalism and therewith to the interests of big business. What real redistribution of income exists in the United States is to a large extent a shifting of tax money from non-subsidized to subsidized sections of the economy. Taxation and deficit financing, i.e., deferred taxation, has been turned into a vehicle for assuring the economic potency of private enterprise. 23. The economy is thus co-determined by government and big business to such a degree that, for all practical purposes, government is big business and big business government. Capital concentration has been much aided by government subsidization favoring the big producers which supply the great bulk of government-created demand. In 1962 just under 3/4 of all prime contracts were let to 100 large corporations. Small businesses, which are defined as those having less than 500 employees, received somewhat less than 1/5 of all prime contracts awarded. Even when allowance is made for the fact that small business receives a substantial number of subcontracts, the extent to which defense work is concentrated in large organizations is pronounced. 24. In newly opening spheres of production, enterprises are often launched with government money and supported by steady government contracts and other forms of aid. American capital has reached a degree of concentration which makes the existence of the whole of the economy dependent on the preservation and growth of its big corporations. An economic failure of this highly concentrated capital, which employs the great bulk of the laboring population, would be nothing short of national disaster. Its power is enormous, but if its power were less, or were endangered, it would have to be shored up by the government to avoid economic collapse. Tax money is poured into private industry through government contracts, and private enterprise becomes in its most significant phase, the phase of capital formation, state-financed enterprise. 25. It has been estimated, for example, that tax money poured annually since the end of World War II into private industry, that is, defense contracts, is about equal to the amount of net capital formation in all United States industry, as represented by the rate of United States annual industrial expansion. 26. Governments, of course, cannot subsidize anything, they can only see to it that one part of the economy subsidizes another part, that socially available profits are distributed in such a manner as to enable the prevailing society to function. In a way this has always been the case, through the workings of competition as well as through monopolization. But what previously occurred automatically through the market mechanism is now, under conditions of capital stagnation, done consciously by way of government-created demand, which is only another name for subsidization. It is then not surprising to find economists lumping together market-determined and government-induced production to deduce from this total production the state of the economy, as if the mere quantity of production and not its profitability was indicative of the good or bad health of the national economy. Still, the rising national product must find a definite limitation in the associated relative decline of non-subsidized capital and in the further course of capital concentration. There is more outright nationalization of industries and services in Western Europe, although with wide variations between different countries and with regard to industries affected. The main industries either completely or partially under government control are railways, coal, oil, utilities, and metals. In Austria, basic industries are a complete government monopoly due to institutional changes brought about by the Russian occupation following the Second World War. With the exception of Switzerland, all central banks are government-controlled, and so are most of the national railways. In some nations, Norway for instance, substantial state participation in private companies takes the place of outright government ownership. But nationalized industries play a substantial role in all West European countries. In 1955, for example, public treasuries of various sorts in Western Europe spent an estimated $62 billion, excluding operating expenditures and publicly owned corporations. This represented 28% of Western Europe's total gross national product, which approached $221 billion that year. 27. A mixed economy can be a mixture in which private capital dominates, as presently in Western Europe and, to a greater extent, in the United States. Or it can be one in which state ownership is predominant, such as existed in the early years of the Bolshevik regime in Russia. State ownership and private enterprise may coexist without encroaching upon each other, as has been more or less true in many nations for some time. In this case, the operational sphere of private capital production bypasses that of government production, it merely operates, so to speak, in a smaller economic world. Where government production monopolizes certain industries, there is no competition between private and government production. This may affect private enterprise favorably or unfavorably, as government pricing policies may be designed to provide a medium of taxation and to support a policy of selective subsidization. With a smaller economic world to operate in, private capital will reach its limits of expansion sooner than otherwise. It must thus try to hold the extension of government-controlled production and capital in check. Governments, representing the interests of private capital, will on their own accord check their extensions into the sphere of private production. The choice of monetary and fiscal policies and the emphasis on waste production illustrate the efforts of governments to avoid the nationalization of industries. Where nationalization has occurred, it has been largely the result of political activities on the part of movements opposed to private enterprise or to its monopolistic practices. In France, enterprises were nationalized after the Second World War because their owners had been collaborating with the enemy. The British Labour Party, reaching the government after the war, nationalized the coal and transport industries, not so much because nationalization was part of the party program, but because these industries found themselves in a moribund state. Whatever the reasons for a particular act of nationalization, the mixed economy was conceived not as a partial transformation of private enterprise into state enterprise, but as a full employment program realized through government initiative in order to increase production within the private enterprise system. Aside from the degree necessary to any capitalistic system, nationalization of industry was not the Keynesian but a socialist program, which considered all partial nationalizations as so many steps towards total nationalization. The mixed economy in the Keynesian sense is seen as an alternative to socialization, or nationalization, and as the only alternative. Progressive nationalization of capital implies a steady decline of private enterprise, and this decline, in turn, speeds up the nationalization process. With state ownership the dominant form of ownership, private enterprise would slowly disappear, not only by way of competition but also through political activities issuing from the state capitalist part of the economy and the new institutions connected with it. To avoid the transformation of private capital production into state capitalism, the state-controlled part of the national economy must be kept at a minimum. It is for this reason that social movements which lost their early socialist inclinations, such as the British Labour Party, avoid the comprehensive nationalization of industry even when it appears possible. The nationalization goal of the Labour Party, for instance, was set at between 20 and 30% of all industry. It was not carried out to that extent. The nationalized sector of the British economy, it was said, will always remain a minority of the whole. Total national ownership of all the means of production and distribution once advocated in most early socialist doctrines does not come within the modern socialist concept as it exists in Britain. 28. Because socialism is no longer the goal of socialist organizations, these organizations have no choice but to accept the Keynesian concept of the mixed economy as their own. The mixed economy appears now as an expression of the evolution from laissez-faire capitalism to the modern welfare state, and the latter as the realization of the modern concept of socialism, i.e., socialism based on private property or, in crude American terms, people's capitalism. Insofar as greater equality of incomes is thought desirable and necessary for full employment, monetary and fiscal manipulations are regarded as sufficient to bring this about. The program depends upon the character of the government, for which reason it is necessary to have a socialist government to assure the effective working of modern private property socialism. Like the British Labour Party, all Western socialist parties no longer attach importance to public ownership and operation of industry. Such parties in West Germany, France, and Italy have even programmatically dropped their calls for public ownership of the means of production. In the Scandinavian countries, they are content with the prevailing partnership between government and private enterprise. Except as an empty Communist Party slogan, nationalization plays no political role in the Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, and so forth. The problem of ownership is seen as irrelevant with regard to social and economic needs, which now appear solvable within the status quo of the mixed economy. Of course, this ruling attitude has its cause not only in the changed character of the labor movement, whose very existence is bound to the status quo, but also to the relatively prosperous conditions due to the reconstruction of the war-devastated European economies. By 1955 Western Europe was spending $45 billion on investments, more than one-fifth of its total gross product, two-thirds of it in plant, machinery, and equipment. During the period 1949-1959 fixed capital formation increased more than national product. In 1959 gross national product was 48% or above the 1949-1959 average, and fixed capital formation 69% or higher. 29 Conditions of economic expansion will not call forth demands for nationalization. Nationalization is an answer to the failure, not the success, of capitalism, even if this success is temporary and partly illusory. A great part of this investment was a result of political decisions rather than individual initiative. Governments arranged for compulsory, or near compulsory, institutional savings, and for the retention of a large share of corporate profits for reinvestment purposes. Expansion was achieved by way of deficit financing and under almost universal inflation to a degree never before so widely experienced in peacetime. Prices in Western Europe rose by 66% between 1947 and 1957. This was a compound rate of increase of more than 5% per year, a rate roughly equal to the yield of government bonds, before taxes. 30. These methods made investments possible by cutting down consumption in favor of savings, i.e., capital accumulation. Aided by government, capital could now expand as in times of old. Not to be misled by the success story, it must be pointed out that the forced capitalization of Western Europe was not the result of the application of modern economics. Rather, the application worked in this particular way because of the conditions in which Europe found herself after the war. The enormous destruction of capital, not only in value terms but in material, physical terms, and the obsolescence of a large part of the surviving productive apparatus, allowed for, and demanded, a rapid capital formation to avoid a total collapse of the private property system. Both capital and labor accepted the demands of government not to work for more consumption but for capital formation. And, as in times past, more consumption became a byproduct of the accelerated capital expansion. The same economics did not have the same results in the United States. At the end of World War II, America's productive capacity exceeded the available market demand. While the European economies began again to accumulate capital at the expense of consumption, a further rapid expansion of the American economy would have led only to more unused capacity. Not even the peacetime simulation of wartime conditions by way of defense expenditures enabled America's productive resources to be fully used. Where European governments applied fiscal and monetary policies to further the accumulation of productive capital, the United States used these policies to subsidize waste production. Real capitalistic prosperity depends on an accelerated rate of capital formation, for it is only such a rate which creates an aggregate market demand large enough to employ the productive resources. A review of the principal components of aggregate demand strongly suggests that the sluggishness of business fixed investments was at the heart of the demand lag after 1957. 31. This sluggishness reflects a low rate of profit relative to the stock of fixed capital and inventories. The profit rate in the United States fell steadily in the 1950s. There was not even an upward trend in the absolute level of profits in spite of a cumulative manufacturing investment of about $125 billion over the decade. 32. In contrast, in Germany, the absolute level of profits rose by 1960 to about 3.5 times the 1950 level, and the return on capital during the same period averaged in Germany about 28% and in the United States about 18%. 33. Government interventions in the American economy did not break the relative stagnation of capital formation. In despair, a symposium of 20 prominent American economists called for a new Keynes. 34. The standard Keynesian categories were now recognized as inadequate to diagnose the trends in the economy since the mid-50s. What is needed is a meta-Keynesian approach. 35. With the demand for business capital in a long-term relative decline, the question was no longer, it was said, whether fiscal policy can offset a temporary gap in demand, but how we can restructure our economy so that new permanent sources of demand may be found. 36. Although the answer to the query should be obvious, with 2/3 of the world population near or at starvation, and with the underdeveloped countries' urgent need for all kinds of means of production to overcome their miserable conditions, the obvious is not an answer, not even for alleviating misery in the developed nations where tens of millions of people cannot satisfy their most immediate needs. What prosperity there has been largely a byproduct of the Cold War, which has not proved that recessions can be avoided except by armaments expenditures, and since to justify armaments international tension has to be kept up, it appears that the cure is a good deal worse than the disease. 37. The mixed economy. As far as laissez-faire capitalism is concerned, Marx's prediction of its decline and eventual demise is obviously still supported by the actual course of development. The prevalence of the mixed economy is an admission that capitalism would find itself in a depression were it not for the expanding government-determined sector of the economy. What does this government intervention imply as regards the private enterprise economy? No doubt, state intervention increases production and thus expands the productive apparatus. But if the goal of such intervention is the stabilization of the market economy, government-induced production must be non-competitive. Were the government to purchase consumption goods and durables in order to give them away, it would reduce the private market demand for these commodities. If the government-owned enterprises were to produce such commodities and offered them for sale, it would increase the difficulties of its private competitors by reducing their shares of a limited market demand. Government purchases must fall out of the market system, the production entailed must be supplementary to market production. The government is therefore predominantly concerned with goods and services that have no place in the market, that is, with public works and public expenditures of all descriptions. The division between private and public production is, of course, not absolute. Political exigencies induce governments to enter the sphere of private market production, for instance, by subsidizing certain commodities and by purchasing surplus products to be utilized in foreign and domestic aid projects. There is some overlapping of private and public business activities in various branches of production as well as in their marketing and financing. Generally, however, one can speak of the division of the economy into a profit-determined private sector, and a smaller, non-profitable, public sector. The private sector must realize its profits through market transactions. The public sector operates independently of the market, though its existence and its activities affect the private sector's market relations. The government increases the effective demand through purchases from private industry, financed either with tax money or by borrowings on the capital market. Insofar as it finances its expenditures with tax money, it merely transfers money made in the private sector to the public sector, which may change the character of production but does not necessarily enlarge it. Production will, however, be enlarged through government borrowings and deficit financing. Capital exists either in liquid form, i.e., as money, or in fixed form, i.e., as means and materials of production. The money borrowed by government puts productive resources to work. These resources are private property, which, in order to function as capital, must be reproduced and enlarged. Depreciation charges and profits gained in the course of government-contracted production, not being realizable on the market, are realized out of the money borrowed by the government. But this money, too, is private property, on loan to the government at a certain rate of interest. While production is thus increased, its expense piles up as government indebtedness. To pay off its debts and the attendant interest, the government has to use tax money, or make new borrowings. In other words, the products which the government purchases are not really purchased, but given to the government free, for the government has nothing to give in return but its credit standing, which, in turn, has no other base than the government's taxing power and ability to increase the supply of credit money. However the credit expansion is brought about, and however it is dealt with in the course of an expanding government-induced production, one thing is clear, that the national debt, and the interest on it, can be honored only as a reduction of current and future income generated in the private sector of the economy. Although unused productive capacities are put to use by government contracts, profits made in this way, and capital accumulated in this manner are mere bookkeeping data relating to the national debt. They are not actual profit yielding new means of production, even where the physical productive apparatus grows with the increase in production. A relatively faster increase in government-induced production than in total social production implies the relative decline of private capital formation. The decline is covered up by the increase in production to government account, the profits of which take on the form of claims on the government. In the United States, for instance, the not-for-profit sector expanded relatively rapidly in the 1930s in response to the multiple problems created by the Great Depression and very rapidly in the first half of the 1940s in response to the challenge of war. While the late 1940s saw a dynamic expansion of the profit sector, At the end of the decade, the not-for-profit sector had grown relatively more over the 10-year period than the profit sector. The 1950s saw more of the same. The not-for-profit sector grew much more rapidly than the profit sector. It is clear that since 1929 the not-for-profit sector has grown relatively more rapidly than the profit sector in terms of the labor force directly employed and in terms of the national income produced. 1. The claims on the government that make up the national debt can be repudiated. Of course, in this case, the profits made via government-induced production are revealed for what they actually are, namely, imaginary. Though this may perhaps be unavoidable someday, governments, representing private capital, will postpone this day as long as possible, particularly because the repudiation of debts does not by itself guarantee the resumption of a profitable capital accumulation. Meanwhile, there is a slow but steady depreciation of incomes and debts due to inflation, a process necessary in connection with the expansion of government-induced production by way of deficit financing. Notwithstanding the long duration of rather prosperous conditions in the industrially advanced countries, there is no ground for the assumption that capital production has overcome its inherent contradictions through state interventions in the economy. The interventions themselves point to the persistence of the crisis of capital production, and the growth of government-determined production is a sure sign of the continuing decay of the private enterprise economy. To arrest this decay would mean to halt the vast expansion of government-induced production and to restore the self-expansive powers of capital production. In short, it implies a reversal of the general developmental trend of 20th century capitalism. As this is highly improbable, the state will be forced to extend its economic inroads into the private sector of the economy and thus threaten to become itself the vehicle for the destruction of the market economy. Where the government represents private capital, it will do this only with great hesitation and against growing opposition on the part of private capital. This hesitation may be enough to change the conditions of an apparent prosperity into conditions of economic crisis. There was always opposition to government controls as exemplified in laissez-faire ideology, yet the present objective conflict between government and business is of a different character because of the relatively faster growth of the government-determined production in the course of the general expansion of capital. The quantitative change points to an undesired yet inescapable qualitative change, for extensive state control of the economy forecasts the end of private enterprise. This objective opposition between state control and private capital is still clouded and appears as the subjective cooperation of business and government in the nominally market-determined economy. The cooperation is possible only because it still subordinates government policies to the specific needs of big business. But the specific needs of big business contradict the general needs of society, and the social conflicts thereby released will turn into conflicts about the role of government in economic affairs, that is, will be political struggles for the control of government in order either to restrict or to extend its interventions in the economy. Although the economic role of government seems to divide the whole of the economy into a public sector and a private sector, actually there is of course just one economy, in which the government intervenes, for it is not government ownership but government control which characterizes the mixed economy. There is in addition, to be sure, a great and growing amount of direct government ownership, just as there was government ownership in laissez-faire capitalism. But no matter how self-supporting, self-liquidating, or even profitable some government undertakings are, governments still require an increasingly larger portion of privately produced wealth. The mixed character of present-day capitalism is thus only an appearance, due to the fact that government-induced production stimulates the whole of the economy. It is obvious that public works and waste production employ machinery, materials, and labor. Production is generally increased as the government's initiative creates additional markets for all capitals involved in producing goods that enter into government-induced production, including the consumption goods of the laborers employed therein. However, the final product of government-induced production, resulting from a long chain of intermediary production processes, does not have the form of a commodity which could profitably be sold on the market. Whatever entered into its production counts as its production cost and cannot be recovered in a sales price, for there are no buyers of public works and waste production. Nonetheless, the dual economy, with its public and private sectors, will appear as a mixed economy benefiting both private capital and society at large. Although each sector goes its separate way, in that the one is profitable and the other not, they are nevertheless inseparably intertwined in the actual production and marketing process. For all practical reasons, then, the economy is a mixed economy, even though government-induced production cannot add but can only subtract from the total profit of total social production. In laissez-faire capitalism, the social character of various individual labor processes came to light only awkwardly and indirectly in the supply and demand fluctuations of the market. The growth of the banking and credit system, as well as the growth of the stock company, reflected in a similar awkward and indirect fashion an increasing deprivatization of capital. However, it made possible an expansion of production beyond the limitations of dispersed privately owned enterprises, and beyond the limitations which the market mechanism placed on the expansion of particular capital entities. The modern system of finance has, among other things, centralized the control of capital so that the need for immediate profits can be overruled in favor of policies which provide for larger future profits. Even here, of course, profits must finally be shown. They are then measured on the invested capital. If its profit claims cannot be met, the investment is deemed unproductive, even though it has created new productive apparatus. What is called capital formation is this anticipatory expansion of production. It was the slackening rate of capital formation which induced Keynes and the Keynesians to recommend government interventions. The government should step into the picture as soon as private capital endangered the present by neglecting the future. Since government was not bound to specific subgroups of capital, which were expected to yield customary profits, Keynes thought it could command a production limited by nothing but existing productive resources. In doing so, it would only carry on where private capital left off. It would not really encroach upon private interests whose limitations had already been revealed by the declining rate of investments. Employment can be increased when the government pays out more money for its expenditures than it receives by way of taxes. This is deficit financing, or the expansion of production by way of credits. There is really no need, it is said, for a regularly balanced government budget. In times of depression, the government should run a budgetary deficit, and in times of prosperity it should try for a surplus by taxing more money out of the system. This surplus would retire the government debt. In this manner there would still be a budgetary balance, but it would be spread over a longer period of time. Meanwhile, the business cycle would be flattened out, neither deflation nor inflation would become excessive, and current depressions could be halted at the expense of future propensities. Instead of the violent fluctuations of the business cycle, there would be a steady and balanced growth of the economy. This argument overlooks the fact that only an accelerated capital formation creates conditions such as are designated by the name prosperity, and that these conditions require, as a precondition, severe depressions bringing a vast destruction of capital values. Keynes himself envisioned a stationary state of capital production in mature capitalism, wherein there is neither depression nor prosperity in the traditional sense but a continuing government-created quasi-boom with a declining rate of capital formation. Most of his disciples, however, deny the stationary tendencies of capital production. But they do suggest that the rate of capital accumulation should not be maximized but optimized, i.e., kept in bounds most suitable to economic and social stability. Despite the theory, however, experiences with deficit financing have shown that intervening in the course of depression hinders the return of a state of capitalist prosperity rich enough to yield a budgetary surplus. There has been, then, no alternation between deficits and surpluses but merely an accumulation of the national debt. The national debt, Marx pointed out, finds its support in the public revenue, which must cover the payments for interests. The modern system of taxation was the necessary complement of the system of national loans. These loans enable the government to meet extraordinary expenses without the taxpayers feeling it immediately, but they necessitate, as a consequence, increased taxes. On the other hand, the raising of taxation caused by the accumulation of debts contracted one after another, compels the government to have recourse to new loans for extraordinary expenses. Modern facility, whose pivot is formed by taxes on the most necessary means of subsistence, thus contains within itself the germ of automatic progression. Under conditions of enhanced private capital accumulation, however, deficit financing of government activities may benefit the national economy. This will be the case if the activities in question serve to create or improve the conditions for expanding and extending the national private capital. The extraordinary government expenses contracted for international loans, colonization, or war exemplify this situation, as they are devoted to undertakings outside the proper realm of private capital production but to its ultimate benefit. Capital will object to government deficit financing if it violates the principle of profitability in favor of a larger national production which does not serve the specific needs of capital. The Keynesians argue, of course, that the test of profitability, decisive in the case of private investments, is not adequate when applied to public investments. An investment may be highly remunerative from the social point of view, it is said, even if its direct return is nil, if, in consequence of the investment, the real income of the community is increased. In addition, it is supposed that whenever the government spends money, income is created for the producers of what is bought. The income thus created results in more spending by those who have received it, and this in turn creates extra income for still others, so that the total income is increased by several times the initial increase in spending. The $290 billion of government spending, in the United States, which was financed by borrowing that built the national debt to its present size, has thus resulted in contributing several times that amount to our total national income up to date, perhaps $1,000 billion. 4. This is the notion, already mentioned, of the multiplier, i.e., the idea that an increased income resulting from government expenditures will have subsequent income effects, which will add up to a sum greater than the original spending. The multiple repercussions of investments result from the fact that the employment thus provided will increase income and thus consumption. The suppliers of consumption goods are in this way also provided with additional income, with which they can increase their own consumption, and their suppliers, in turn, can repeat the procedure. Thus a chain reaction of income creations is released by the initial spending. However, people will not spend all their income on consumption. What they do spend is supposedly determined by the prevailing propensity to consume. If the latter is low, that is, if a relatively small part of the new income is spent on consumption, the multiplier ratio between changes in income and investments will also be low, and if the propensity to consume is high, the multiplier ratio between investments and income will also be high. In other words, the smaller the additional saving called forth by additional income, the greater will be the multiplier. The income-creating effect of investments diminishes progressively, it is said, because its income-generating power leaks away through savings, taxation, and foreign trade. With a low propensity to consume, which current economic theory says is characteristic of a highly developed market economy, the income-creating effect of new investments is small, so that additional spending is required. It is expected that government spending will encourage entrepreneurs to maintain, or to increase, their own investment. Government spending will thus create additional income by way of consumption as well as private investments, and the budgetary deficit, which made the spending possible, results not only in a larger national income but also in a larger productive capacity. Although the income created by deficit spending is offset by the increase of the national debt, it is assumed that new savings, resulting from the increased income, will in turn offset the national debt. It is held, in other words, that deficit spending can be financed out of the savings it has itself created. By suggesting that the sum total of subsequent increases in income is larger than the total amount of deficit spending, the multiplier concept creates the illusion, by analogy with the velocity of money, that any given amount of additional income can multiply itself merely by traveling from one income group to another. Actually, of course, this is not so, just as a change in the velocity of money does not imply a change in its quantity or in the quantity of commodities in circulation. The same quantity of money merely serves more exchange transactions from the commodity form to the money form and vice versa. The new government-induced investment does not fall from the sky but represents commodity values in money form to be exchanged for other commodities. If a government spends $1 billion, this sum has been either collected in taxes or borrowed on the capital market. In either case, this sum represents the equivalent of previously produced commodity values. On the unrealistic assumption that this $1 billion will be spent on consumption, these consumption goods must already exist or must be produced to make the transaction possible. Their owners, or producers, will exchange them for the $1 billion. If they in turn spend this billion on consumption goods, they merely spend what in another form they already possessed and exchanged for the $1 billion of the initial spenders. The same holds true for all the following exchange transactions. In each case, the commodities either already exist or must first be produced to make the transaction possible. There is no multiplication of income through the initial spending itself, though there may be the production of new income, and it is only insofar as the original spending leads to increased production that it can increase income. All investments, whether of a private or a public character, will increase the national income as they increase national production. Capital, however, cannot accumulate except through profitability. No increase of production which is not also an increase of profits can increase capital. Since it does not depend on profitability, government-induced production can enlarge total social production, but it cannot enlarge the total capital. It is conceivable, however, that the mere increase or maintenance of a given level of production regardless of profitability may arrest a downward business trend, and may even be instrumental in reversing the trend. Although deficit financing of non-profitable production increases only the economic activity of total capital, it does affect the profitability of those individual capitals which partake in government-induced production, and it allows for the accumulation of interest-bearing claims on the government. This may create a business climate more favorable to the resumption of private capital investments. And because any depression releases endeavors to recreate the conditions for a new prosperity, the combination of governmental and private efforts to reverse a downward trend may actually succeed. In fact, deficit spending was first conceived of as a temporary and limited anti-depression policy to alleviate social misery and halt an economic decline, itself conceived of as a temporary event. As deficit spending reduces unemployment and increases production, it may, under special conditions, induce an acceleration of private investments. If this should be the case, it would increase total income by more than that brought forth by deficit spending, but this multiplication would be due directly to the additional profitable investments, not to the initial spending. However, deficit spending as a regulator of economic activity has found almost general acceptance and is widely practiced by conviction as well as by necessity. The remaining ambivalence toward deficit spending stems from the fact that it involves an element of income redistribution because it channels funds into non-profitable spheres of production. Although the lack of investments for lack of profitability kept these funds idle in the first place, from a capitalistic point of view, they are nonetheless misused when used for non-profitable undertakings. For capital functions as such only insofar as it yields profit. Whatever the rates of profit may be, the more of the total social capital is engaged in non-profitable production, the smaller the total profit on the total capital. Although its profits would not be any greater were there no non-profitable government spending, they cannot be increased by way of such spending. From the larger total production both profitable and non-profitable, a larger share falls now, as it were, in the sphere of consumption, and a correspondingly smaller share can be capitalized as additional profit-yielding capital. The change in the amount of employment brought forth by government-induced production decreases the profitability of total capital relative to the magnitude of total social production. It is this decreasing profitability which shows up in the mounting national debt, and it is the latter which indicates the decline of private capital formation despite and because of the increased production. In bourgeois theory, the gross national product, or aggregate demand, is equal to the sum of consumption, investments, and government spending. Government deficit spending, however, is not part of the actual aggregate demand, but a deliberate policy of producing beyond it. To be sure, individual businessmen are not concerned with the nature of the demand which they supply. To them, it makes no difference whether it stems from government or from private spending. Likewise, the financiers do not care whether loans are made to private entrepreneurs or to the government, so long as the loans are secure and yield the desired rate of interest. And to the individual it makes no difference whether he is employed by the government or by private enterprise, whether he produces commodities for the market or for public consumption. In practice, no distinction is made between the public and the private sectors of the economy, and in both all transactions are money transactions, which veils their underlying social implications. From the individual's point of view, government-induced production may be no less lucrative and important than production for the market, and the accumulation of the national debt appears to him as an accumulation of private claims on the government equivalent to the accumulation of money and capital. Deficit spending means the spending of money derived from the sale of government bonds. Like consumption in general, public consumption does not add to the formation of capital. It does, however, increase the national debt. The costs of the debt, that is, the interest paid to the bondholders, must come out of the profits of the relatively diminishing private sector of the economy. The payment of interest transfers a portion of profits from productive to loan capital. But while in private capital production interest is always a part of realized profit, the interest paid to the holders of government bonds has no such profit counterpart, for this interest is paid on capital which yields no profit. The growing national debt and its interest burden cannot be related to total income as determined by both public and private production, but only to that part of the total which has not been injected into the economy by way of deficit spending. That part which has been injected falls out of the economy as a profit-producing system. It yields income but, being unprofitable, yields no taxable income and, for that reason, cannot be considered a compensatory factor vis-a-vis the national debt. What does the government actually do by bringing together labor and idle capital for the production of non-marketable goods? Taxes are a part of realized income through market transactions. If taken from capital they reduce its profits, regardless of whether or not these profits would have been consumed or reinvested into additional capital. If not, idle capital in its money form would exist as a private hoard. As such it cannot function capitalistically, but neither can it function capitalistically when taken by government to finance the non-profitable production of public works and government waste. Instead of a capitalistically useless money hoard there is then a capitalistically useless production of goods and services. There is a difference, however, whereas without taxation capitalists would be in possession of a money hoard, with taxation for purposes of public spending capital is actually expropriated to the extent of the otherwise possible hoard. When used for government purposes, taxes taken from capital flow back to the capitalists in the form of government contracts. The production resulting from these contracts is paid for by the capitalists through their taxes. Getting their money back through government orders, the capitalists provide the government with an equivalent quantity of products. It is this quantity of products which the government expropriates from capital. The size of this quantity determines the extent to which production has ceased being capital production, and the growth of production by way of taxation indicates the decline of the capitalist system as a profit-determined private enterprise system. Not only is this type of production non-profitable, it is made possible only through that part of total social production which is still sufficiently profitable to yield taxes large enough to extend government production by way of taxation. With the decline of profitability it becomes increasingly more difficult to expand production in this particular way. But the government can borrow additional funds. These funds also flow back to the capitalists as payments for production contracted by government. The expense of government-induced production piles up, in part, as the national debt. The increase of the debt is held to be quite harmless as long as the national income increases faster than the debt. The growing national debt is then usually compared with the growing national income, to substantiate the claim that deficit finding will be accompanied by a rising national income. This claim rests, however, on a curious way of accounting, for, to repeat, the growing national debt cannot be related to total national income, but only to that part of the total which has not been injected into the economy by the government. It is by counting an expense as an income that the illusion arises that the growing national debt is neutralized by a rising national income. Unless the national debt is actually recovered through additional income in the private sector of the economy, that is, additional income apart from that injected into the economy by government, the income derived from the latter procedure remains, as far as capital is concerned, merely an expense of government. The utilization of privately owned productive resources for non-profitable purposes is a partial expropriation of capital. The expropriated capital was no longer able to function on its own behalf, but that does not prevent the capitalists from demanding compensation for the government's use of their productive resources, even though the possibility of honoring the government debt depends on the future profitability of private capital. Unless this profitability actually materializes, the debt cannot be paid and today's additional income becomes tomorrow's loss. The private sector of the economy must be taxed for current government needs and for the costs of the national debt. A larger part of its profits are taken by taxes and a correspondingly smaller part can be capitalized. Deficit spending was resorted to in the first place because of an insufficient rate of capital growth. While taxation cannot increase this rate, it can increase non-profitable production. The increase of taxation is made possible through the increasing productivity, which now benefits government-induced production rather than private capital accumulation. Instead of being capitalized, an increasing part of the social profit dissipates in additional government spending. If not accompanied by significant expansions of private capital, the increase of productivity thus merely increases the capacity for non-profitable government-induced production, i.e., the government's ability to tax and borrow. How much can the government tax and borrow? Obviously not the whole of the national income. Yet the non-profit sectors of the economy have constantly risen in all capitalist nations. In the United States, for example, it rose from 12.5% of the gross national product in 1929 to 27.3% in 1963. If this trend continues, there must come a time when the non-profit sector outweighs the profitable sector and therewith endangers the latter's existence. There must then be a limit to the expansion of the non-profitable part of the economy. When this limit is reached, deficit financing and government-induced production as policies to counteract the social consequences of a declining rate of accumulation must come to an end. The Keynesian solution will stand exposed as a pseudo-solution, capable of postponing but not of preventing the contradictory course of capital accumulation as predicted by Marx. Government-induced production is thus limited by the limitations of private profit production itself. To change this situation through farther-reaching interventions in the economy would require the existence of governments willing and able to destroy the social dominance of private capital and assume control over the whole of the economy. It is for this reason that a continuous rapid growth of taxes and the national debt is viewed with some apprehension even by the advocates of compensatory fiscal policies. But so long as government spending merely affects unused productive resources and not the mass of labor and capital which can still be profitably employed, non-profit production is held to be preferable to an otherwise existing condition of economic depression. It is hopefully assumed that production via government deficit financing will always remain a minor part of total social production, an aid rather than a hindrance to the further expansion of private capital. But to limit government-induced production in order not to destroy the market structure it is designed to defend means, of course, to limit the effectiveness of government interventions and to expose the capitalist development sooner or later once more to the vicissitudes of the business cycle and, perhaps, to permanent crisis conditions. As previously pointed out, Keynes did expect the return of pre-war conditions after the Second World War. He died before his proposals for full employment became government policies in the post-war world. Perhaps the manner in which his theory was put in practice would not have been to his own taste, still, the practice proved that even in mature capitalism employment can be increased through government initiative. There have been, however, short depressions, or recessions, as they are now called, since the end of the war, and a state of full employment has been the exception rather than the rule. This has caused much apprehension and frequent warnings that all the structural changes and the new appearances of the movement of prices and production should not tempt us to draw hasty conclusions about the disappearance of the old cycles. 5. In the Keynesian view, of course, the return to depressions finds its cause in the government's failure to apply the Keynesian remedies with sufficient resolution, and particularly in their neglecting to increase the propensity to consume by a planned redistribution of income in favor of the poorer classes. Suggestions are constantly made to strengthen the so-called built-in stabilizers, i.e., the monetary and fiscal reactions to emerging economic imbalances, which would increase the social demand and employment. There are two wings of Keynesian economics, a conservative one and a radical one. Keynesian economists out of government office generally advocate increasing useful public works through more government spending and a general rise of living standards until full employment is reached, even if this should mean government interventions on a scale such as occurs only under wartime conditions. Keynesian economists in government office generally confess to the same goal, but hope to achieve it by less drastic means, i.e., through government policies which strengthen rather than weaken the private enterprise economy. The radical Keynesians seem to look upon government as an independent and neutral force, concerned only with the welfare of society and possessing the ability to take measures suited to this end. Actually, of course, the government has no intention of altering existing social relations and for that reason, will not institute the degree of socialization necessary to fulfill the radical Keynesian dream. The demand to raise the buying power of the low-income classes disregards the fact that mature capitalism, even as a mixed economy, is still a profit-producing economic system. While it is true that this system's actual or potential productive capacity allows for a production of abundance, with regard to its profit requirements it remains a scarcity economy. Because in capitalism the production of useful objects is merely a necessary medium for the production of profits and the augmentation of capital, the system's success or failure is measured not by the abundance or shortage of commodities, but by the rate of profit and the rate of accumulation. Wages are costs of production. Any increase in wages without a corresponding larger increase in the productivity of labor will reduce the profitability of capital. Wages do rise under capitalism, but only under conditions of rapid capital formation. Capital formation represents an excess of production over consumption. It may, and generally does, lead to increased consumption, but consumption itself cannot lead to capital formation. Each capital entity, large or small, must try to keep its production costs at a minimum in order to reach the profit maximum. Extra profits gained through monopolization and price manipulation increase competition between the less privileged capital entities and transfer profits from the weaker to the stronger enterprises. Although a partial escape from competition frees some enterprises from a steady and pressing concern with production costs, it magnifies this concern for other enterprises. In the long run, of course, the resulting decrease of profitability of the more competitive enterprises will also decrease the amount of profit that can be transferred to the less competitive capitals. As long as competition prevails, it will center on the costs of production and will, thus, determine wages to the extent that they cannot be larger than is compatible with an enterprise's profitability. To the extent that greater profitability is reached through profit transfers via the marketing and price mechanism, higher wages in some enterprises are based on correspondingly lower wages in others. Just as the total social profit cannot be increased by the inequality of profit distribution, so total wages at any one time remain what they are no matter how they may be distributed among different laboring groups. Government determination of wages presupposes government determination of prices, and vice versa. The two are equally impossible, aside from taxation, within the market economy whether mixed or not. The demand for a higher propensity to consume by way of higher wages amounts to a request for ending the market economy. If taken seriously, it would require centralized control of the whole of the economy and a planned determination of its production, consumption, and expansion. Short of this, the propensity to consume will vary with the ability to accumulate capital. It is for this reason that government-manipulated wage increases are not among the various built-in stabilizers of the mixed economy, and that it is always the lowest wage which sets the standard for government minimum wage legislation. Any increase in the propensity to consume achieved by redistributing income in favor of the poorer classes should show up in income statistics. It is now generally admitted that in the pre-Keynesian economy, the distribution of income between the different classes did not change in spite of growing wages. It is, however, asserted that in the Keynesian economy there is a tendency toward a distribution of income favoring the poorer classes. This statistical tendency relates to what is called the real produce, which is that part of the gross national product which represents actually disposable income for consumption and savings purposes. Here, in some countries, the income falling to the capitalists as a whole has decreased relative to that of the workers as a whole. As there are now relatively fewer capitalists than before, due to the capital concentration process, and consequently more wage and salary earners, this is not surprising, particularly not under conditions approaching full employment. This statistical shift of disposable income from capital to labor as a whole does not tell much about the relationship between profit and wages, the less so, as the reduction of the capitalists' income share is due to some extent to their tax evasion practices. Rather than part with dividends by way of tax payments, they reinvest them as undistributed profits, hoping to recoup present losses of directly disposable income at a more favorable future time. Recent American studies of income distribution have revealed that, although wages have increased, the distribution of national income among the different classes has not changed. There have been shifts within the high-income brackets, some of which undoubtedly reflect the expansion of the economy's public sector at the expense of the private sector. Despite these shifts, however, and with regard to total social production, both private and public, the gap between production and consumption is getting wider, not narrower. Because an increasing part of social production is of a non-profitable nature, the decline of private capital production appears as an apparent redistribution of income without, however, increasing the propensity to consume, least of all by way of higher wages. Social welfare measures such as unemployment insurance, old age insurance, and health insurance are also credited to the prevailing Keynesian spirit, even though most of them were instituted in the pre-Keynesian laissez-faire economy. These measures have nothing to do with any kind of income redistribution, even though in some countries special interests still combat them as anti-capitalist policies. They are social only insofar as they are legislated and, by that token, support the general trend toward increasing government control over social life. They do not increase the income of the workers, for the workers pay out far more in taxes and contributions to the various welfare funds than what is expended for welfare purposes. In the United States, for example, welfare spending has not changed the nature of income inequality, nor raised the standard of living of the lower income classes above what it would have reached if they had not been subjected to federal taxation. 6. Because the profitability principle of private enterprise excludes the distribution of surplus products by way of the wage system, surplus production increases in the form of waste production. Government promotion of production by way of subsidization consists predominantly of defense expenditures, military capital formation, and non-profitable endeavors such as nuclear and space technology, which have no conceivable application in other fields and cannot directly find commercial exploitation. This type of production diverts labor, materials, and machinery into products that serve political military functions. If these products are not utilized, they have no function at all. This production can serve neither the augmentation of profit-producing capital nor the general welfare, unlike other public works such as schools, parks, roads, etc. Because such a large part of government-induced production serves the alleged defense needs of the nation, the military enter into the picture as a third partner in the co-determination of public funds, acting not only in the military but also in the industrial sphere. The existence of a military-industrial complex is reflected in the fact that the top echelons of industry and business are largely occupied by former military professionals. The interests of the latter, just like those of government and private enterprise, are all vested in the perpetuation of the prevailing corporate structure of the economy and its continued profitability under conditions of relative capital stagnation. Money and capital. The Keynesians see the economy as a money economy and tend to forget that it is a money-making economy. In their view, money appears as a mere instrument of manipulation for turning insufficient into sufficient social production. An excessive monetary growth by way of credit expansion and deficit financing may lead to inflation, just as credit contraction and too little money tend to be deflationary. To avoid both excesses, there must be the right quantity of money, and it is the government's function to arrange for this right quantity. Fiscal policies are in a way also monetary policies, as they merely allocate the right quantity of money in the direction most conducive to economic stability and growth. But in order to understand the dynamics of the mixed economy, it is necessary to understand the relationship between money and capital. Well into the 19th century, different nations adhered to different metallic money standards, silver, gold, or both simultaneously. The precious metals were originally used not only as media of exchange but also as a convenient and relatively indestructible store of wealth. Whether gold or silver were produced within the money-using economies or appropriated abroad by colonizers and adventurers, the quest for gold in pre-capitalist times was mainly a quest for money. The individual's wealth, as well as the wealth of nations, was reckoned in terms of money, which meant quantities of gold and silver. Money was amassed for its own sake rather than for capitalization in other forms of material wealth. The capitalist system adapted this mercantilist money system to its own, different ends. As capital, money is both money and more than money. Although capital is conceptually money, this category embraces not only gold but all other commodities as well, for any commodity can take the place of money by expressing its commodity value as a money value. The owners of capital are not trying to amass a particular commodity, gold in this case, but to accumulate the money values of their capitals, which may take on any physical shape. Amassing money, even in the form of gold, would yield them nothing beyond a monetary hoard. Money yields additional value only when it is applied in a productive enterprise. The capitalistic accumulation of money presupposes the accumulation of capital, even though the accumulation of capital requires an initial accumulation of money. Capital employs labor. If money is to function as capital, it must first cease to be money and be turned into instrumentalities that put laborers to work. These instrumentalities, the means of production, are commodities with a value, or rather price, expressed in money terms. By themselves, these means of production are as unproductive as money is in its money form. They become productive only in the labor process. The labor not only reproduces the existing capital, and therewith its value in its money expression, but also produces a surplus which turns capitalist production into capital formation. This is again expressed in money terms by adding the capitalized surplus to the previously existing capital, but, as before, the addition of money implies the addition of means of production in a continuous capital expansion process. Accumulated capital represents money values which have the form not of money but of commodities and capital. Capital is reproduced only gradually, for the means of production deteriorate, or become obsolescent, only over a number of years. The slow depreciation of capital is calculated in depreciation charges which, together with all other costs, are added to the prices of commodities to be realized in the market. Commodities offered on the market must be bought with money, but, since the commodities which are bought or sold on the market at any given time represent only a fraction of the total capital in existence, only a fraction of the total wealth of society need exist in monetary form. Commodity exchange, or the circulation of commodities from one place to another, does not require a monetary medium. It is actually carried on by human labor and the means of transportation utilized by labor. What money mediates and circulates are not commodities but property claims attached to commodities. However, it is only by way of such property claims that the actual production and distribution process is carried on. This need not involve a specific type of money, however, Any medium able to designate the various claims and counterclaims in the exchange process will do as well as any other. As money, gold enters neither production nor consumption, therefore, the labor and capital expended in its production yields no surplus. The gold producers themselves, of course, profit by gold production, just as other capitalists make profit in other branches of production, but from the point of view of society as a whole, monetary gold constitutes an expense of the circulation process. The less gold is needed as a medium of exchange, the less expensive is the exchange process. The corresponding saving in the production costs of gold can be applied to other, profitable, ends. Although money as gold was once the very incarnation of all wealth and power, in capitalism it is a cost of circulation. For this reason there was from the very beginning of capitalist development a strong tendency to change the medium of exchange from its material into an ideal existence, i.e., to replace commodity money with symbolic money. The same development which led to the quite general adoption of the gold standard also witnessed the emergence of new and different categories of media of exchange, such as banknotes and checking money. There were then both physical and non-physical means of payment. The latter were brought into some relation to the former by means of a gold backing which served as a safeguard against the overissue of token money. With the extension of credit institutions, the monetary system became increasingly more complex. Bank credits became the principal medium of payment and standard money began to play a subsidiary part. This development gave rise to the notion that the credit and debit system supersedes the money system. Although the concept of money, it has been said, is dependent on that of debt, for every sale of goods and services gives rise to a debt through the interval between purchase and sale, the concept of debt is not dependent on that of money, for a debt can be cancelled by another debt without recourse to money. Bank credit can thus exist without money. All debts, however, are reckoned in terms of money. And even if payments are made and received by check, and these checks cancel each other in the clearing system of the banks, these transactions involve other transactions in the production and exchange process in which currency serves as a medium of exchange. Moreover, business is not carried on in order that businessmen's claims on one another may be mutually cancelled, but in order to make profit. Receipts must be larger than expenditures, money must be made. Any quasi-monetary system of payment is merely an instrument to facilitate the making of money. To see in the credit and debit system of payments a form of money is to see money only as a medium of exchange. But though capitalist exchange is an exchange of commodities and of services treated as commodities, money is here more than a medium of exchange because commodity exchange itself is merely a means for the augmentation of capital. The wealth of nations and the property of individuals can be expressed in terms of money and in terms of their physical possessions. But this wealth does not exist twice, once as real property and once as money. One may have either the one or the other. A business enterprise may be bought or sold for a certain amount of money. Money is here not a medium of exchange but is itself exchanged for property, it is the equivalent of real things, of property. To be exchangeable, money assets cannot differ from real assets. In this respect it is not correct to say that bank credit can exist without money, for the credit granted is granted for a collateral which represents money, even though this money has for the moment the form of real property. In capitalism, money exists as capital, which appears in fixed or in liquid form. In its liquid form it may have the shape of commodity money, gold, or the shape of token money representing either gold or any other commodity that comprises material wealth. Since all real assets are potential money assets and all money assets are potential real assets, businessmen need not differentiate between quasi-money and real money. Both function equally well in settling exchange relations between business firms. But this is so only because real money as well as quasi-money are both covered by real capital assets. Where there are no real capital assets, credit money does not apply. Of course, there is always the risk that seeming real assets, which serve as collateral for credit money, may turn out not to be real, in which case the courts will finally have to settle debts based on quasi-property. Behind monetary transactions stand the capital values of business firms, not only in their monetary expression but also as material entities in their commodity form. The wage-earning, and salaried, classes do not generally have this kind of collateral. But they may have personal property on the security of which they can borrow money. These classes sell their labor power as commodities for money. They get paid after their work performances in daily, weekly, or monthly intervals. The labor already performed is the commodity that is remunerated. Short of their savings, the total money income of the wage earners equates with the total prices of the commodities they buy. There is, then, an exchange of commodities against commodities. The money mediating this exchange is here a mere accounting device, and as such need not have commodity form. Usually, the value of money is measured by its de facto command over goods and services. For instance, the value of a pound, or of a dollar, is determined by what one can buy for 1 pound, or for $1. This leaves open the question why this is so. There must be something about a pound or a dollar which equates with something that adheres to the commodities which they can buy. From the standpoint of the objective theory of value, an answer is easily found. If gold is money and gold is a commodity, the costs of producing the gold contained in a dollar, or in a pound, are then considered equal to the production costs of the commodities which they are able to buy, modified, of course, by the changing demand and supply relations of the market. Money thus has in theory a commodity value equal to its production costs. Actually, this is not the case. The commodity value of gold diverges from its money value, although monetary authorities may set the same price for both. Furthermore, commodity money comprises only a fraction of the total money supply. Even under the rule of the gold standard, the actual convertibility of paper into gold affected only a small portion of the total money in circulation. To the extent that money has a non-commodity form, it cannot derive its value from its production costs. To be sure, non-commodity money may be evaluated in accordance with the labor costs of commodity money, but any such evaluation is a deliberate act. And since at present money in most nations is fiat money, it is clear that, at least nationally, money possesses purchasing power without having commodity value. Since the quest for money is now a quest for capital, modern monetary history reflects the history of capital formation. The more extensive use of commodity money refers to an earlier stage of capitalistic development, characterized by a less integrated production and marketing system. Capital was less concentrated and operated less routinely, the intervals between purchases and sales were more sporadic than under modern conditions. People preferred metallic money not only because they were used to it, but also because the accumulation of capital generally presupposed the hoarding of money. Money had to retain its value, a condition best assured by maintaining its commodity form. Besides, gold had been the money standard for too long to be easily displaced by mere symbolic money. The circulation of gold coins and the assurance that paper was convertible into gold supported a general confidence in the stability of the monetary system and the value of currencies. The early preference for commodity money found its international extension and most important rationale in the automatism of the gold standard as the regulator of the international exchange economy. The gold standard tied the value of the various national monetary units of account to their gold values and to one another by fixing the price of gold. A dollar represented a certain quantity of gold, as did the British pound and other gold standard currencies. If 1 pound could be bought for $4, this meant that the gold content of 1 pound matched that of $4. Actually, of course, the exchange of currency was and is not that clean-cut, since prices for different currencies fluctuate with the changing supply and demand of different currencies in the foreign exchange market. But these differences average out over time in the multitude of exchange transactions. The foreign exchange market provides an international clearing mechanism. Since debits and credits between national claims may not balance, residual claims are settled by gold shipments in order to reach a complete, if temporary, payments balance. Only part of newly mined gold serves monetary purposes. Another part, probably less than half of total production, serves non-monetary needs in the arts and industry. In order to maintain the fixed price of gold, its supply must not exceed the demand. As long as the output of gold exceeds the industrial market demand, the excess must be bought for monetary purposes whether or not it is actually needed. In recent times, it has been found necessary to sell gold on the private market to maintain its fixed price. A steadily increasing demand for gold drove the price beyond its fixed limit, forcing England and the United States to meet the demand by selling some of their monetary gold on the London Gold Exchange. Like money itself, the gold standard was not meant to facilitate the international circulation of commodities in any physical sense. Its purpose was to express and secure the property claims attached to the commodity.